He's putting on his armour plates, Tim. He's really going for this one. He's digging in deep, Tim.
What are you doing?
What? And they're going in for the execute. The plant is going down. They're looking good to win the round.
I'm not going to tell you again, Des. I'm just trying to relax here, mate.
All right, mate. I'll leave that. And he's only got to lifted the hammer, Tim. He's done it.
Gardening's supposed to be quiet, Des. Would you let me have some peace?
Tim, where you going? Tim? Tim?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another week of the Europe MENA League EML. We are live from the wonderful fortress here in very cloudy Copenhagen, I have to say. But it is that time of year. It is autumn time where you bring out your pumpkin spice and you get yourselves ready to watch some EML on Monday and Tuesday evening. And only once you'll get it on Wednesday as well when we actually get our Super Week and the playoffs. Hello and welcome. I'm Milos, your host. By my side are Leo and Jack, Alpha Man Fresh. Gentlemen, I want to start off our week with hard-hitting questions, and really one in this particular. I'll address Jack first, but I think you can also participate in it if you would like. Leo, please finish the sentence.
Oh God, here we go.
Oh, I hate those ones.
Without Freck, BDS would be?
10th.
6th. They step up as a team whenever it's not
He's a
performing.
French sympathizer.
Anyway, look, he's just friends with people, and that's...
People's his best friend.
Yeah.
Well, it's a classic Mbappé PSG thing. It's the same thing. Mbappé
E4
leaves,
is not Mbappé of...
Mbappé leaves, PSG gets better, Freck leaves, BDS might be better. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows?
Gentlemen, we're talking about BDS in here, but I want to mention hard-hitting questions specifically for our viewers out there. There's one in particular. There's a lot of great players that have kind of risen up as rookies here in Siege, internationally as well. My question to you, head over to Twitter on R6 Esports EU and check out our poll. There's 3 players that will be on there. It's, of course, Bolo, Spoit, and Stompin, our newcomer in here. Who, for you, is the most valued rookie ever in Siege? Either your 3 picks, I'll hear it from you all the way out there, because we're going to have that question between us later on. I think you really want to know the answer and how we all argue really around its orbit over the rest of the day. However, gents, last week we all made a promise, right? We started off the stage, we said we will talk about every team, all of the introductions, but also new things that have come into Siege X, and especially our new operator, Denari. Well, today we make do on that promise because we have a lot to talk about around our new Swiss operator, Jack.
Yeah, we've taken in all the clips, we've seen all the regions, and we've come up with the 3 biggest things, in our opinion, as to why Denari is a great operator to Siege. And the first one is intel denial. Those traps, they cover drone holes, they cover doorways, they cover windows, they cover all sorts of avenues that attackers might try and use to gather information and get intel. Denari stops that completely. He then also has zone control, because you can use this utility to control zones that attackers might want to go into, and it reinforces that with other utility for the defenders. And the third one is awareness. We've seen lots of Denari traps placed on stairs so that defenders will know when attackers are walking through the mines, and then therefore they can get them.
Well, Jack, that is all theory, of course, but what if we went to applied sciences, Leo? Is there a way to really show it for our viewers?
Absolutely, and we've got some great examples from the last week of EML, actually, from some great tech from the new teams that have participated and used Denari at Pro Play. I'm adding a 4th reason why Denari is really good. Utility burning. If we're gonna see him pair up with Aruni on this CEO bomb side, BDS uses it to make it really hard for VP to push into these 2 windows in CEO. And you're gonna see all 7 of Denari's gadgets being used on 2 windows. And if you look at this, you look, oh wow. Who is gonna push through that? Well, I'm telling you, not VP. And the best thing about it, it's paired with Jagger and Wamai. So if all the utility is being burned on those windows, then they have nothing to problems of paper. As you can see, VP avoids those, and at this moment they go towards Lounge. And as you can see, Even Lounge has another Irony Gate. So the pairing of Denari with other utility-based operators makes it really hard to problem solve and to burn as much utility as possible. That's one example. But let's take the 3 points from Jack and let's make it into a single setup that anyone in rank can reuse. We're looking at this setup here that's going to be on the first floor of Consulate, and upstairs we see Denari prepare this line of sights. And we're going to see one of the best Denari setups I've ever seen so far, at least in Pro League. We're going to see here behind the soda machine this Denari, and that's going to create a long angle. Then look, one here next to the drone hole, a second one near Visa stairs, and a third one towards Coffin hallway. You're going to see this is going to enable the Denari to control the entirety of that admin side. Then he sets up his shield, and look at the vert here. You can make vert from the connector to watch anyone entering towards the B-bomb site. And then last two gadgets are going to be here for statue. As a summary, what are you enabling here as Denari? First and foremost, that long Denari here is going to be used to prevent anyone to push into meeting. This one here, you're going to see the drone hole, you're going to see the doorway, you're going to see another drone hole, you're going to see the Visa stairs and the Coffin hallway. All of those are blocked, even drones, because of this Denari setup. So effectively, you're preventing 5 different entry points with those. The one that you've seen before, the long one, is placed near a barbed wire. It prevents anyone to push in from meeting and kill that safe spot behind the shield. Behind the shield, you can see the Denari play that vert toward the bomb site. And then the last remaining one is placed near a barbed wire, meaning that anyone cannot just rush in from statue. So single-handedly, that Denari, he's handling statue, admin side, he's burning drones, he's holding the whole setup here on top floor with a single operator. And that's something you guys can reuse next time you're solo roaming on top floor Consulate.
Thank you very much for the real example here. Leo, of course, Jack for the theory, and Stefan, easy for really helping us put everything together here to make it really visible. And of course, that was from G2 Stompin, the rookie that was on the clip. So make sure that you go over to Twitter and tell us why he's your favorite rookie, or is it Spoit, or is it Bolo in the history of Siege? We'll have to talk about that later on today. However, let's roll back the clock into last week and see the standings. Standouts, it's clear, Team Secret have no points whatsoever.
Absolutely, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that later on in the show. But the big thing for Secret, 0 points. They didn't win against either of their direct rivals for the top 2. Ultimately, they want to be in the top 2 to get that better seeding into the playoffs ahead of the major. They're now starting off on the back foot. Conversely, Fnatic, I will just point them out. They're the kind of odd one out at the top of the table. 6 points out of 6. They've actually done exceptional compared to how they've done the last 3 stages so far.
If you look at Secret, minus 11 round differential. Yeah. It's not only that they lost the 2 first matches,
whacked.
It's that they actually got destroyed. And many of the players that were stepping up last stage are now completely forgotten. That's a week to forget. Now focus on this playday. And if there is one moment to bounce back, it's exactly against the team that you pointed out, Jack. A Fnatic that has been overperforming. 6 points, 2 wins. And one team that should be the heavy favorite here, Team Secret. Are they really the favorite of this match? Looking at last week, we don't know. And that should be a banger game.
It's the back and forth, the Wimbledon of EML between these two teams, so we'll see how back and forth it will be. However, it is time for us to move on to game number 1. Let's flash the team up on the screen. There you go, beautiful. Falcons versus Wild. And on the surface level, there's a big difference, but we'll let you know why. It's actually closer than you may think. Team Falcons are up first on the chopping block, and after the disappointment in the summer came a new hope. Week 1 was incredible for them. How do they keep that going?
A resurgence, really, because if we see the level of Falcons, there is that team again. There is the team play again. There is the coordinated aggression again. It looks like a team that focuses on the right steps, that is able to have the right discipline. It does not look like the disjointed roster full of incredible players that was winning last stage just because of individuals. And as I say this, I will still say, you can still see the individuals. Shaiko, 32 kills, 16 kills per game. That's insane. Shaiko is just really alive here, Jack.
Yeah, I've got 2 theories about Shaiko. First and foremost is when the team play of the rest of the Falcons players is better, Shaiko comes alive. And my second theory is, did you know Shaiko's got a charm recently inside of the game? He has, because stage 1, before he had his charm, Shaiko was kind of struggling. But what happened when Shaiko got his charm? He came alive.
32 kills in 2 BO1s just as he gets his charm. Just don't tell me he's performing to advertise his name out there.
So what you're saying is, if we were to get 4,500 subs in the space of a week, we would perform in EML.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Or what you could do is you could go to Shaiko, subscribe to him, get his charm, and then you can perform in ranks. You could be dropping the big digits.
This is not guaranteed.
Ranked. And then this clip coming up here, this is absolutely egregious, by the way. How good he is. I know, Leo, you love the first kill inside this clip. This is a big 4K. Doesn't end up being the ace. How does he even get away with getting this kill, by the way? Against Team Secret, against the EWC champions, doesn't quite get the ace, doesn't quite pull off for him. But do you know what? He's been phenomenal this stage.
So let's rate Shaiko here. We were talking about, is Shaiko washed? Well, clearly not the case after that performance in week number 1, but what if we made a card? Maybe, you know, a siege rating card? The ultimate siegers?
Yeah.
How do you want to call it?
I mean, the left side of this card, of course, is his actual statistics. These are not made up. This is this stage, 196 EPS.
Cool.
Incredible. But it's the right side. And 160 IQ, Leo?
Well, you know what? I think I don't say who, but he was called out on Twitter at some point for having a really poor game IQ. I will say this: for 32 kills within 2v1s, you need not only skill, you need game sense, you need IQ, and I think he has it. So I gave him Einstein's IQ.
And then in terms of the comms, -6, maybe a little bit harsh, but we had the distinct pleasure of listening to Falcons comms in their game against Secret last week. Shaiko didn't say one word, apart from when he got a kill, and then he just screamed.
And finally, something I can be an expert on, which is his tweets. We've been living in a dark Shaiko world for the past year and a bit, and my man has been on a 99 tweet roll. Even more so, at least with the rating that we were giving him here at EML. He's got 99 tweets and still dropping kills in every single game.
I don't know if we're looking at a Shaiko that's going to drop double digits because I don't see him scrolling
on
on
his
his phone. I'm not calling it. He's going on Twitter, and that's it. That's the reveal, guys. That's what he needed to perform.
He was actually the first player out of all 10 in this lobby, and my theory is because he wanted to get onto Scroll TikTok.
And boom,
And get on
that
Twitter.
warm-up routine is there.
Done.
Locked in.
There you go. He's going to drop a 30 bomb today, gentlemen. He's going to break that one game best of one record. We'll have to see it. Anyways, we're talking about Falcons. We talked about Shaiko, but what about Wild on the other side? If you were looking at stage 1, there was a lot of disappointment, but it seems like with a little tweak, they get into a better spot, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, they didn't make any player changes across the transfer window. They only made coaching changes. But what we've seen from Wild, and it's not reflective, like, objectively, you know, they've only got 1 point. They lost both of their games. They are ultimately a 0-2 team. But the nature of how they've got to be a 0-2 team is their performances have been so much better. Their opposition, VP, they should have beaten them. Their opposition next day, G2, they should have got at least a point off them. So their performances, irrespective of their results, have actually been good.
So it seems like every time Wild gets into a match, no matter who they're playing, but even with big teams, it's always a situation of maybe we should call them an ambulance, but they're saying, but not for me, because they're always ready on the quick draw.
Not for Wild. They take a points of VP. They're almost coming back onto G2. They were
Yep.
led 6-3 and they almost came back and went into overtime. I will say this, I'm pleased with this Wild, and I want to highlight Sneak, who particularly is showing, stepping up as one of the best fragger here. And let's see if they can do it again against Falcons in their peak shape.
Exactly, yeah. They've got some substance. You know, that last stage, Wild were just considered free points by every single team. This stage, they're not because of the performances they're putting out. Teams are having to respect them. Falcons last stage didn't respect them and did get burnt. Falcons won't make that mistake today.
I'm very much hoping that this continues because it means not only the top is very competitive in EML, but the middle and potentially the bottom. And in this case, everybody's putting in their best foot forward. Very much looking forward to it because it's all about those points for SI, about playoffs, qualifying to the EML regional finals. Also in the winter, there's so much on the line here. However, our map for this series, from a 9-map pool, we shrink it down to 1. Jack, can you please take us through this?
Yeah, so we're going to be going to Clubhouse, and I'll be honest, Wild will only have expected this if they specifically wanted to go there, and they did, of course, choose to go there after playing Consulate last week, losing it narrowly against G2. Wild, for the most part, have perma-banned Clubhouse. I think there's only 2 vetoes across EML they've even allowed it through. They've never played it as this, in terms of Tier 1, as this roster. Whereas conversely, Falcons will always play Clubhouse. It's literally their most loved map across time.
They've been amazing on it so far as well. And if you look at Wild, I will say this, I kind of like the plan because in general, it's step by step, it gives you a frame. And if there is one map where you can lower the skill ceiling of one team, it's supposed to be Clubhouse. And as I say this, Falcons, every time they go there, either Liquefag goes crazy, Shaiko goes crazy, or Yuzus goes crazy. So we'll see. It is tough for them. They will start in attack. That's not helping them either.
Who do we have to look at to really bring it home for Wild today? At least put up a competitive game like we saw last week.
I think Sneak so far is the one that's performing the best. I will say this, Evan has stepped up a little bit his game, especially with some clutches. Yeah, in the last week.
And on Clubhouse, I'd like to see him on Shields as well.
Yeah,
you know, he does play Shields for this team.
He plays Monty all the time as well.
Yeah.
It could be one of the counters. We know how Falcons hates the Shields usually. And that was, once again, before Likefak was facing a blitz and got a 4K.
Yeah, that was great. I think we've talked about that clip 17 times at this point. We're only in week 1. Anyways, let's have a chat with our casters. We saw them earlier on tending to the garden. But Tim, I'm so sorry. Does he do that all the time?
Constantly. Absolutely constantly. I have to say to Des, will you shut up, man?
Yeah, you're not the only person that says it either, Tim. I think Fresh says it, Leo says it, Milosh says it, Ubisoft say it, Blast say it. Everyone tells me to shut up all the time. It's very deeply depressing.
And you never learn.
No, that's
Never
also
does.
very true.
I think there's a point when everybody tells you something, maybe they have a point in it.
Yeah, you guys are probably right.
Yeah, well, you still won't do it. Anyway, I hope you don't, because we have a great competitive day to go through today. And there is this dichotomy of Wild and Falcons. I want to ask you guys' opinion before we get into that game. How are you seeing Wild shaping up today?
You know what? I really respect the balls they brought to this game, because as you guys have spoken about, going to club feels like a massive gamble, but no one didn't play it. I think there's a very good chance here they come in and say, you know what? We feel we've done our counter prep. We know this team inside out on this map. I think they're going to surprise us today. Expect fireworks.
Yeah, I think... Look, I'll go back to what I said originally about Falcons. Falcons play better when there's not much pressure on the games. And I feel like right now, kind of middle of the stage, they've got a bunch of wins. That's exactly the area you're in. I think a day to play Clubhouse against Falcons might not be today. I think take them in a pressure, best of 3, knockout game. Yeah, you might have more of a chance, but I think it could be a struggle today.
That's a game for the future, of course. And maybe if you want to de-stress, you take a page out of Tim's book and go into the garden for a bit. Gentlemen, though, it is time to reap what we have all sown. I'll take you into this game. Falcons v Wild. Have fun.
Just don't take me into the garden with you, Milosh, and you'll be absolutely fine. It was good fun, and there's another one of those yet to come as well, which is probably the craziest one of the bunch, but we'll see how we go. I say fireworks today, Tim. I don't expect it to be a win for Wild, but I do think we're going to see them try some pretty cool stuff. You'll see them coming out here with counter prep specifically designed to try and beat Falcons. But as we've kind of said, it is Falcons. They're not an easy team to beat, and not, as you said, at this point in the stage.
Exactly. Like I said, I think... I'm just going off past history, and like I said, I said it for play day 1 coming in. I feel like Falcons, everybody wants to come away from the tournaments and say, oh, they've struggled with that knockout, they've struggled with that grand final, they've struggled with them playoffs. And yes, we do see this little bit of a roller coaster of results from them, but I just think 99% of the time in all games have pressure. You need to win all of them. You need to get the best positions you can in the leagues. But generally speaking, those without immediate pressure, i.e. you lose here, you're not getting knocked out, like you're fine. They're the ones that they really do play best in, and they win 9 out of 10 of them. So yeah, I think tough one coming up for Wild. It's a bold move, and I love it. Let's do it. But I think it could be tough. You're asking a lot.
Well, lots of the bans that come through very, very quickly here. Double hard breach ban coming in against Wild. I think fair to say, and we said it a lot ourselves, even across the weekend, Tim, as we've cast Asia, we've done APAC North, but all around the world the last few days. We were saying then, when you have a team that's generally a little bit weaker, like at least relatively, Wild are a good team, but they are weak compared to some of our other top contenders in the region, 0-2 so far. A great way to slow them down is to try and disrupt them, is taking away hard breach from them. So that's what I think they're going for here. And on the other side, the Kaid, I think you expect, but the Bandit, that's a target ban against Brede. He played it a little bit last week in the game when Falcons played it against Matchco, specifically trying to give themselves less problems to work through. So by making sure walls are easy to open up in one breath, but having 2 hard breaches taken away in the other, it is going to make life a little more difficult for Wild, I think, than it will do for Falcons.
5 seconds remaining.
Right, down to the basement we go. It seems to... I feel like, and this is, purely anecdotal off the top of my head, I feel like. But I feel like we had a period of time where Gym and Bedroom was sort of creeping up to that first choice site for some teams. We were seeing sort of more and more teams going up there, and Church and Arsenal coming later into the mix. But then over, particularly this stage, any club, we've seen quite a lot of clubhouse actually this stage, across the different regions that we covered this. And I feel like we seem to have gone, we've really magnetised back into that basement. It's like the Church and Arsenal lock-in is back in effect, and it always seems to be that number one site choice. So Falcons historically have not really played too heavy a roam game on here. I'm talking historic. Going back to the BDS roster and previous rosters and everything else, but they've very much extended in this one. We've still got 2 on top floor, solid top leak. In fact, it has been something that they've shown us over more recent times a little bit more of, and they've been having a lot of success with it. Leaker back on that top floor. He's one to watch. Keep an eye on him over the next minute. Wild have to deal with him.
Yeah, no one's going to shut up about that clutch that he had inside a strip before. And trust me, it ain't strip that got him that clutch. It was Leakerback himself. So if he is on one, it'll be hard to slow down. I mean, Shiko himself has been an absolute terror all stage long. Looking like a team that's back in form. I think the questions will always sit over Falcons. Like, they can look great in a stage and online play, but can they go on and win something outright? That's what everyone's still waiting to see. But if that's the standard everyone is holding you to, that says an awful lot about you. Halfway into the round, though, we've got ourselves with Falcons on the upstairs causing a bit of bother. I think at this point, Wild have realized, we're going to find ourselves impeded here. We need to kill this guy upstairs, else he's going to keep on trying to deal with us. And, I mean, if you've tried to make something happen, you haven't even looked skyward for the most part, and he's taken 2 skulls out there, Tim. I respect the attempt to drop him towards the site, but Solotov knows what he's doing, Tim. You ain't getting away with that one. This looks to be a flawless first round, unless Mats can hit a couple of god shots here, and even then, it's only going to be KD padding.
Yep, they punished him well. I think he knows this one on main stairs, just trying to catch him out. Leakerfact knows better. I think it's Leakerfact that's up there. He knows better than to stick his head round that window frame, but he does seem desperate for the challenge. The pistols are coming out. There we go. Leakerfact is going to pick up the final kill. I was going to say, he knows better than to stick his face into that window. Manages to pick up the final kill. Flawless round to kick things off, as you say, and that just shows the power of the full map roam on Clubhouse. I mentioned it through the round there, historically speaking, and I'm talking over a period of a couple of years here. We have seen, this roster and other variations of this roster, be a little bit quiet about the roam sometimes. When it came to Church and Arsenal, they'd kind of play 4 on site and maybe just 1, sometimes a second sort of soft roam. Over the last 6-12 months, we've seen them committing much more to it. Several players top floor, 1 on mid floor, and we're just showing, exactly why it's so powerful there. You force teams to play into you, you force them to take gunfights, usually in bad positions as well, because you got players like Leakerfact who was on the mute. He's cutting down all that intel that you can get on him. He's making it super difficult to find anything out, and it becomes a real task before you can even start thinking about sight. Like you said, I agree with you. I like Wild's attempt of, right, we can leave him out in the cold, but yeah, unfortunately, it ain't going to cut it against Falcons. They're going to be ready for that immediate push down towards site. They punished it.
The problem is they played it both ways, right? Where you didn't play the full roam clear. You kind of wanted to go direct to site via kitchen, which isn't always direct towards site. And you do it with the Monty, so you go in slow. You're either rushing site or you fall clear in the map. And Wild didn't really decide between the two for me. And that's where that indecision really cost them in that moment. Probably not the mistakes you'll look at, but it's just one round, Tim. We'll see how things progress as we keep on stepping ourselves through here, trying to get ourselves focused on getting this wall opened up. Relying somewhat on the 0 to get it done, but I can't imagine. I was going to say, surely it gets shot out. Only does, but I think at this point that wall's going to stay jammed up and they won't be able to get it open just yet. Don't forget, Tim, this is the Cash CC extension too. This is not good if they get themselves impeded and held up here.
No, and this is where you get your problems when you get those multiple hard breacher bans. So when it's a mute jammer, you can get away with it. Obviously, the 2 electrification operators are banned out. Mute jammers, you can get away with it. A thermite, you just put it, hard up in the top left or top right corner, and it'll still breach because of the way that circumference works for the mute jammer to cover. So unless you've got like 2 or 3 jammers on there, you can usually find a gap that will open it up. But there's no point doing that with the Ace, because once it drops down from that high point, it will then get jammed out, so you don't really get anything useful out of it. So yeah, it's really nice play from Falcons to take away the thermite first and then, save the Ace probably for later as their final ban maybe. It just gives you that flexibility to do stuff like that and to use those mute jammers. Look at this again successfully. We have that impact trick coming in. I think it was an impact trick.
That was a C4 trick.
Was it a C4? I mean, they really dedicated to it, but I love to see it because it keeps Predate in position. Nice and secure. Great stuff.
They're doing all right here, to be fair. They got rid of Solotov at the time. I was really nervous when they got through the jacuzzi wall. I was like, this feels like a classic Falcons bait. I still recall them against old school Wolves, Green Day with the 3K, I believe it was, onto that breach because they know what to expect when teams come rushing on through. But here, look, every player on Wild, at least bar one, is up on this roof. Only the Ace is watching out towards jacuzzi as they're trying to snip around here what the push looks like. They've got the single construction wall open. They've got the door open as well. But look at this. Yusu's in a dangerous position, Tim. Got a couple of kills for themselves, sure, but Yusus is starting to undo all that hard work. A team kill on the step through. Yusus now got to win it out for his team all by himself. This is not looking too pretty for them. They've got control of the site. Surely they recover the diffuser here and get it down, unless... Where is diffuser?
Not going to matter.
At least he's dead. But where was it? I'm really confused as to where it went down.
No, I didn't see it either. I was caught up in the excitement of those kills coming in the mid-round. But yeah, Mats is going to pick up that final kill from the rooftop, and that is going to be a round to Wild. And look, they're on the attack at this point. There's every round they get. I'm not saying every round is a bonus, but they will be more confident, I would imagine, on their defensive half. I'd say that about any team on any map a lot of the time. I've said it countless times. You're going in, it's your own setups. You're the one that is dictating the pace of the play and where things are going to be done. Beautiful little double from users. But yeah, you're the one that's going to dictate. It looks like it was that. I was going to say it looked like downstairs to me there. So yeah, you're dictating it. So look, Wild getting one attack in the first 2 rounds is brilliant, because if they can continue at that pace, that gets them a 3-3 half. They're 50-50 at the minute. Even if they go with a 2-4, I still think that's actually a decent enough start for them. And they'll want more than that, but I think that's a decent enough start for them on attack of Club Ice here. So really, one more round, and I'd say they've locked in their minimum. And then it's, it's bonus time from there.
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous, admittedly, for a while. Started opening up walls, things are getting jammed out, and they couldn't open up cache CC. I was a bit like, oh, this is where things started going wrong. And admittedly, I've not seen a clash be used that way. I really like the idea coming out of Usus there as well. Drop that clash onto the window when they aren't trying to challenge onto you, and you can just stand there watching the South Balcony the whole time without contest and swing out for kills. He netted himself too, got the diffuser down of Evan, I believe, in the process. But obviously the numbers advantage then was with Wild, who had won their ones elsewhere around the site itself, and so managed to get it over to a cozy close. See if they can repeat it here, because yeah, that first round was dominant. That last one, I'd say, was actually pretty dominant for Wild, outside of a bit of a flurry of kills coming out of users, Tim.
Yeah, exactly that. It's certainly one that they were on top of. Let's see if they can continue the energy. See if they can bring the vibes into the 3rd round. They've got the Ying on board. They've got the Lion. They've got the Monty. Look, this should be a really oppressive lineup. They've got Boomsy bringing the Flores as well to get those Roteros out. Just remove tons of utility away from these defenders. My one concern at the minute is Catwalk. They don't really have to. I know they can send Evan up there to kind of bully the player out. It'll be Solotov on the Azami. So they can send Evan in that way. I'm just not sure how backed up he's going to... I'd love to see the Capitao with them, but they don't have that. So let's see how this goes. So if they clear out the Catwalk, then this could be another, very winnable round for Wild.
It's one of those spots where, on paper, this looks like a bad position to be in if you are Wild. They haven't got the tools to force his army out. They've got a couple of flashes. They've got no frags left, for example. It just doesn't look good. And they've got ADSs up there in case anything does come skyward. So really, that means they're going to walk in and maybe the Monty's going to headshot him and they'll instantly take it over. Because that's kind of what happened last round. Like the Solotov death onto the single construction wall was a bit odd. I was like, oh, these guys have got the strategical advantage but still lose out here. Could be the same. Evans now started moving his way forward. Pressure starting to build, but all he's got to do is put a little bit of threat on here, and it could be a very, very tricky situation for Solotov. Keeps on replenishing on these Kiba barriers, really taking a few shots at the same time. It's the constant back and forth. Shield drops down, but Solotov is playing it so well, and finally, Garen gets him through the gap. Down he goes. Great use of the Monty, and 2 of the kills fly through Tim. It might not be the prettiest on paper, but they're still getting the result.
No, this is great from Wild. Like I said, I was a little bit concerned about no Capitao or anything, but they'd planned for it already. Evan knew exactly what he was doing, and he just completely bullied Solotov. He was just an attention sponge. He was just there. Solotov couldn't take his eyes off him for too long, and the kill comes in. Mats manages to get another. It's a flawless round. What an attack of Cash and CCTV. Wild, take a bow on that one, because they've just absolutely knocked Falcons about in that site. So perfect stuff.
I think Falcons need to take attack time out, and it sounds crazy to say that so early on, but that 3rd round was a flawless. The prior one, they were dominated when it came around to the gunfights as well. It's been a bit one-sided, despite how one-sided the first round was as well. I said we'd see fireworks today. Don't think I quite expected it to be in this fashion. Bans come through though. Mira, wholly expected. We've seen it picked up in round 2. And here with the ace being taken away, that only leaves the Maverick plus hard breach gadgets to get things open. But Tim, like we saw in that previous round, we may have had an ace, but we also had 2 sets of hard breach gadgets being brought along as well. So there wasn't really anything to impede Wild.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Wild took full advantage of it and love to see it. So they've got their bare minimum. They've got their minimum on the attacks. They've got their 2. Everything from here on now is Wild taking rounds away from Falcons realistically, because Falcons on the defense of Clubhouse will expect a 4-2 at least. That is what they will be looking at. You know, so fantastic stuff now from Wild. They've got Falcons on the back foot. Might just have them a little bit rattled, might have them a little bit wobbled, and they can, you know, start applying more and more pressure. It's going to be down in the basement again. A little bit of a funny round from Wild last time, kind of, you know, as you said, looking to go direct. And I think, look, just play this one, super by the book, get into top floor, force Falcons away, take the gunfights as they come, and then clear out and attack onto bottom floor. And I think they could be laughing.
It could. Well, we'll see how things develop from here, Tim. Their strategy after having another hard breacher band away was not to adapt to that. Said, screw that. Double shields, Blackbeard, Monty. We're going in face first and hoping for the very best. A Glaz on side, and we've seen a lot of teams running Glaz, even over the space of this weekend, Tim. Limited impact is how I'd describe it for the most part, and you may well see it here. Only a couple of smokes to play behind. Boomsy very much equipping himself here, but the rest of the team looks very engineered towards this execute when he's on side as well. So actually, like I said earlier on, you've got all this counter prep you can do on Falcons. It's their favorite map. Wild haven't shown it in 6 months. They haven't shown it in a long, long time even beyond that. So this is a good time to cause a bit of a surprise and an upset, and this execute could be just that.
Yeah, definitely could. Drones are going to be racing around, just checking that top floor. They know surely that there's going to be a presence up there, given Leakerfact's recent history up here and his recent success. It is only Leakerfact though. So this is, again, a good opportunity for Wild. Get in pinch, get in there, get this kill, come away with a man advantage and the time at hand to start pushing down. They just need to make sure that they are working Leakerfact from both sides here, and that's what they're doing. I like this. Boomsy's getting in there. He's going to get up the main stairs. They've just got to time this right, Des. This is now Leakerfact having to fight his way out. He has no other escape.
I don't think they know.
No, I don't think they're 100%
sure on where he is. Like, they don't know. They've got no idea at this point. No. Now he knows exactly where Boomsy is, brings him down, and that's the Glaz removed early on, drops the hatch, starts working his way back down towards site, has a man on main stairs to support his retreat if required. But why not go back to where he pulled off that clutch before, Tim? Why not go out there and find yourself a potential 3K or a 4K if they come hunting for you?
And Wild should know that now. Again, it's, you know, they should have the VODs. They will have checked this. They'll know that previously Leakerfact just dropped down and went into strip. I'm a little bit concerned that they don't know it. They've got the air jabs out, so he can't, but those air jabs are pretty deep. He can walk into showers and still kill you all in kitchen corridor. Like, that's a big problem. So yeah, they need to solve the problem of Leakerfact at the minute, because otherwise it's going to come back to bite them.
And Uses is wasting time on main stairs as we come down to this last 45. Even with those double shields on side, they've got to be able to press in and make some presence and pressure happen, Tim. At this point, I'm worried about Sneak getting shot from the side, but no, Solotov just takes a second clean up from inside the site instead. They go for the drop. The Solotovs here, Uses as well, a couple of kills apiece. It's a 5v1, and it's more of what we saw back in round 1, Tim. But I think questions are going to be drawn about our next 2 sites, because we saw them play like this back in round 1. Got a flawless then as well. Now what happens on these next 2 sites?
I think, is that a third flawless round that we've had? I think that's our third
we've had
flawless round
1, 3, and 4. Yeah,
absolutely racing through this one. Just, you know, in the advantage of one team or the other. But yeah, 2-2 so far. Great stuff. Falcons only able to hold on to the basement. Wild there. I think that round just got away from them a little bit. Leakerfact should have been dealt with better. You need more drone intel if you're going to chase that top floor roamer, especially Leakerfact. We've seen how slippy he is in previous weeks. So, you know, Boomsy just going in with the secondary, a little bit unsure. Needs a bit more support. Needs that second man coming across from Garage. Like I say, make sure you've got a pinch there. It's not the end of the world to actually lose somebody chasing Leakerfact. Just make sure you get the kill. You know, at least if you go for the trade 1-for-1, if you've got somebody coming in from Master at the same time that Boomsy's pushing from Elbow, not a major problem. So, yeah, I think Wild there just needing to be a little bit sharper on the intel, and also maybe, you know, being prepared from those previous previous VODs to know that Leakfat was just going to drop and go to strip because that's his playbook when he's playing in that position that we've seen recently. So, but look, overall, I think, you know, solid performance from both teams so far. Wild just struggling with that basement overall, but they're going to be laughing now because we're going back to those top 2 floor sites that we've seen them done brilliantly well on in round 2 and round 3. So there's definitely more for them to have here in the first half.
Yeah, I don't want to call them lucky, but across the 2 rounds that they have won, it hasn't come down to being tactically superior, I think, to Falcons overall. It has come down to them winning their fights in the early round and giving them the advantage. That's been what has got them ahead in those 2 rounds, often in very, very convincing fashion, but that's what it's come down to. So I think if Falcons tighten things up a little bit, they can make this really hard for Wild, and I think you might start seeing that as we build into these next couple. This is, for me, where the game's made or broken in a way. If we can get the score too hard for Falcons, that still feels like a win for Wild, because the fact they've got 2 on board is fantastic. But they have struggled to work through some of these setups coming out of Falcons. We'll see what builds up next.
Joel going to be sent in through that jacuzzi breach. We can hear the breaching is continuing. Construction wall open, but as expected, we've got the Azami playing in there. We know that it's going to be Shaiko. He always plays inside construction on Azami where available for this top floor. So they've still got that problem to deal with. I like the continued use of the zero here. You know, I speak about Brava, and every time I say underrated, I correct myself and say, nah, look, everybody knows how good, and I change it to underused. Zero, I will stick with underrated. I think he's genuinely underrated a lot of the time. You know, he brings an absolute ton of those intel gadgets. The cams can go in everywhere. They can drill through surfaces. They get the one shot to take out utility. He's got hard breach gadget as well. His gun's not terrible. It's a decent gun. He's just really, really self-sufficient, is Zero. And I like to see Wild bringing him on.
Of course, he's going to try and make use of it to clear the mute jammer off the CC wall earlier. Sorry, didn't quite manage to do so, but like you say, for nothing else, it's a lot of information being fed across to the boys alongside the drones of the Twitch. Of course, getting +2 extra to what you're normally getting around. They've got a lot of information they can feed throughout, but we're down to these last 60 seconds, Tim. They've used all the hard breach gadgets. They've done all the work they need to at this point. But to start making something happen, and bearing in mind, it's just a cash CC focus, Tim. They're using a lot to clear out this side of the map.
Yeah, they're not even really, you know, pressure in sight or anywhere near yet. They've still got a fight to having cash when they come around this corner, and they're going to lose it as Users manages to pick up Sneak. He's just going to hold this with the shotgun on the tight corner, you know, for as long as he can. Yep, great pre-fire from Gary. Like that onto Solotov. Wild go from 2v5 to 2v3 in a heartbeat, and with 25 seconds left to go, this round just became a little bit more doable for them.
But now they've got to clear out these more dug-in players. I tell you what, Tim, if Falcons lose a 5v2, it is going to go off in here. But no, Shaiko, he ain't having none of that nonsense, Tim. It's a triple kill for him. Make it a quad in the round. He was not letting round 5 slip away from them. 3-2 to Falcons.
It was it was there to be won. It was there to be won from Wild, and Falcons need to, you know, tighten up here and make sure that they're not giving those opportunities away. That was a really nice push from Garen. The pre-fire onto Users. When you're going into a shotgun like that, everything about that engagement favoured Users. We saw the lethality of that shotgun even at distance the other day, Des. And he's within 4 or 5 meters there. If Users hits a shot, it's done. Garen pre-fires him off the face of the map absolutely beautifully, and gets another Mats as well, going in with another difficult fight. So Wild are taking the fights and they're winning them, but you know, ultimately you've got Shaiko stood in gym, and he's been lifting, he's flexing, he's going to get himself a 4K.
And this is where I think in that round you saw come to bet outside of Garen almost dragging things back from the brink. Really, it's one of those where again tactically I feel Falcons have been stronger. In fact, we're having to rush a cash CC clear when there's only 45 seconds left on the clock, and you're paying the price in losing 2 players for it. Sort of shows that Wild were just a little bit behind what Falcons are bringing to the fore there. And I do worry that as we go into this last round again, you are not going to see Falcons letting this one just completely slip away from them. They're going to hold on here, same way Shaiko did in that previous round, to get it over the line and close it out at 4-2. But at the start of the day, you said to me it'd be a 4-2 to Falcons. I'd have been like, maybe a 5-1. So I think this is still a good half for Wild, even if they lose this round. If they win it, my God, anything is then possible in the second half.
I agree. Like I said, you know, 4-2 was their minimum on attack, I think. You know, they got that locked in super quick. They gave themselves the chance to be able to get a couple of, you know, bonus rounds, and that's the position that they're in now. This is the last chance to do so. But let's not forget, it was flawless last time they attacked this site. They did it really, really well. Evan up onto the catwalk. They've got the Capitão this time. They've got the Grim. They really are in a position, but also they're adapting. That bulletproof caused them a problem last time. It stopped to push up red stairs. They were looking for a cheeky little backstab, I think. It didn't happen. Player comes through lounge, spotted out by the bulletproof. They've dealt with it this time. The Rotero goes in and removes it. There goes all the protection from red stairs is gone. So even if they don't push there now, it becomes phantom pressure, because whoever is playing in that position needs to be constantly aware. Users up at the top of there. He's got to keep checking those stairs, and he might just poke his head round one time and find there's somebody there ready to have a go at him.
Absolutely. Well, can they get a bit of pressure going on here?
Oh,
Shield
like
never
this.
a bad thing, as we've already seen. He's placed at this camera, and it's placed a couple of places now, and obviously you're not seeing an IQ brought along, so don't have the ability to get that one scanned down. It only features so much. You know that you're going to get pressed inside of here as soon as you hear that door open up. I don't think it can do all that much more for them outside of maybe show them what's going on towards the other side of things. And by that, I mean where the Capitão is stepping in. I think at this point, oh, no way. I was going to say, if he found the smallest bit of a spot where that fire wasn't touching, that would have been absolutely ludicrous. But he has been punished and he has been forced out. And now
this
dead.
is the, you know, I like the use of the Goyo to slow down, but Shaiko was caught between Capitão's fire and Goyo's fire. There was Goyo fire up at the top of those stairs. So that's why if you sat at home thinking, how did he move? He's not going anywhere. It's because one fire had met the other, so he couldn't actually go anywhere. So yeah, really well played again from Wild to pick that up. So 5 versus 4. They've got control of catwalk. They've got the breach. They should be able to position somebody underneath to make sure they're not going to get hit by a nitro or anything from Solotov to prevent a plant going down. This one, you know, it should definitely be possible to plant. They get caught out chasing Luca back in the basement.
Ooh, and they may well get more punish off the back of it as well. Yu's just getting another. Brede taking a tickle there, and I thought for a second might find himself going down, but I think he's just trying to keep them at bay as they try and work their way forward. Solotov also taking some shots. Tim, we've got 3 low health players on the side of Falcons. It could have been a different story. Here comes Garen. Will he be able to find a couple more? It's down to a 2v2 yet again, but that clock waits for no one, Tim. He's got to give the cover. One coming up through garage. One already. If he wins this one, this round's suddenly winnable, Tim. Garen about to make it. A 3-3 for his team. Evan has got a single point of HP to his name, and Garen's going to find just what he needs. Just like last season, Tim, he's the man for this team.
What a duo. Evan and Garen have just smashed that. Evan, great play on the Monty, gets a kill along the way as well to create that space, and they've just done a great job to get themselves into it. Honestly, I thought round's done. Mats has to take the fight with Leakerfact down in basement. He's chasing him round. It wastes a lot of time, but he don't have a choice, because otherwise Leakerfact's just going to go to oil pit, and he's just going to make himself a nuisance for the players up on catwalk. He's going to make life hard work, or he's going to come up blue stairs into lounge, and he's going to try and nitro him when they go for a plant. So Wild have got to deal with that threat somehow, whether they have a gun just, you know, holding him so he can't get into lounge and they take the risk on oil pit, or whether they go and try and kill him and Mats unfortunately loses the fight to him. They got to do something with it, and then, you know, the rest of Falcons start moving around that. So as soon as Leakerfact gets that kill, Users picks one up and just starts creating a little bit of chaos. So yeah, really tough for them overall, but they just dig in deep brilliantly, get themselves into sight, get the kill that they need with Evan, and get the diffuser down. Love that for them. Great round.
We had a conversation a couple of days ago where I was saying to, you know, if you speak to a team about their result, 7-4, for example, the winning team will be like, oh, well, we should have won 7-2. There are 2 rounds there that we completely threw. And the side that lost will be saying the same, there's 2 or 3 rounds there that we just completely gave away. Otherwise, we could have won that game. And it always ends up that way, looking back historically at points you could have earned through the stage, if not for some given away rounds. And I think Falcons will look at a couple in this half and say, yeah, we kind of gave those away a little bit there. Because even in the round where they won on Gym Bedroom, for example, required a 4K out of Shaiko, got brought back down to a 2v2 when they were starting off in a 5v2. That round there, they've got themselves into a man advantage situation. In fact, I think they were in a 4v2 and still find themselves losing out the round without killing any of the remaining 2 players. That's not the Falcons that we know to choke and give up rounds where they have the man advantage and the lead in them. They need to fix this up a little bit, Tim, because otherwise they really do run the risk of Wild maybe taking away all 3 points from them. Sneak's going to start this off though in this half. Down his backside. Has been caught out a little bit early on. Falcons, I hope to God they can cook something on the attack team. Otherwise, we could be in for a major upset.
Yeah, Sneak's actually going to get picked up. They've done quite well there because he did get downed in a little bit of no man's land in the middle of bar. And I was wondering, is anybody going to take the risk as they know that Falcons are going to be coming quickly to try and get to him. But they did, and they got him back on his feet. So that's good stuff. Inside of stock at the minute, need to be careful here because Solotov is just watching that angle. He knows he's on there. He's going to go and take the fight. He will do so. They've pressured from both sides. Solotov did actually take a little bit of damage along the way though. So that has kept Wild safe for a little bit longer.
Ooh, Sneak. From on his arse, straight up there to putting Leaker back in a grave. At least one good kill's come back the other way as Boomsy falls down on the Ella, but not really the end of the world. Bearing in mind, this is just Falcons getting inside the map, Tim, and they've had a right challenge here trying to be, you know, slaughtered down by the side of Wild. They've got rid of one, they've traded for it. I think you'll be happy there as Wild.
Because you've took the book. They've got very little verticality now. They've got the soft breaches on Ash, so it's going to be all up to Solotov realistically to open up anything that they can use them vertically. And we know you love to rip up. I don't know how much work maybe Leakfaka got done. I'd suggest not very much because none of that kitchen corridor has been ripped up. I don't think any of kitchen itself has been opened up. So, you know, Wild might find themselves in a position where it's actually possible for them to start digging in a little bit, but Sneak needs to be careful. He's going to get himself caught out here. He has actually dropped back now down that kitchen hatch. So they've given that hatch up, but good stuff from Wild. 2 minutes wasted, 1 kill on the board, which is your book, and now the Falcons are going to be forced to work with limited verticality.
It's a classic use case of Dockerby for Falcons as well. You know, enough to push back the roamers, get them all forced back on towards site, box them in, and then overwhelm them with the execute. It's kind of textbook Falcons with the way that they like to play here. Into this 4 versus 4, they have got a lot of utility still to work through if so desired. But it's like, why the hell do I get to use these exothermics then? Everything's opened up for us already. We're good to go. So the drop comes on through. Shaiko's in, looking for his one, gets rid of Garen. If he had to kill anyone, I would have said that was the man to bring down. He's now putting pressure in from blue. Yus is finding one more. Shaiko losing out this 1v1 at least as Brede floating around this moto door, looking to join in here, stacking themselves up. Matt's into a 1v2. Both pushing their way down through main corridor now. He's got to hold on tight, ready for this double door swing, but as of yet, nothing's happening. Ready for the 1 versus 1 to win. Finds one. Matt's ready to go massive. He's got this 1v1 against Brede, who pulls off. He can just sit and wait, but no! Steps out for the spray. And again, Falcons find a round slipping through their fingers. Wild up 4-3.
Look, Falcons are asking questions, but Wild are just feeding them answers right now, Des. This is great stuff. Again, we saw that situation where I said, you know, Falcons had limited verticality. They had limited utility and resource that you would like to work with on that side. But Falcons always have the ability to just take gunfights. We've said this for years about them. You know, they can just go in, take gunfights, and all of a sudden it's 4v2, and because they just win a couple of them, and it's kind of what they were reliant on. Right, we're just gonna have to push this and see what happens. Shaco gets into blue, gets a kill, takes Garen down, and you start thinking, yeah, this is doable. But then, as if from nowhere again, Wild get it done, and there was no panicking, Mats, either. I thought, you know, you got to push in there, got to, you know, try and catch him while he's got his, you know, while he's getting his plant down. But no, just nice and chill, take my reload, I'll take the fight with Brede, that's absolutely fine. 4-3, Wild have got a decent advantage for themselves now.
5 seconds to go.
This is always a risky thing to do, Tim, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think Shaiko is in the wrong there. And again, that feels like career suicide to say that, but this has been a bit like, I think this has been the theme throughout this game for Falcons, is they're not taking it as seriously as they should be. We've seen them pull off beautiful 5-man set-piece plays, and they completely overwhelm their opponents. Shaiko's dropped in towards blue, got his 1 kill, and has gone seeking for the second player in back church. Why? You've got Brede, who's sat inside a moto, held back by smoke. A little bit of communication there, and you go, hold on 2 seconds, just hold position, hold an angle, we'll push him together. They're moving as independent units at times here. We're not seeing the team play that we've seen Falcons capitalize on. And to be fair, Wild showed far more team play, I thought, in the first half. So I'm a little bit nervous for Falcons that they haven't taken their opponent as seriously as they should have today.
The exothermic going on upside down, it's always a little bit of a talking point. I'm not one who's too keen for it. I prefer to have it the right way around. There's good reason for that, because if you explode upside down with the exothermic, you see that it leaves you the little panel at the bottom. So it doesn't go all the way to the ground, and it means you've got a vault animation to go through to actually use it. So I much prefer the right way around exothermic if you can get it done. There was no reason not to, really. I wasn't concerned about getting too close to that mirror window. But Solotov is going to take down Mats. and get, you see, that's what I'm talking about. You need a big vault to get in and out. The mirror window obviously not helping in that situation either. Breeder does manage to get out to some safety, takes down Evan, 5 versus 2. Solotov is down, so effectively 4 versus 2. But you've got to say, it looks like Falcons take this one as they now just roaming around the site pretty much at will, looking for the remaining players. They found the last one in CCTV and cut him down. Shaiko finding Garen once again. There was a trade there, but it didn't matter. Come the end, Falcons, they get themselves around and level it up. It's 4-4.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes, a flawless round. And I think better, still playing this very aggressive style where they're looking to take their ones against the players on the side of Wild, but Wild didn't look wholly prepared for what was coming at them there. And even once they got the 1 kill inside of sight and Solotov was in and down, you know, recoverable for sure as well, 4 players are starting to float around bedroom then without even looking at Cash CC. And I think it's quite rare that you'll see an attacking team say, forget about the Cash CC extension, we don't need the south balcony, we're just going to hit site regardless. And I think there was part of that, but also of course having drones watching on towards the window. As soon as they knew there was 1 player left there, 2 players ready to challenge onto it as well. So it was like a well-managed risk by Falcons and nothing else. And I think that caught Wild by surprise a little bit there. As you say, 4 apiece, but it's still Wild on the defense, Tim. Cash GC is where we go here in round 9.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Let's see then if Falcons can attack it as well as Wild did. Of course, Wild winning both of their attacks into Cash and CCTV. Falcons were unable to hold on to it either time. We've got the mirror window on the main breach. Similar tactic to the one that they used to try and hold on to Jacuzzi breach. Interesting choice there. That's not one that we see very often. So we have started seeing that double wall between CCTV and Catwalk being double reinforced much more frequently over the last, I'd say, month or so. Quite commonly, it would be that one side is left soft, one side is reinforced, and it allows a little bit of interplay. What you're looking for is your Catwalk player to be able to challenge in, particularly towards that Cash door through to construction, for example, if they try to push in through that side. But by double reinforcing that, you don't give them that opportunity. By putting the mirror window on there, you kind of open that up as an optional thing then. Yes, they can feed a bit of intel back in, but I don't think it's really about that. It's when the time comes, I can just pop the mirror window if I need to challenge into Cash and construction. So it's an interesting little adaptation on that double reinforcement that we're seeing.
I mean, think about how often we see players shot in the back through the main breach when it's opened up through the onto Catwalk because they're moving around trying to dodge fire. I think if you've got a player that you want to play inside Catwalk and say, you know what, he's playing his life out here, it's actually completely fine. I tell you what, he is looking cheeky. Does he see the foot? If he gets rid of Shaiko here, that would be absolutely amazing for them because, of course, he's got all the fire for them. And he got tagged once, almost a second time. Whoa! Definitely putting the bejeebies up him. Not down, certainly not out, but a little bit worse for wear at this point. Another fire up over the top, but Garen's got rid of Leak. In fact, no! Shaiko's down to 1 HP. Could have been dead here. In fact, the fire in front of him might burn him out if he's not too careful, Tim. They can't even get rid of Catwalk. It's been held onto, and Wild not going to move away.
Still just buzzing around underneath, trying to cause as much of a problem as they can here, and they decide it's time for some aggression, get up there and take the fight. Solotov does get one. It wasn't the man he was looking for though. Sneak does manage to get the trade, just gives himself away. He's having a little look through the window and Breeder says hello. He's going to take him down. And that leaves us now 3 versus 3, but look at the health on Shaiko. Seriously low. A bad cough will put him out of this round, Des, and that would be a big problem.
Well, thank God they've got Breed 8 on the thermite, Tim, to get this wall opened up, hey? Forget about that for now. We're in and starting to cook. We've got the default spot open. No C4s to play against, but we do have those yokais on side. Lots of time to play through as we're coming towards the last 40 seconds or so here. But it still feels a bit nerve-wracking given that we're in a 3 versus 3 and it's taken Falcons so long to get control of Catwalk. Plant going down now, smoke coming in as well. They've got to push it and go aggressive, and here we are. Look at that Boozy with a very interesting attempt at denial, but Breed 8 finally gets put down a bit late, but Evan goes hyper-aggressive, uses put down, Shaiko's out as well. They've won the 3v3, Tim, without dropping a single man. What the hell is this, Wild? It's beautiful.
It's great stuff. Look, we came in here asking questions about this map choice, saying like Clubhouse, like against Falcons. But hey, like you were the one who said it, Des. Like maybe they've been cooking something. We haven't seen them on here for a while. You know, maybe they're gonna bring something. And I tell you what, they're not only have they been cooking, Des, like they have got a serious. They're eating well right now.
Very interesting. Very. I said at the start we'd see fireworks, we'd see some interesting counter prep, we'd see ideas coming out here to try and deal with Falcons, and we've seen mixed results throughout the game. The rounds where Wild have lost, it's been pretty definitive. Falcons just look like the team that we're used to. But these 5 that Wild have won, they've just looked like they've always had something extra over Falcons, whether it's surprising them in some way, whether it's winning their gunfights, whether it's something mental like this. You haven't seen in forever, you're right. Like, it's beautiful to see. And I'm starting to feel a bit nervous for Falcons here today. They could be dropping some points. Not forgetting, Wild is 0-2 this stage so far. To say that your first win comes against Falcons would feel excellent.
Like you said, they don't come much bigger, realistically, do they? Absolutely great stuff so far. And they will, of course, be looking for it to continue. 5-4 on the scoreboard at the minute for Wild. They couldn't do it, could they, Des? They couldn't do it. It looks like they... Unless... well, look, I remember finishing off the game against Virtus Pro a couple of play days ago by saying, you know, we'll remember that as the day that Wild almost beat Virtus Pro. They did really well up to the end of the game, and then they just lost that little bit of steam in overtime. I'm not sure that's going to be the case today. I think they've got some serious momentum behind them. I think the confidence is absolutely sky high at the minute, and Falcons, they better wake up, and they better wake up quickly.
Well, let's see what changes coming into round 10. We still haven't seen that tack timeout from Falcons, which I'm surprised. Thought, you know, given how this game has been going, we'd see it that little bit sooner, because this is their favorite map. It's one of Wild's permabans. They don't like going to Clubhouse ordinarily. Made it to show with a little flourish, a little flick of the wrist here, that what they can do on this map is pretty spectacular when teams don't show them the respect that they deserve. Let's see how this round builds out, though. For now, getting ourselves focused out on this east side. They know there's a full map clear to do. In fact, it feels very, very reminiscent. It was when we had Leakyfat playing up here around Lumber previously, and they had to slowly try and work their way through. Remembering last time he slipped his way in towards Jim, got himself a kill, then dropped the hatch, and they were left kind of chasing after him and chasing their tails for the majority of the round. It could be more of the same, but for Falcons, this is the kind of team that I expect do a good job of getting through this thing.
Yeah, if anybody's going to, you'd expect. Solotov just managing to get the pinch onto Sneak there. Beautiful teamwork. Solotov and users, one on the windows, one in construction, and just gives Sneak absolutely nowhere to go. Takes down the Jaeger, and it's a good entry for them. I just want to have a look at how the entries have gone so far. It's actually been very, very even. It is, at this point, 5-4 in favour of Wild. That will make it 5-5. Every single round has been converted. So take from that what you will. It puts Falcons at a major advantage in round 10.
All right, he's working his way down through dirt at this point. The rest getting themselves focused around bar. I imagine some hatches they still need to get themselves opened up. That'll be the job of Sharko and Bride on their way down and through. Could even look to, of course, get that church wall opened up with the exothermic on side. Going for a challenge. Everyone just seems to not quite get away with it. Booms, he might have to dodge away from this one. Nope, got himself looked at with the ADS is there, and of course, a shield in front of his face. It's made life very, very annoying, but at some point will have to dip. And then he steps away here and just concedes the shield as 3 players on Falcons are gathering around him, but we're down to 45 seconds. They've got to make a move soon.
So now is the time really to start upping the pressure, and they will do exactly that as Solotov manages to pick up Boomsy. That gives them the main stairs access now. 30 seconds left to go, but Wild have shown us they're not scared of playing at man disadvantage. They're not scared of trying to run that clock down and make life difficult for Falcons, and they're going to be looking to do exactly the same. 20 seconds. Falcons aren't moving here, Des. They're still really trying to do a lot of last-minute work, and it could work against them, but no. Leakyfat manages to find the swing on small bar. Surely it's over. Mats gets one, but almost certainly impactless as he tries to fight his way back into church. Cut down by Leakyfat, and that's going to be Falcons taking the round and keeping it close. It's 5-5, and what a game we've got to open play day of EML. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I looked at the games today coming in. I was like, okay, Falcons Wild, Falcons win. Gen.G match, oh, kind of close. Fnatic Secret win. G2 VP, oh, pretty close game. BDS Wolves, battle near the bottom. This was the one that I looked at and thought it would be the most definitive result of the lot. Like, just even like you might look at Fnatic and Secret and go, okay, that feels like a dominant game. Fnatic is still 2-0, don't forget. They started the stage well. Wild are 0-2. So if we're looking at this and saying this is the game that most of us thought would be the most definitive game of the day, and it's coming this close, what the hell is waiting for us in the other 4 games that are still to come, Tim? It could be a day of absolute chaos in EML, and we're only on day 3.
Throwing F-Knock.
Okay then, here we go. Gym and bedroom for Wild. Looking back, they didn't win it last time. They played it in round 8. Falcons were able to get the win there. So they're going to have to bring something different to the table. I'm just looking across their previous lineup in round 8. And it is looking almost the same, Des. Almost the same, apart from one change. The mirror is now not there because it's been banned out. They did play the mirror last time, but this time Max is going to switch away and bring the Fenrir instead. So keep an eye on those FNATs. That could be the difference maker. I think they will probably use it in a similar way to what you would do the mirror. They'll maybe put an FNAT on for Jacuzzi Wall, for example, so that they can't just walk in as easily as that. But yeah, we will see how that difference goes.
All right. Well, we've got that clash on side once again, looking to run the clock down further. It was a nice kind of like mid-round surprise to see a clash on that main stairs, and then Falcons were like, oh, kind of stuck here, guys. We've got to get rid of this. Blow the utility. Try and kill him as he retreats downwards. We've got to deal with that first. And it did come down to the die in 10 seconds or so, which is what makes me think, obviously for Wild, the more they can stall the game out, the better this gets for them as we get later into the round. And they'll be gagging to get up to 6 here as well and have that chance of taking all 3 points. As we said, it would be one hell of an outcome.
Back to a bit of drawn in for Falcons. Just not yet confidently inside of the map. Nobody has taken that first step. Just looking to get those external breaches, apply that pressure to Wild, try and force these defenders to move around. Don't forget that stat that I gave you in the last round. 10 rounds in, every single round has gone in favour of the team that picked up the entry. So keep your eye on that. Could be a real big dominating factor in this round. Could it be that it goes to Wild as Boomsy's just waiting for his moment, takes a spray. Not going to find anybody like that, though.
I was going to say, surely you don't re-peek on this. So you know Falcons are going to be 100% aware of it now. An E1D scan just to make sure he's being pushed up on the backside here. Shaiko is, of course, going to be mindful of it. And once again, here's that clash, and Boomsy's got one from the window. Tim, I mentioned that he might get away with something. It'd have been crazy to re-peek it, but he's done that. He's gone back a third time, and Shaiko this time has got the shutdown. Elsewhere, it's Solotov starting his march on forward. Shaiko might it too, and it feels like Falcons, Tim, they've got the steam in this round. Garen has got it all to do. He's worked a bit of magic in the game, but to get all 5, I think you're asking a bit much of him at this point, Tim. Maybe, just maybe.
Especially when Falcons know where he is. That was always going to be the problem there. He was kind of stuck in that corner in logistics whilst they were putting the diffuser down, and Falcons get that one closed out. They are the ones that get the match point opportunity. And I mentioned that Virtus Pro game earlier on, that Wild, they did so well. They looked really solid on bank it was against Virtus Pro. And just like this, they came in and just looked super prepared, ready for what was going to come their way, and they fought brilliantly, and then they just ran out of steam at the end. They just struggled to get it over the line when it went into overtime. You know, I hope it's not for the case for them. I'd love to see a little bit more of this game. I think we all would, because it's been fantastically entertaining so far, but I'm just wondering, are they in that boat again? Are they in that position? Does that start creeping into the mind, thinking, oh, you know, we're running out of steam again, tack time out? Maybe, just maybe, they can turn this one around and keep us going.
It's not even just a VP game though, Tim. Of course, lost 7-5 to G2. Like, they have taken secret aside, 3 of our best teams to the full 12 rounds multiple times. It has been bonkers. They got to overtime, of course, against VP, all 12 against G2, maybe all 12 here against Falcons. This could prove to be a brilliant start to the stage. And bearing in mind their run of games, they then go into playing against Fnatic, then they've got Gen G, then they've got BDS, then they've got Wolves, then they've got Matchco. In a way, I kind of feel that they could pick up a hell of a lot of points and fly up this table regardless of how this game today ends, because they've shown they can take teams to whatever map they please and generally play pretty damn well against them. Even if it's their kind of band away map and the other side plays it a hell of a lot, they've always got answers. And you've heard Ades speaking about the backroom staff. Clearly, whatever they're doing, it's working pretty much wonders for them.
Yeah, it definitely is. And like I said, you kind of, you know, obviously As casters says, we don't really mind who wins, we just want good siege. But when you see a team like this doing what Wild are doing, and the evolution, the trajectory that we've seen them on, the improvements that they've made, this is the story. This is what we want to see of teams that come into EML in the fashion that Wild did, with that academy roster being brought up to the main game, getting them involved in tier 1, and then seeing this development from them, and the point that they get into, pushing teams, as you say, like Virtus Pro, G2, Falcons, all the distance. You kind of feel like, right, let's get that reward for them. Give them their just desserts. They've put the work in. It's only a matter of time, you feel, until they still do start getting those results. But is it going to be today? 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. Interestingly, the first round as well, where the entry kill was overturned. Just keeping an eye on that as we go. Wild did get the entry with Boomsy, but Falcons were still able to get it done and won the round. It's the first time in this entire matchup on Clubhouse that has happened, that the team with the opening kill has not got the round. So I would still suggest there's a strong advantage for Wild here in getting in and opening things up early in the round, catching those attackers as they come in the building, get aggressive with them.
We'll see if that's the style they go for. Again, it feels like putting up these little like hurdles or tripwires for Falcons throughout rounds has sort of been the forte of Wild so far. Finding ways to waste time and drag them into a little bit of a distraction. That's been a bit of the Shaiko show to keep them alive and going here. I mean, him and Solitop both on double digits in kills. It's not like everyone else has been quiet or hasn't stepped up to them, but it has come down to a couple of rounds where Shaiko's had to go pretty big to keep his team going. I spoke before about the Dockerby, making use of it here as well to try and force these players back to get the control they need. But the eagle-eyed among you will see in that bottom right corner of your screen, every player for the side of Wild is dug in towards site, which gives Falcons half a round here to figure out what their approach is going to be to this site. And with Brede being on a shield, I think we all know where the main spear point is going to be.
You can see now Wild all down there in the basement, just trying to cover each other's angles. But Falcons, I can tell you now, are going to push them from every side. We know they're going to have a bit of attention to blue. We know there'll be some main stairs. They're opening kitchen hatch, and this is going to be the problem for Wild. They're going to find themselves pretty soon kind of spinning on their heels a little bit. Now, not sure which direction to watch, which side they're going to be pushed from. 50 seconds left to go. Falcons just doing the final crosses of T's, dotting of I's, clearing out those destructive ingredients and just making sure that the path ahead of them is good to go. They know where these players are. It's time to just get in there now and start finding some kills for Falcons.
Yes, and we know that last 30, not a single soul has disappeared from the server. Makes me a little bit nervous, Tim. Might be a bit slow as the Goyos are also ringing out here. We've got C4 to play behind. We've still got Kiva barriers to keep on dropping in. It's going to be a kind of Hail Mary all or nothing, but Sneak steps out. Leaking back, wasn't expecting him. We got into a second. Sneak is onto a 3K. Tim making a 4. Boomsy will take away the ace from him, but at the very least, Tim, we get to say the line.
We're going to overtime, Des. Wild have pushed us the distance. First game of the day, and who'd have thought it? Like you say, you look at this one on paper and you think, yeah, Falcons will be coming in there with an advantage. No disrespect to Wild, but they have stood up fantastically tall here, and it's certainly a team that I think, as Stage 2 progresses, we are thinking differently about, and it's brilliant. Very, very good fun to watch. Tactical timeout coming in before the overtime for Falcons here. What does that tell you about the way they're feeling?
I did say throughout the game, I really would have expected to see it coming out sooner, where things have been a little bit precarious, where they've looked a little bit gung-ho, trying to force out these 1v1s and paying the price for it in a number of rounds. The fact that it's taken us to get to overtime to see it coming out, not too sure about that one, Chief. I'm not sure who starts on which side, by the way. I guess we'll obviously see in a few seconds' time when this tack timeout's out, but we've had these 3-3 halves. It's somewhat moot, but I would kind of expect to see Wild be a little bit better on the defensive side of things than maybe on the attack. A couple of rounds early on where things looked a bit scrappy, but I think on defense they looked a little bit more solid in the rounds they could close out, and they had far more ideas, I think, to try and impede and slow Falcons down.
Right then, let's see how we go. We're going to be getting back into this one any second now. And Wild, it honestly feels like you say, with Wild getting on the defense, I know it's been 3-3 halves, but it feels like they kind of just need to to keep doing what they've been doing. You know, a couple of rounds that Falcons won, it felt like, you know, it was down to like a bit of a flood and bang, 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 couple of kills really quickly. But when, you know, Wild are able to play behind their utility and play the game, they're looking good for it at the minute. We're back up to Gym and Bedroom. It's an interesting first site choice from them. It's the only site that they didn't win on defence. They won twice, Church and Arsenal. They won once in CCTV Cash. Didn't win either of their attempts at Gym and Bedroom, so I would have maybe expected them to go to a different site. But look, they obviously think, you know, that there's something else in the tank. Maybe they feel like they were a little bit unlucky. Boomsy got the entry last time around and then was traded out quite quickly. And they didn't manage, I think, to keep that man advantage. But it was a tough round for them, as I remember. So it's a bold choice.
Well, round 11 was the Shaiko freak show. I think as we'll know to call it many a time. A good 3K in the round for him. You can put it down to the gunfights here if they really want to, but like you, I share the concern they only got 3 kills across this site and we played it twice so far. So let's see what they can cook up here. If they can work something a little bit different. For now, there's a bit of a split focus going on, as you come to expect. Cash CC being focused on, while at the same time, we're going to see Jacuzzi being opened up, and no doubt now we'll see someone move to rotate over towards the single construction wall as Leakerback is in here pretty quick. Cash CC broken out already as Sneak falling down. The hero of our last round, Tim, he's gone.
Get that window open, and again, just keep increasing the pressure if you're Falcons here. You've got that entry kill, you've got Sneak off the board. There's Army as well, such a huge loss for defending this site. We know how powerful as Army is in construction particularly. So yeah, definite loss on the side of Wild, and they really need the next kill. It's the top and bottom of it. So yeah, if you're Falcons, don't give them time to think. Just keep right on top of them here. Don't give them any freedom, any space to build. You've got construction off them. So Falcons, in terms of map control, are well ahead of where they need to be. It's looking good for them, and we might just be coming back and asking more questions about this site choice by the time this match is done.
Well, looking here, they can even execute him in the next like 15 seconds or so. We've still got 75 seconds to play, but they look kind of ready. Evan's going to find himself going down as Shaiko steps forward, deletes him from the server. The 5v3, and we've seen Falcons almost lose a couple of these before this time round. I don't think they're messing about though, Tim. Matt's going to fall down. It's all up to Garen and Boomsy. And Garen scattering his way around here. I think with the C4 in hand, he can try and work a bit of magic, but I think Falcons know exactly where he is.
And I think he's probably going to be getting punished pretty soon. 4 versus 2, and the net continues to tighten here. Less and less room for a while to play in. Trying to work some magic here from the elbow is Boomsy, but he's flashed. He's going to be taken down by users. Plant is going down. This is reminiscent of exactly how it happened last time. Garen this time is able to move himself away from logistics, but is not going to be able to find any more success. Users picks up that final kill, and Falcons now move on to the defense. Big advantage for them. They've got 2 opportunities to close this one out.
Yeah. Oof, you're asking a lot though, Tim, I think at this point. That was a real strong round from Falcons and more of what I expected throughout the game. No funny business. I mean, outside of maybe the initial charge onto Sneak from Leakerfat to win the 1v1, whatever, there were other players still nearby, but as soon as they had that construction control and had everyone around site, everything just came together there. They were not giving anything over to the side of Wild. So I do worry that, like in our VP game, Tim, maybe we see them start to run out of steam a little bit here. The surprise, the shock factor is over. And now Wild are going to find themselves struggling to fight their way back in. Hopefully we see something special in round 14. I'd love to see all 15. Just not quite sure we get there.
As would I, as I think would probably everybody other than the Falcons fans watching, because this has been a great game to kick things off for us in EML today on this, I'll say cold and rainy Monday night, because it is where I am. It might not be where you are.
It was very, very windy this morning for me. That's
terrible weather where I am today. I had half a mind to play a little bit of golf today, Des, but that was not happening.
Oh, mate, you can't be talking about golf when you got a garden to do. What's up with you?
Well, exactly that. Well, I was thinking if the weather's not suitable for gardening, maybe it will still be suitable for golfing.
5 seconds to go.
Come on now.
I don't have to dig the golf course up. It looks like I'm trying to sometimes, but I don't have to dig in it. So I was thinking maybe I could get away with like a cheeky 9 or something, but no, it wasn't happening. The weather was out. I think it'd be. I don't think I'd have seen a single ball again after I did them. absolutely terrible weather
I
today.
think they'd have been blown back into your face, mate, and conking you straight in the head.
Yeah, I think definitely possible. Right, here we go then. We're into round 14. Wild have got to get something going on the attack. It's going to be a basement attack. Not too much of a surprise. Church and Arsenal, Falcons played it twice, won it twice. Very solid there. And I don't want to labour the point, but I'm talking about that site choice again. Wild on the defence have taken a site that they have failed to win over their entire defence, lost it twice. Falcons come in. What did we win twice? Church and Arsenal go there. You know, we'll see how it plays out, but I think Falcons might just do this here.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to my point earlier on, I said they had 3 kills across the 2 rounds that we played on that site. It's now 4 kills across 3 rounds. It has not even been close. Solotov.
Casual.
Deleted, yeah. Boozy Bay, look who's breaking a sweat for that one. Dead easy to get. Max into a second. Wild is starting to build up in a bit of pressure here, Tim. And maybe again, Falcons taking their foot off the gas and getting punished. Like Solotov really playing on the tubs. Shouldn't be going down too early on here. That gadgetry is so effective later into the round. Now they've got to make it work in a 3 versus 5. And as long as Wild don't, you know, completely S this one up, they've got the Monty on side. They've got a Capital. They've got so much to work with here. Surely they can't lose it.
Well, forget anything I said about site choice. Falcons, yeah, they won this site twice. They did it with really good roam games, you know, and a lot of nuisance created up on that top floor. But Wild, they've adapted, they've evolved, they've played into it, they've known it was coming. And this time they've done what they needed to do previously, and they've got both of them. They managed to dodge that Nitro wonderfully as well. And that's 5 versus 3 still. The hatch is getting open. Damage is done to users inside a church. Wild, 58 seconds and plenty of time to work this one.
And only the 3 spokes to play for Falcons in Use's back pocket. First one being used out now. They've really got to wait for that to go, and then you can probably afford for Evan to drop in with the Monty through the kitchen hatch and make a plan happen. That is, of course, assuming they don't want to strong arm their way through a little bit earlier on. I'm not too sure about this, but there's still a smoke to play with, though, mind you, Tim. But they are going to drop in here and maybe look to try and go for it. Evan, for now, just giving information. Use to slip in the net somewhat. Got to be careful about a sideswipe onto your shield here, but Boomsy's got the vertical cover. Down to a 5 versus 2. They are not giving an inch to Falcons here, Tim. Maybe they get 1 kill, but it's an instant trade. Say that line, Tim.
We're going all the way, Des. All the way to 15. Who'd have thought it? Wild. Come back and get a successful attack. And this one is just as even as it has been throughout. It is anybody's game. And look, I throw the ball back into Wild's court again here. And I say, you're on the defense. Take one of those stronger sites that you did better on. 2 out of 3. Church and Arsenal, they won. The only CCTV cache they played, they won. Go to one of those sites that you've had the wins on, that you've got the confidence on. Please, please, I will pull out what little hair I've got left if you go to Jim and Pedro.
Nah, they won't, Tim. They won't. If we'd have loaded in nuts in that, I would have had a heart attack myself, I think. Basement it is, and that feels like the right decision to go down to. We've seen them win down there twice, Tim. The Falcons, of course, did get a win down there in round 10, which makes me feel a little bit nervous. It's kind of like, it has like almost like a tiebreaker in a way. We'll see how it closes out. The winner walks away with 2 points. The loser only 1. And the fact that Falcons and Wild now, first game of the day, have gone to 15 rounds, Army.
So entry again proving important on this site. 2 out of 3 wins for Wild, and it was the 2 rounds where they got the opening kill as the defenders. Sneak it was actually both times getting those openers as well. So keep an eye on Sneak, on the Jaeger, currently inside of bar, playing around bar, kitchen corridor, that kind of region, having himself a little roam, getting a little bit aggressive. Love to see this from Wild. There's no fear in them, Des. They are ready to take the fight to Falcons. Breedy, he's the one I'm watching on that other side. He's got the shield. We know how valuable Breedy on a shield can be. Wild need to have a plan to deal with that. I see they've got 1 nitro, 2 impact nades and 3 smoke canisters, and they need to be using at least some of that utility on the Monty.
I was going to say, I'm really nervous that they're putting all their eggs in the Breedy basket with the hard breach charges, but of course got Eustace bringing them along as well. I was just like, whoa, guys, like this is a lot for round 15. But no, they have got enough here to ensure at least a couple of the key hatches can be opened up and they can start their push from there. But now it's going to be a very, very torrid, intense affair, I think, for both sides. Just sweating here again at the thought of those 2 points or the 1. You might laugh here and that, but as we often referenced him just a couple of years ago, Falcons, back then known as BDS, missed out on SI by 5 SI points to FearX. Every game does genuinely matter because based on where you finish during this stage, you'll get varying numbers of SI points. It really does matter. And come the end of the stage, that 1 point could be the difference maker.
Nade is going to be sent down to just chase Boomsy away from the bottom of main stairs. Interestingly, Wild this time have just collapsed back to site. They've decided we're going to go full turtle. It was about 50 seconds into the round. They're all back there, so they've given Falcons the run of the map. So this is going to come down to a site push. Falcons have got all the time in the world to open hatches, do vertical. They've got their sledge. They've got the soft breach on Ash. They should have every angle they want. They can deal with utility. The conditions should be perfect for a Falcons attack. It's going to come down to the gunfight and whether Wild can win them out.
Much like the weather outside for us, Tim, it's been a pretty windy, stormy day in places as well, and it could yet be a last strike here to get them over the line. Leakerback getting rid of Sneak there, finding him out, lay on his belly quite literally trying to be a bit of a sneak, Tim, but pay the price. They've got that entry, but does that mean a round can be won? Final 45 seconds, and this is where it all starts to kick off.
Yeah, Wild getting closer and closer to that win against one of these big teams. The time could be now, but they're going to have to do it on the back foot. 4 versus 5. Leakerback half health. That's at least something in their favour. We're going to see the Vulcan canister popped. That is going to hold them out of blue for a good amount of time. There'll only be about 6 seconds left remaining. Breeder, he's ready to go for the drop and the plant, but there's only going to be one opportunity given the time that is left here. There's 10 seconds, and they go. Garen picks up Shaiko. 4 versus 3. They're holding on, Des. They're only doing it. It's 2v2 though as Falcons fight back. 2v1. Diffuser's down cold on the ground. It's all up to Solotov, but he doesn't have the time. Wild take down Falcons and pick up a big 2 points on Clubhouse.
Certainly not a result I expected, Tim. I predicted fireworks, but I did not see them taking away Falcons' best map from under their nose. What a performance from the boys. Early on, a little bit scrappy at points, I thought, really relying on gunfights, but they showed us that game went on. They had the grit in the bottle to get the win when it mattered. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, our desk, we've got a hell of a lot to break down.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ladies, gentlemen, MB's haters, it is time. You know what we were saying earlier on? Less than an hour ago, pull up the meme, call an ambulance, but not for me. That's wild. They're running wild. And Falcons have lost their first game in EML in overtime against Wild, who managed to collect 3 points against 3 of the top teams in all of EML.
We believed in them. We believed in them.
Honestly,
it's like we did our job. It's like we knew that Wild had a chance to do it. It's just amazing to see them do it against Falcons, nonetheless.
It's been coming. It really has been coming. It started with that Playday 1 against VP, where they should have won. And then the Playday 2 into the G2 game for Wild, where they arguably could have at least gotten a point, maybe even won that game as well in another universe. They've been building. And I think what they've just been building is their performance, but not just their performance, their confidence and their belief in themselves and their systems. They were cool, they were calm, they were collected, and they got the job done and they get the victory. They're becoming a real bogey team for Falcons, by the way. They beat them last stage, they beat them this stage. They're putting a wrench in the plans of Falcons, who wanted to, you know, clearly finish top of this stage.
It's crazy what you can do when you love what you're doing. And this is clearly what Wild have been on here so far. It's an incredible performance because all they changed was substitutions more in the actual management team and the coaching staff.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful part of this story. I keep saying this to myself. I think it's such a beautiful story. To upset Falcons on a map that they absolutely love, to win that, but most importantly, to do the same with the exact same amount of players, the exact same names as last stage. To me, that's just amazing. It shows the investment on the org, our young rookies onto developing them, the investment into a team that works, and a new staff on top of that. I just love that story, Jack.
It's so admirable because if you look at the players that could have been available in this transfer window, and I'm not necessarily going to name names, but you know, G2 dropped a player who would have been a good IGL, a solid, reliable pickup for a team that's in this situation. They kept with the same 5, they've steadily improved, and now they're really taking it to the top teams in this league.
And gentlemen, I will add one more thing. You can call me a promo shill or whatever it is. But Wild, remember, they came from Challenger Series. They qualified from Tier 2 in Europe and into EML. And look at us now talking about the squad the way that we are. They're beating Falcons at their own game. So all I'm saying is make sure that you're signing up yourself to play in Tier 2 if you want to be a team like Wild next year for us to talk about this way, because this is incredible what we're witnessing.
Yeah, it goes to show that once you reach that Tier 1 level, you can go get proper scrims. You can have dedicated... The experience of playing the best teams will make you better. Of course, if you were telling me, 6 months ago, even a year ago when they were into Tier 2, they had no chances of beating Falcons. But they developed, they learned, they played against some of the best teams in Europe, and they woke up. And that's the biggest thing. Because at the end of this stage, no matter what happens, there are 2 teams that are getting relegated here. And they had a target in their back.
That's so true.
And so these kind of points, they're so important, especially against the big teams. When it happens against the competitors, let's be real, right now, Wolves, the teams that are not partnered, they are direct competitors. That will be important. But taking points out of teams that no one expects, that's just cherry on the cake.
Is there a way, perhaps, mayhaps, to highlight things from their plays?
Yeah, I think let's take a look at the rounds where they attack on cash, because this is a very important changing moment. As you can see here on the top floor, everyone is committing in that 2v4 to rush the only 2 players on the top, Jack.
Yeah, it was so good because it was a shot call from the Falcons to get below to try and disrupt the attack of Wild. They knew they needed to do something. They committed Leak Factor Blue and the player into Lounge, and as soon as they saw that, Wild had the backbone and it was a 2 versus 4 to just rush the site, 2 versus 2. They took control, got the plant down, and killed the 2 defenders trying to retake onto the site. That example right there is ultimately what got them to overtime. Obviously, one of the rounds that got them to overtime. But it was more how they react in situations. These are the things we weren't seeing them do last stage that they are now doing, and it's picking up points and it's putting in good performances off the back.
Or you might say that Wild have been bringing the boom in the game. Let's bring up then Boomsy. I'm too old for
That was terrible, man.
Honestly, I'm too old. Anyways, let's bring up an actual young gunner. Boomsy, thank you very much. Please save me. For myself, I have to say, impressive performance over the past 3 days and 3 play days. I just want to ask you your thoughts on what's been happening, because although you were pushing teams to the edge, we never got to talk to you here on the interview. So what do you got for us?
I mean, yeah, it's been really good so far. I would say myself, anyway. I feel like we probably should have got the win against VP. I think we all think that. Although it probably would have been the same for them if they lost to us. They probably thought they should have got the win. G2 points were definitely on the board. I think we just started slow on the attacks. You know, kind of is the aggression got to us at the start, and we couldn't really control them, I guess. And then this game, yeah, I mean, the game plans were just really good. We followed the game plan. I actually think this is like one of the first times they've lost club in a while, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got to ask you, Boomsy, because I know that Jack is a big fan of your new coach. He also mentioned a couple of times the examples of him developing young players into really tier 1 talent. And I can clearly see, like on paper, the crazy results that you guys have since he joined. I need to ask you, what is the positive effects he brings to the lineup? How did changing the staff really impact the team? And because clearly we can see that in the game.
I mean, we're just more prepared going into every game with Rando. I think, like, also giving us a lot more discipline out the server, less so than in, because, like, it's not about obviously just playing the game. You know, you got to do all the other things, and you know, that's what we didn't have with the other staff. It was kind of like just gameplay focused, and I'm not saying they were bad staff, of course, like, but Rando is just like a level above, and he is just been around a lot longer, so obviously he knows, you know, what's up. Yeah, so I only have good words about him, and also we're way more prepared for every single game we play, like, than we were last stage.
What's the expectations for this stage then? Because, you know, obviously we see you just missed the playoffs last stage, but now you've faced, what, 3 of the top 4 from last stage and put in, I would say, 3 really good performances. How does the rest of the stage look? Is it playoffs that you're aiming for? Majors, perhaps? Or
I won't go that far yet. I think playoffs is definitely, like, the goal. I mean, if we keep up the form, it's definitely possible, and I don't want to say no, of course. But, yeah, playoffs is the goal. Yeah. And like you said, we've had a lot of harder fixtures at the first 3 games, probably the 3 hardest.
Would you
apart
have
from maybe one team.
Sorry, just to interrupt. Would you have, if we'd have offered you pre-stage in the first 3 games 3 points, would you have taken that? Because I suppose the performances have been maybe better than the points that followed, if you know what I mean.
No, but that's just me. I would ask my other teammates if you want to say. I expect 9 points every single, like,
okay.
I would expect 9 points, but it's just not been good enough for my guys, I guess. You know, got to step up. But yeah, it's been decent. Like,
Now, from my point of view, and this is the question of how have comms been throughout all of this? Because playing a team like Falcons is not easy. There's a lot of things that you need to watch out for. Have comms been clear between you? Have you been keeping things pretty organized with the call-outs who needs to do what? Because, you know, we're kind of listening in on a few things that are going on.
On the last round especially, you're defending basement. There is a hard call that's been made. Everyone went to your armory for the drop. No one was church. And those are the kind of moments that I'm like, what are the comms like? Because that was the right decision at this moment. That's why you won that round.
Yeah, I mean, we've been working on this since Rando came in, because it was like a big thing. Like, we'd get very flustered in the comms, and, you know, it was just like so cluttered. Obviously, you can never have like perfect comms, I would say. I don't think like there is perfect comms. Like, it's not possible. You know, sometimes you're just going to panic, and that's the end of the game. But yeah, it's been a lot better than it was, and obviously making those calls late round, you know, is a reason for having Rando in as well. Like, he's really helped with that.
Good to see all these changes kind of really showing up in the opening of this stage. And the next Playday, which is tomorrow, you have the opportunity to compound that interest. Opening the Playday against Fnatic. So is there anything you'd like to say to the boys in orange?
I'm just looking forward to getting revenge from last stage. We were very unprepared last stage. I'm way more confident. There's also one more thing I want to say.
Go ahead.
Raiden's obviously already played Falcons. He was also coaching us last day, but he liked to take our win as his 100% win rate, let's say. He doesn't have that anymore. I still do. So, you know, who's the real winner?
You've still got to play him, you know.
I'm waiting for that. You already know.
Thank you very much, Boomsy, for joining us. Again, congratulations on an incredible matchup against Team Falcons. That's wild. We'll see you tomorrow in the opening game of Playday number 4.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
What an evolution. from the entire team, from also the decision once again to keep every single player from that roster after the performance stage 1. Honestly, it's just beautiful to see.
We love seeing players, especially coming up from tier 2, performing, not just making it there because it's only like not even half the battle, right?
No.
It's really showing up on those big games and big play days. And today was a big one. There were doubters.
Yeah.
Put in the numbers. We talked about them. And then numbers on their own, it just shows, it comes to show that numbers on their own mean, I was going to say a much bigger word, but they mean nothing. And it's up to the performance on the day. You can predict all you want, but when you have players that are so dedicated, they want to secure that future for themselves, it's just inspiring, Jack.
Yeah, it is. It is. And, you know, we keep saying it, it's a great journey. But the performances, again, like you say, the numbers, that was a team that had lost twice. But actually, the performances outweighed what the numbers and the objective stats were telling us. And I won't say we saw it coming, because we certainly still had Falcons as favourites, but we weren't as surprised as we maybe could have been.
It would have been quite fair anyways, and it absolutely was. But, ladies and gentlemen, that was our opening game of the day. I'm telling you, it's going to only heat up. Let's change up those teams as you see. It's Gen.G versus Machiko coming up after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, what a world of surprises we've been living in. Of course, that is in reference to game number 1. I won't spoil what happened, but you have to go and check it out later on, however, because we are moving on to game number 2, Gen.G versus Machiko. But before that, I just want to make it very clear for everybody out there. Come on in. Bring him in. Bring him on the close-up cam. There, the other one. There you go. That's the one. That's the one. Not these guys. We got flies on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, MBs, SI will be in Paris. You already knew that because you're big fans. Yeah, there you go. I'm SI. Hello.
And you're in Paris. Hello, bonjour.
Hello, bonjour. We are in Paris. Yes, you may register for pre-sales. That would be incredible. I wonder the budget is not overblown for it. But remember, registrations are open until September 16th, 5 p.m. CST. That is local time here in Europe. From February 2nd till 15th, that of course includes phase 1 and 2. That'll be the group stage. Pretty much, I'm choking because I'm so emotional thinking about SI. This is the 10th anniversary of the Invitational, and it is going to Paris, the HQ of Ubisoft. This is the city of lights, the city of love, and we will be there to enjoy our time with Siege. And I hope you will be as well. Make sure to pre-register and go there, especially if you haven't had the opportunity or don't have the time to go to Munich. It's at least something that you have to experience. We've been to events as fans before.
The French crowd especially are great. We haven't seen them since the 6th major in 2018.
I was there. It was incredible.
And SI is phenomenal as well. You have the commendations, you have all of the community get together. There's so much more than just the esport. It's a celebration of Siege. It is phenomenal.
There you go. Gentlemen, then let's celebrate our 2 teams behind you, Gen.G and Machiko. Starting off with Machiko, our Italian squad. What can we expect out of them here so far?
Well, we were expecting a big change. When we saw them dropping Ghost for Raiden, the man all the way on the right of your screen, we expected a step up because they were, quote-unquote, firing the weaker link on their roster, a player that was massively underperforming. The problem is, Raiden really has not really stepped up that much compared to Ghost. And most importantly, what used to really save them, the clutches, they're not there anymore. And the overall performance of the team, look at Dora, 3-17. A player that was one of the best performing players on that roster last stage has completely dropped. They've changed the entire staff, Jack, and still nothing happens like it should.
I think it's like a teething phase, you know, going with a new player, new support staff, kind of trying to work out what your identity is as this roster now. They've gone from the tier 2 team, they're now trying to establish themselves as a tier 1 team. The moves on paper make sense, but it might just be that it needs a little bit of time to settle in. Those first 2 performances were not good, but the beauty of that is they've now got them out of the way. They've had a few more days to practice. They've been able to get them out of their mind. This week is a fresh week. You get 6 points on this week, it's all forgotten, right?
Exactly, and you get to recover from that. Now, a team that had big opportunities on Playday 2 is their opponent, Gen.G, right? They kicked things off with a huge win, 7-1 against BDS. They had the opportunity to compound the interest on that, what we called a 6-point game because of how tight those 2 teams are. And then against Wolves, dropping the ball just before going into overtime.
It was a surprise. I think it was worth saying. You know, we were pleasantly surprised both ways by Gen.G. Oh, not both.
It was a good game from both teams.
It was a good game. You know, they managed to put in a decent enough shift, especially that Playday 1, but Playday 2 as well. It was a close game with Wolves, who significantly improved. They maybe got the map veto strategy a little bit wrong, I would say, to let Wolves onto that map. But otherwise, I think Gen.G are still a solid team. This arguably, again, is another 6-pointer with a team that snuck into playoffs last stage.
Now, Gen.G's coach is, of course, the same that was with NCIS, Akhdar. What has he said to you, Leo?
I think the most important thing when we look at him is the progression. If we look, actually had a chat with him and he gave us a quote that said, after a strong start, we ran into a few bumps. That was obviously the loss versus Wolves. And I guess the thing he said, mainly due to health issues and scrims that were either cancelled or not to a standard, he's basically probably blaming a little thing other than the performance of his team.
Maybe Gen.G and G2 should just scrim each other all the time because they're both complaining about the scrims.
That way, no consolation. The biggest thing for me is what you see in the middle. Our preparation and mindset remain solid, especially because now they've got a strategic coach that focuses on the mental aspect. And I think the mental was already a big thing. When we interviewed Agdar at the beginning of last stage, it was a mental problem about the team struggling with the losses. And I think they've really stepped up their game, especially because of this mental coach.
Well, let's see what map they're going to be going to in this series. Let's bring them up on the screen. Jack, please take us through it.
Yeah, so we're going to go to Skyscraper. Now, that's a surprise for a few reasons. So the first and foremost is we very rarely see Skyscraper in best of ones because of how defender-sided it is. Now, both of these teams, in terms of preference, have quite a low map preference for Skyscraper. In fact, we've not seen Matchco on it in Tier 1. We have seen Gen G on it in Tier 1 in EWC. They played up against G2 and just fell short against G2 because G2 are like the best at attacking this map probably in the world. But it was a close game.
Skyscraper is so scary in a BO1 because of that, because it's the most defender-sided map in the meta. So let's have a look with the best teams in the world at attacking and the worst teams in the world at attacking. I want to check who are the worst teams at attacking in the world. Do we think they would have a chance at winning attacks on Skyscraper? That's my biggest thing.
What's Machiko's? Can we take a look?
I'm curious. I want to see.
Oh.
So these are the worst teams in attacking world.
This was after 1 week. So the first week of Siege in Tier 1, Matchco 53rd in the world with 0 attack rounds won.
So they've not won an attack round yet in Siege Tier 1 in Stage 2. And you're telling me they're attacking on Skyscraper?
Yeah, so this is a compounding problem. They're starting to attack on Skyscraper. They haven't won one yet. If we look at last stage as well, attack was a real problem for them last stage as well. They had such a low attack win rate last stage, and they really struggled. As you can see, 37%. First game, second game, not won a single attacking round. This isn't a hill to climb. This is a mountain to trek up for Matchco. Like, they might come out of the box, they might get a couple of attacks, but it's been a real tough one for them, and they've put themselves on the attack. They're not doing it easy.
This is like me at the office pizza party. I'm not getting a single slice out of that.
Nope.
The entire night.
I think you'll be safe. I think this is going to be a problem. I think that especially playing a Genji with what they've shown last week, being the heavy favorite in this matchup, in my opinion, on the back of a defense start on Skyscraper, there is no reason for them not to take it.
All right. It seems like the numbers are saying one thing. They might end up being completely wrong, but then, hey, we got a good game out of it regardless. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's end it then. Genji versus Machiko with our casters. Jason Des.
Thank you very much, Milosh and Tim. Hearing these guys speaking about them having no attacking round wins, I just feel like I'm talking about Villa all over again. Haven't scored a goal in 4 games. Just depresses me, to be honest with you. It did make me curious, though. I went for a quick look at the stats, and although they haven't won an attacking round win, it's not about this game, it's about a game later. Secret have not won a defensive round yet. Like 0% defensive win rate. It is mad. I'm just like, wow, those are 2 really crazy stats to look at and see.
It's just not a feeling that I'm really familiar with, Des.
All right, shut up, you Scouser. You're not even from there. Shut up.
Just can't seem to stop winning at the minute.
Well, hopefully it's in the summer. Yeah, right, whatever. There's always some winning to do on this map, though, Tim. I think as you heard the Des saying, like, we don't really see an awful lot of Skyscraper in best of ones. It's my favorite map, so I'm actually really happy that we're going to it to see these 2 teams throw down. But it certainly does put a bit of a challenge to Matchco here to show us what they can do on the attacking side.
Oh, definitely. It's not going to be an easy start for them, that much is for sure. As the desk have said, you know, Gen G, I think, coming in here, you know, looking pretty good over the last couple of weeks. It's been a slow start for Matchco, certainly by Stage 1 standards. This is the team that finished in 5th place back in Stage 1. It was, yes, they had a few wins, kind of, it felt born off the back of big temp clutches and big moments, and maybe so far this stage, those moments have just eluded them a little bit.
Bomb located by attack.
So they come back and they go again. But starting on the attack here, yeah, it's not going to be too easy. I think Gen G can make it very difficult. We're going to start over on the office and exhibition side. Again, a trend that we're seeing a little bit more frequently recently, rather than starting on the karaoke T side. Start over on office exhibition and then probably move across here later on. You will still see both of the top floor sites, but just a little bit of a lean, a little bit of a favoritism being played over to office and exhibition. But look at this setup. Karaoke T being really opened up at a foot level there to make it very, very difficult for Matchco to confidently move through there, because the difficulty is there's several places, particularly drum, I'm thinking, where you're getting angles through at that kind of level where you can kind of play up onto the steps and get those low angles. So definitely something Matchco needs to be careful of.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how things start cooking there now. Double shields on side. Got the yeah. I need to avoid the hell out of the operator, I say. Let's go back to being like a 12-year-old edgy emo kid again. You ever have an emo phase, Tim?
I did not, Des.
I can imagine you with a fantastic, like, dyed black hair fringe covering one eye.
I mean, I've got photographs of you with, you know, some fantastic fringes. And,
I've had them all over the years, mate. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I never went down the emo road, really. But I love the music, to be fair. I was probably about 16 or so when it was like the scene was really popular. And yeah, I loved all the music and everything, just never really got that deep into it.
Yeah, I've had to kind of like grow up a little bit, but I'm still that same emo kid at the inside, I promise. Here we go, Tim. Then through the window, charging their way forward. I tried the very best to try and make something happen off the back of that smoke covering off the doorway, but all it did was mask a C4. They get one at the back of it. Another kill follows, and then another C4 comes through just afterwards. His first attack, Tim, it feels like it's toast, and we're only halfway into the round.
Yeah, it's over just like that, isn't it? It was beautiful from Deadshot. He'd just been waiting for that moment. There's been a lot of noise made. You know that there's going to be pressure coming from that window, and he was there ready with the Nitro, manages to get himself 2 kills, and it really did open things up for Gen G. So Matchco now just trying to get anything going that they can with Akwi. Tries to force his way in. He's using the util, using the shield. He's not going to get anything out of it. Skies will pick him up, and then the final kill comes in from Deadshot. Great start from Gen G, and I think that's exactly what our analysts and all the Matchcore fans out there were worried about.
Yeah, it's going to be the challenge, I think, and it's the kind of classic problem that I think we saw on Theme Park quite a lot. On Theme Park, this is more about top 4 I'm talking about here. It was very bottlenecky. Like, it was very hard to attack onto because you just struggled to be able to push through these single doorways. I remember some really cool rounds on Theme Park. I think when G2 were defending once against Navi, I want to say. That tells you how long ago it was now. They just like lined up new jammers across the entirety of the top 4, and it almost formed like a front line that no one could push through. This map becomes very, very similar in that it is very, very pokey. It is very, very bottlenecky. It's somewhat predictable as the attackers almost. So you've got to try and do something a little bit with a bit more flair, something a bit more aggressive and rushy in some cases, I think, as well, to get over the line. Or you have to be able to execute fantastically as a team unit. I'm not saying that we didn't see Matchco try and do that. Then they were all stacked upon one window, but it was a bit too easy when you've got 2 or 3 players trying to barrel from the same window to toss a couple of C4s out and just net kill after kill after kill. So let's see what Matchco can do in round 2. I think step 1 is getting inside the building and ideally trying to do it in a spot where there aren't many players waiting with the C4. That feels like a pretty good start to me.
Round 2 is underway then. We get into the action phase. Last time around, the attack really was over before it began. Let's see if Matchco can, step 1, get themselves inside the building. It was exactly that entry process that cost them last time around. 3 lives went whilst trying to do so. Just going to have a little bit of a run out there from Dora on the striker. I think he was maybe just having a look over at kind of ventilation units area out onto the balcony, but won't get any joy, no damage done, no harm, no foul, and he will get himself back inside the building. But not bad progress from Matchco here straight away. They've got that geisha wall open. That's always a good first step. Drones are going to be going in, just having a look across the locations. Nobody inside the map yet. 45 seconds has gone, so keep an eye out for when Matchco start trying to push in. They are being held at bay from over here. That's not a great start. Nako gets one. Azox, it's that process again. Des just getting in the building.
Yeah, they've kind of got help for leather here. I'm just trying to get into the east side of the map is the main thing to talk about. You know, Kev's now working his way up main stairs. Wild spray doesn't quite find any damage on towards the Ella, I believe it was, of Astra on the other side. This one looks a little bit too easy for Gen G to hold on once again. And it's why, like I was saying, I'd really love to see them focus on getting control on the east side of the map first here. It was a little bit, I said try to go fast and rush a little bit, but I don't really mean rush into 1v1s on the other side of the map here. You know, look to take control, make use of utility. You've got Candela's on side. We had the Docker, they both came out, but they just could not push forward off the back of it. Gen G with another very comfortable round here.
Yeah, very easy for them. Matchco needs to go back to the drawing board. Like I said, the big first step here has to be, let's get 3 or 4 people established inside the map, comfortable, but Gen G are just giving them absolutely no breathing space whatsoever. Like you say, I agree, you know, get yourself into exhibition office there, get a little bit more aggressive, put some numbers on that side of things, and, like, you know, work your way across. But as it was, we were kind of checking out what was going on over there, and then we see them starting to die elsewhere. So yeah, for Matchco, I think maybe just make it one of those rounds in this next round, particularly in round 3, where you kind of take what you give them to begin with, because they can't hold the entirety of the top floor here. They're going to be defending one of the lower sites, probably Kitchen Barbecue, and they can't defend the entirety of the top floor. If they do, they're going to be spread very, very thin. So get in there, get yourself established. I would say, again, office exhibition, go in there in numbers and work your way across. Put Genji in some bad positions, some 2v1s, 3v1s, get those easy kills, get some map control, and give yourself something to work from. Give yourself an opportunity. Don't be dying to little jump outs, little peaks, you know. Get in there in numbers and make their life as difficult as possible.
A bit of cheekiness coming out early on. I think we're already seeing that if anyone has played it in ranked. Just start the map and it's like, oh, but it's the run out from. Normally expect to see it coming out the same spot, trying to cause a little bit of bother onto that shrine balcony, and nothing really happens off the back of it. They're just putting the edge on Matchco here, reminding them that pressure can come at any given time. And just to make matters worse, Tim, I'm looking at the lineup from Genji. I'm seeing the Clash, I'm seeing the Legion, I'm seeing that Kiva barriers, I'm seeing C4s again. Even if you get inside the map, you've still got so much to deal with once you're actually inside it.
Yeah, Genji certainly aren't, you know, making it easy, and again, losing that entry. Akwi goes in and just felt like he wasn't aware that he was going to be swung at that moment by Azox, who manages to get himself back to drums safely, gets his Kiva barricades out, just making life a nightmare for Matchco to try and do anything about that loss they've suffered, to try and follow him, chase him, get a trade. Just nothing possible. But again, that brings up another point. Is there any opportunity there for a trade? No, there was none. Akwi's gone in on his own, and there's not been anybody in position to try and support him, to try and make it difficult for the Azami to move back.
Absolutely. Well, at least here, they managed to get themselves a kill on the board relatively early on. Yeah, Akwi's gone down, and now it's starting to fall apart again. I'll say, because coming to their side and falling apart for the other side, sorry, losing 2. Kill comes back the other way. Again, that reminder, Tim, we're only halfway in the round, so give it to Matchco. They are moving through these rounds pretty damn fast and trying to put the pressure onto Genji early on. But here, what can they do when they're facing off against that clash that I spoke about early on, and there's still a player downstairs looking to cause even more bother? Safe feeling too pretty.
No, not at all. Time is going to start becoming a factor as well. 1 minute 10 left on the board, as you quite rightly say. Clash to deal with, who's just going to continue to pester and feed information from up there at the top. It looks like actually just going to dip away. Needs to be careful. That Clash, I think, becomes quite a bit weaker when they're being challenged vertically. It can be easier to get angles around that shield onto them behind it, so they just need to be careful about that. But yeah, a lot of work for Matchco to do here. They've still got the hard breach charges, so that's good. They can open the hatch in Geisha if it was closed, which will give them access into sight, and then they can start clearing out a little bit of utility and thinking about a plan, but they don't have all day to do that.
Certainly don't, Tim. And at this point, it's more trying to fish for a little bit as well, I think. The Villas have got a lot of time to play with, but this is the kind of the problem, though. These are the defenders. You let one slip through the net. One gets caught on a vertical, and things start to look pretty dire. Nako might be in a good spot here, but the plant is going down. He's going to have to move at some point here. He's spraying through the wall, but hasn't found his man. Azos is upstairs, and he hasn't got a chance in hell. Lolo, a 3K in the round, and Nako's got it all to rescue Tim. The problem is, he hasn't got the vertical. This one's done.
No, it is. He's going to go in. He probably gets this first kill. But beyond that, he's just going to start getting hit from above, I'd imagine. If he wants to do anything, I'd say go quickly while they're still opening up those lines of sight. But they'll catch him here on drum stairs, surely. No, he manages to get it. Excuse me, Matchco. 1v3 becomes a 1v1. Nako's got about 10 seconds. Surely he runs out of time here. Even if he's going to drop... He doesn't have time now. He can't even drop the hatch and get back to the defuse. It was good effort, but Dora is going to be the last one alive inside of Geisha. Cuts his man down, and Matchco get themselves one on the board. And as I said, they got themselves established in the map. It wasn't the greatest entry ever from Akwi. He went in, gave himself away to Azox without much of a challenge. There was nobody backing him up to try and get that trade. But after that, it started going right for Matchco. They got that map control, and look what happened when they did. They were able to use it really well, force those defenders around, put them in bad positions. You know, as you said, he went fishing down the hatch. He caught a big one, Des. It was easy. It created the space for them to put the diffuser down. So better round from Matchco, and they need to build on the success of that.
Absolutely. It was the same start where it was like a bit explosive and scrappy to get in, right? Trading the 1-for-1 quite early on. But I think once they were actually in, they got themselves established in the map, started to get the vertical. That's when you saw them come alive. It's these next two sites now going back up to that top floor that could prove to be the challenge, because it's not about getting verticals here. And you know there'll be more bodies on that upstairs looking to give you a little bit of a headache, but we'll see how they do. What's important though, Tim, is just getting yourself on the board. Now they've done that, you're hoping they can build it in something a little bit more as we go along.
And a nice little vertical tour there of Skyscraper. We don't often see that view too much.
It's all a ruse, Tim. It's for an ad.
It's all a ruse. I mean, I don't mind. It was a very nice skin, so, you know, I don't mind having a little bit for SSG there. But look, round 4, match call now. They get back into the hard game. It's kind of like, I feel like Gen G can write that last round off a little bit. You kind of think, well, it's third choice side, don't worry about it too much. You know, it's not going to have a big impact on you as a defender because you're confident coming back in with how well you won those first 2 rounds. So, office and exhibition it will be. What do I want to see from match call? Basics. Basics, basics, basics. Get inside of the map, get established, get that wall open. The main breach, just get it done. You've got your ace, make sure it's cleared. You've got your Rotero drones. You know, again, just create some phantom pressure. Even if it's not where your final push is going to come from, give them something to think about. As it is, looking to open that geisha rotate. I like that as well. Make it difficult for Naquo to play his position inside of here. They're trying to hold the entire top floor. Give them as much to think about as you can.
Absolutely. Certainly not a bad thing to have to worry about for now. Anyway, let's see how we step on forwards. Of course, the Rotero's rolling on through. Many of the matches looking for things like barbed wire that you commonly expect to see on those stairs, but nothing's home. And Acqui, just chilling out on the rappel, just doing his thing, and as he steps out, takes the skull. Goodbye. Not been the best start to the game for him so far either. Sat at 0 and 4. Really, again, Gen G, the ones that have looked the most comfortable of the bunch so far, and you can again see the aggression, the presence of these players on the top floor, moving around like they quite literally own the place, Tim. Do you know how much this place costs? Come on.
It doesn't look cheap. Let me put it that way, Des. Well,
no.
You know, Gen G are doing a great job of getting a kill, relocating, moving, repositioning. You know, they're kind of just mini adaptations. Like, right, we've got that little bit of space, we've got that kill, we've taken out Ash in this case, or, you know, whichever operator. So how does that mean that we can now play the round? How does that mean that we can change? How does that change the map control that we've got, the pressure that we're going to face? And they just adjust. They've given up that other side. You know, look, we've got our kill over there. We're coming under a little bit more pressure, so let's dip away before we give them that advantage back. It's 5 versus 4. We're down to a minute. Now we go back to our site pace positions and we hold from there. So I really like it from Gen G. It's super organised. It's really very chill.
Just going to vibe out now on the side of that little bar. As I can continue holding his position. Obviously, this one I've been on rappel, Acqui. It could have been a bit of a dangerous spot for him to be in there, but now they know no one's playing on that rappel. They can use that space a lot more liberally than they did before. 2 now starting to bear down from Shrine, but you can see, Tim, I was about to say, there's 2 on house stairs at this point. They are willing to challenge absolutely everything. They're not sitting too far back. They're really trying to disrupt Matchco as best they can. Here we go, though. Ted's forward to try and find one. Makes it a second as he pushes up from house. Good stuff to give his team a little bit of breathing room here, but now they've got to start looking at the site itself, looking for a third. Not to be found. Azox gets one. Deadshot another. It's like back and forth like a pendulum, Tim. This time it's Gen G that have now got that man advantage. 3v2. Only 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, that case going down on stairs really does not help them whatsoever. Matchco getting cut down. Dora does get one, but there's going to be an immediate trade there. They look like there was a flurry in the middle of the round. I'd spoken about these Teb clutch moments from stage 1 and that maybe they hadn't had that sort of driving power so far in stage 2, and I thought it might be one of those moments. Raiden was kind of just wandering around site looking for anybody he could find. Teb was picking kills up and it felt like Matchco was starting to find themselves a real advantage, but as soon as that case goes down on house stairs, 15 seconds left to go, the round is over. That is the fight that they desperately needed to win.
Absolutely. Not too surprised, of course, to see a tat timeout coming on through, because it's going to start feeling like, guys, we're on the defense of this map, right? We should be getting away with wins here. Like, okay, we lost the offsite, now we're losing a main site. It starts to look a little bit less pretty than maybe they would anticipate. This is their chance to sort of reset here, get themselves back into things and remind themselves that they came into this one on the other side absolutely on tilt. Still more to come. Clearly, I think want to try and get something more out of this and turn it into even a second round and a half. But clearly here they're playing out to try and get rid of karaoke as well in this next round. They have to lose in the entry in all 4 rounds too. It just shows that things really aren't going according to plan.
No, really not. Every round is on the back foot. It's effectively, if you're losing that entry so consistently, you're basically playing 4v5. You know, and that's not to say any individual isn't showing up, but it's to say that within pretty much the first minute of every round, there's only one round where it's been beyond a minute, and that was round 1, and it was a minute and 15. So, you know, it's still not a huge amount of time, but there's been 49 seconds, 42 seconds, and 56 seconds. Those are the times of the opening kills in round 2, 3, and 4. So within the first minute, every single time you are 4v5. And on the attack, that's massive, because, you know, you're the one that needs to break them down. You're the one that's trying to eat through utility, eat through time, everything else. You know, the defenders can then just sit back and relax a little bit more, and Gen G have been showing us their capabilities when they are able to do that. So good stuff from Gen G, and they will just keep doing what they're doing. They're pointing in the right direction. They just need to keep on walking. 3-1 it is on the scoreboard as we come into round 5, and it's going to be karaoke tea.
Ooh, Nico a bit late on that one, I think. Gets the jam onto it in the end, so maybe stops at least a bit of it going off on that case, but he was so late getting to that VIP wall that I don't know if he managed to stop it in time. I'll have to check in a minute and see if it got opened up. Now, of course, the focus on this black stairs, because immediately you've got 2 shields at the top of here. Tim, this feels like a proper skyscraper attack. You know what I mean? None of that nonsense of trying to fight other sides of the map. Nah, 2 shields straight towards site. No messing about.
This plant's going to go down. I don't see any way that Gen G will stop this. It's the first time as well that Matchco have been able to get themselves that opening kill. Ooh, look at that. Absolutely beautiful stuff. I really thought they were just going to stick it then. The impact nades weren't going to do the job, but the smoke canister did. Ackley manages to get Naquo though. 4 versus 3. They've lost that Ursa along the way, and the diffuser's down cold inside a site. It's going to be up to Lolo to try and recover and just do something with this situation.
Yeah, that was kind of the Hail Mary relying on the Oster a little bit. It was always a risk because they didn't have downstairs control fully either. Naquo did manage to get down there. I'm pretty convinced could have got away with the C4 even if they hadn't managed to clear out the Oster shield. Did eventually go down to Akwi, who of course had that job of making sure downstairs was nice and safe for the team to be able to get a plant going in. But you can't put all your eggs in one basket, Tim. Surely they don't run out of ideas after falling at the first hurdle, right?
It's a big rethink, isn't it? You can see they've just circled around, but look at the aggression. They're giving Gen G no time to think about it. 1 kill comes in. Asa does manage to find the trade. 3 versus 2. Still the advantage from Matchco. They don't have diffuser. The decision has been made that they're going for kills, and they're going to start losing on that front. But there comes the power of the blitz as he takes down Asa, who was full white flashed. It's all up to Azox. 1v2 with a shield on the other side. They can collect the diffuser as well now. This should be a round to Matchco. Aggression is going to win the day.
He can patience, I was going to say, Tim. Force out the 1v1, which is what he's trying to do here as well. Knows they can be really patient here. Ted playing this so well. Diffuser's down, and now there's a shield up. Look at him. He's being so patient, Tim. Isn't getting baited in. Just let his teammate finish the job. Ted has played that post plant beautifully.
Yeah, great stuff from Matchco. I really thought they were going to struggle in that round. Once that diffuser goes down inside a site, they've lost their Ossa. That's the plan for the plant. That rotation coming in, you kind of think, you know, what's the call here? But it was actually a really decisive, pointed call of, right, we go in through Shrine window and we just aggress into site. It wasn't a, let's see what we get, let's see what happens. You could see the intention, the momentum that they carried through into gold bars. Bang, got the kill, created the space. Really good stuff from Matchco, and that is the energy they're going to need to find to take another round on the attack.
Absolutely.
Shot from the
I'm glad actually. I was just wondering
where Ryden had been shot from.
Yeah, across from a bleeding side of T. Yeah. It was, to be fair, I was a bit nervous when they looked like they were out of ideas, but you can kind of see the thought process and the gears started turning once they lost the Oslo. Okay, then, how do we play this instead? Figuring out a plan on the fly. And I'll give them full credit. The way they turned around and approached that was absolutely beautiful. Rotating over towards Shrine. Lolo at being the tip of the spear on that blitz, causing absolute chaos in the round. Just very, very well recognized the thing about what was the change they needed to make in that round and getting away with it. Wonderful attack. And they've got the 2 rounds that really you need here to say you've had a successful half on Sky. They get a 3-3 team. I can see Matchco just slamming that door shut going into the second half.
I think you're right. Yeah, Gen.G needs to be... No, don't worry about it, Des. You know, I'll say when you're right.
It's very rare.
Oh, well, this is it. You know, a stock clock's right twice a day, isn't it? So, Deadshot's going to pick up Ryder. And look, that's not the start that Matchcore wanted. That's the Raura going to be taken out. So that leaves them now. If you bring in a Raura, it's going to be part of your main execution strategy. You want him to, you know, block up some of them doorways, create a little bit of pocket of space. That's not going to be possible now. So Matchcore on the back foot and back to the drawing board. As you said, a 3-3 half, I think does them, you know, extremely well. That is going to be difficult to come by now.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah. Poor Raiden, by the way. I feel so bad for him because the decks got already ragged on him. Like Fresh and Leo, they're little bastards, aren't they? They were just like, yeah, he's at the start so far, replacing Ghost, and now he's 0-6 in this game. Really can't seem to catch a break, to be fair to him, bless him. And of course, relying on that operator for your execute is what makes it even worse. Like, you've got the two shields on side. You want to box off some angles to protect them on their charge on fours with that Raura. Not going to get a chance to make use of it. It's not looking pretty. Skies netting the second in the round. Gen.G going from strength to strength, looking like they will get that 4-2 half. At this point, all they've got to do is sit tight because Matchco could very well just find themselves walking into angles here. They simply can't contest. When you're being watched from 3 different directions, you're dead to rights.
Yeah, round 7 and 8 are going to be particularly important, I think, here. And how do Gen.G look on the attack? You know, are they able to put the numbers up when it counts in the second half? And we'll find that out quite quickly. As it stands at the minute, just in terms of kind of siege mechanics and gunfights, you feel they are coming out strongly on top. The majority of the time, they are winning the majority of these situations, and they're making life very, very uncomfortable for Matchcore, just like that.
Nice.
Flawless round, even when you've got a Blackbeard against you, they can't even pick one up. You know, it's tough, really, isn't it? It's 2 shields brought along there, and Matchcore weren't even able to get 1 kill. I think that says, you know, everything, and Gen.G have just got to keep that mentality for the second half.
All right, I mean, 4-2. You don't complain too much. Imagine they'll feel like they should have got away with more than that. You've had this chat on the desk. We spoke about it at the start. Skyscraper is, without a shadow of a doubt, the most defender-leaning map that we have got around the world. The data supports it. We see it in the gameplay. Teams talk about it. Talent talks about it. We all know that it's the case. It being 4-2, I think will feel like a bit of a failure to Gen.G. They'd have wanted a 5-1, I think, on this one. Instead, it's going to be a 4-2. And as I said, Matchco could slam that door in their face if it was a 3-3. Even at a 4-2, unless Gen.G start this half off in good fashion, I still feel a little bit nervous for them.
Let's see how we go. Oh, look at the Nitro bouncing off the Blackbeard as well. It's tough. It is tough. There's a couple of moments over that first half where I do feel for Matchco a little bit. I feel like they've adopted my siege timing in some of the cases, but ultimately Gen.G have been on top of that, and they deserve the 4-2 lead that they've got. You know, whether that be because they've had, you know, taken the onus in the round to have a little peek or have a little run out or get aggressive up in the face of Matchco. I don't think Matchco have always helped themselves. Like I said, there's been situations where they've gone in without really supporting each other, so quite often they're losing players without getting a trade. 5 out of 6 entries have gone to Gen.G. Every single one of them has been without a trade. So, you know, there comes a point where you've just got to start focusing in on the basics and making sure that you're impacting each other's deaths and, you know, doing these basic things.
Well, let's get into it then, shall we? See how things shape up, because there's always 2 halves to a game of Siege, and things can change quite drastically. A lot of stall coming in on the Matchco side to get things off. It's worth stressing. I mean, Goyo and Spoke, you guys have watched around a Siege before. You've seen what these swap operators can do and how much time they can waste. By the way, it's one thing I only caught in the replays earlier on in our Clubhouse game. You know when Shaiko was playing on Catwalk and died to the fire? There was also a Goyo canister up there that went off. He half died to his own fire and also to Capital fire, and I was like, oh, well, this is really unfortunate. Ah! Whoa! 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 Okay! Whoa. Nice! Okay! Whoa. Cool! That was cool! Nice! Tev getting one back at the very least, but Naquo, woohoo! What a start to the round!
Yeah, it's going to be the Blackbeard gone, which is not ideal.
I love those moments so much.
Oh. Matchco needed a big kill. They needed a big kill there to get themselves back into it, and I think taking the Blackbeard is about as good as it gets for them there, to be honest with you, because when you've got the man over, that shield can really start bullying you. It gives them that bit of extra space, so losing them is going to be a big blow for Gen.G. Ted manages to get another and take down Deadshot, so we come back after a huge start from Nako to a 3 versus 3, and this is kind of what I was talking about. You know, Matchco need to make sure that they're doing those basics, not giving things up up for free, getting the trades, keeping the man count close, not allowing Gen G to kind of, you know, wear them away and erode them out of rounds.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a hell of a start. I was going to say the next kill would be crucial to give someone a man advantage and half a round still to play. Would have favored it going for either side, but here we go. Asa's in, Plant's going down in a 2 versus 3, and they haven't got a Scooby-Doo Tim. This is going to get stuck out. Lolo's got 2 smokes. They can do nothing about it. They're still downstairs at this point, Tim. Like, what's going on? We've got to fight our way back in now. You got to see Ryden come back in from Shrine. They very much conceded side control entirely, and this is a really hard retake.
Certainly is. Naquo does manage to get the first. And they're just going to, again, keep trying to hold this area now and keep these defenders, particularly shotguns, away from them. Try and just extend that range as much as they can. Asa gets the first. They know where the second is. So this is going to be one of those big clutch moments that Tev needs to lock out for his team, but not this time as Asa finds that kill. They hold on to the plant. Gen G take another round, and they are cruising on Skyscraper at the minute.
Looking comfortable. I mean, I said they needed to have a good start to this half, and Naquo, man, dude just flew into it. Like, compare that back to round 1 of the game when we had 3 players barreling in through double window, getting C4, he gets 1. This flick, when the second one he gets shot at, is absolutely ludicrous. Bosh! See you later, Akwi. Sit down. So good, so satisfying.
Yeah, it was. Naquo just didn't actually get the kill there. It certainly looked like he was going to, but it was Asta who actually picked up that final one. But 5-2 right now, and Gen G feel like their heartbeats away from getting this one done. Another round now, particularly, I said 7 and 8 were particularly important because we were going to see how Gen G functioned on the attack. Did they manage to, you know, keep on top of Matchgo, keep bullying them with those kills? And that's exactly what they're doing at the minute. So, yeah, looking very, very dangerous for the Italian side now. I think it's going to be an uphill battle either way. The question is it a hill or is it a mountain? And that's going to be decided here in round 8.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Looking like it could very much run away from Matchgo here. I mean, we saw what the coach for Gen G was saying, you know, a little bit shaky at points, slow start to the stage, various issues outside the game. And it's one thing that we as commentators and, of course, as fans watching the game don't always get to understand is what else is happening outside of the game. Like, all these players have their own lives. Things can happen in those lives that can mean they're not quite up to par on the day itself. I often say that, you know, flip a coin a day and you can see a team up to 50% worse than what they would be at their peak, or even 50% better than what they would be. You don't always know. And obviously for Gen G, it was a poor start last week. Here, I'd say they've been really on it, just absolutely bossing and dominating Skyscraper, both on defense and on attack from that first round.
Just again working so quickly here, Gen G. You can already hear those Selma charges going off. The breaches are already happening and they're just getting so great. Look at this straight away. Site roll is open. It's something I was talking about. Matchco maybe not achieving, you know, especially not at this sort of speed. And Gen G haven't lost anybody. They're able to now start thinking about getting in the map and taking some space as well. Removing castle barricades, removing utility from Matchco. Again, just making them super uncomfortable even inside of their own setup.
Sure. And again, it's not flying in through that double window towards Terrace and paying the price that we saw out of Matchcon. Their attacks here, everything's a bit more measured, a bit more slower pace almost on the side for Gen G, a bit more calm. They're getting themselves inside the building. They're not losing players too early on. They're not finding the need to go absolutely balmy and try and rush each round off. At this point, I thought for a second then that we might see Deadshot creeping up on someone. And sure enough, he's still working his way through Karaoke. I don't know if they know that he's actually inside the building right now.
Do they know he knows they know he knows? That's
it's such a knowledge test.
It's the real question, isn't it? You know, but we'll see as pans out. He's going to take out that default cam there, just looking to work his way from underneath up those house stairs. Gen G need to find a little bit of a gap here. They need to just find a little bit of space, get themselves that opening kill, and then they can start thinking about moving on in. The Blackbeard on the wall is not going to be an easy one to deal with, but Wallo does find Deadshot elsewhere. A couple of kills come flying in. Akwi with a double 2v2 though. How about this? Naquo once again. How many times is he going to go big for his team? There's 2v1. It's up to Akwi. He's got 2 in the round. He's going to need to make it 4 if they want to hold on here and avoid that map point opportunity for Gen G.
I don't think you're doing that against a 13 and 3 Naquo team. You need a god shot, but here we go. It's down to a 1 versus 1 with 30 seconds to go. He's rounding in, but no! Akwi shuts him down at the dying moments and gets him around on the board. Otherwise, Tim, it would have been a 6-2. And we've been well on our way towards a Gen G win. Instead, We're going to 5 and 3, and now we start to build into a game.
Yeah, now it's anybody's. The Scorpion having a real sting in its tail at the end of the round there. 2v1, it was mistimed, I've got to say, from Gen G. I don't think they knew roughly where the last player was inside of kind of Sword's window area. They had a rough idea, but they were just a little bit slow. Naquo should have been there a little bit quicker, or they should have held themselves up. Acer should have just held back a little bit. If you challenge that, they were coming from the right directions. You challenge that, one from Office, one from Exhibition. There's absolutely no way that Akwi wins both of those fights, but they gave him the 1v1s, and look, he's just gone in too soon as Asa. He just needs to wait for his man to get in position, and then they can challenge at the same time, and it's a one round, but Akwi plays it pretty beautifully. You can only play the situation in front of you. Hits both of his shots. Great stuff from the Ella.
10 seconds left.
Okay. Well, Tim, I'll tell you what, we've had a game and a half so far, and it is proving to be one of the most interesting EML days that we've had so far. I've enjoyed, but the first game was bonkers anyway, with the wild win over Falcons. That in itself is a shot. This game, we've had some brilliant moments from individuals, a couple of clutches coming out. It's on a map that we very rarely get to see, and I get the feeling that this tale is not yet over. I don't think you're going to see a Gen G 2-round win streak now to close things out. I think you might find this one goes down to the wire.
Again, that Blackbeard being brought along. Didn't see too much success from it last time around. It's something that Matchco have actually dealt with reasonably well so far. So let's see if Azox can have maybe a little bit more of an impact in this one, as I'm sure he will be hoping to. But going back over to Karaoke T, last time around, Gen G were able to secure the win. Let's see if they can double down on that and do it again. They've got a full spread around the map. We've got a couple over towards top flat. Does he see him? He does. He sees the outline. Manages to just take a nibble of Lolo, but he knows that it's going to be one of those shotgun operators and does not want to overcommit to it. Don't blame Naquo for just backing out a little bit and saying, I'll live to fight another day, thank you.
We saw the most ridiculous shotgun kill the other day, Tim. I think even in mid-range, I wouldn't fancy facing off against that one, but without much utility to be able to challenge onto it. No flashes in this team is the one thing to note here, of course. It's always going to be hard to win those corner positions. You've got to be so careful, which now leads to Gen G slowing things down a bit. They've got to leverage Azox as best they can. He's got that Blackbeard in front of his face. They've got loads of utility throw in with the Capital just behind him. I said no flashes, but lots of fire, lots of smoke they can make use of to maximize his effectiveness. He's got to be what they channel this round through.
Yeah, we've had a couple of come-ins together now, and both teams have kind of taken a step back with a little bit of a bloody nose each, but nothing too locked in just yet. Lolo, a bit of damage. Naquo, a bit of damage, but it's back to the drawing board for both as the defenders just try to hold on. The attackers just prodding, pressing, seeing if they can find any space whatsoever. They have got themselves quite aggressively positioned here. Try and drum all in their control. So the defenders are pretty boxed in, but Impact Nade comes out to stop that wall being fully opened by the Selma charge. They need to be careful now about trying to put a second one on. They are aware of Akwi's position. We see the utility starting to be thrown in at him, and eventually the net closes and Sky manages to get the kill. 30 seconds there's.
He's kind of got to go in and make the plant happen now. C4 into goal where they assumed it would come, and now they've heard that C4, they might well go for it. Problem is, Tim, that breach isn't fully opened up, so they can't go in. They're going to have to go in the hard way, and they've done just that. Need to respect the downstairs as well. In fact, no one's downstairs anymore. Plant is going down. As long as the cover is there, they're good. They've got enough players to make this happen. They've still got loads of utility in Deadshot's back pocket if they really want to close things off here, but this one feels pretty done. Azox will dig himself into gold here as well. It's all down to Lolo. They've got all the angles they need to. This one's over, and Gen G move up to match point.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like a matter of time now, even with the small improvements that we've seen Matchco making throughout the game, managing to steal around here and there. It's just not enough to match up that gulf between these two teams on Skyscraper and Gen G. They know what is at stake, and they're just grinding Matchco down. Like I say, you feel like it's just a matter of time. That's Karaoke and T twice they've been able to win. The Blackbeard ban comes in, obviously a response to the use from Azox, who goes straight away over to the Monte. He's not too worried about that. But even without that breach being successful, even with having to, adapt and go in through the door instead to get that diffuser down, Gen G still able to get it done. So it begs the question, what do Matchcore do here? Do you go to the more preferred tea and karaoke again for a third time, or do you go to a third choice site and head downstairs? And it's exactly the second choice that they're going to take.
Ooh. I'll tell you what, Tim, I feel we've been quite blessed. Across our first 2 weeks of casting Stage 2, we've seen Skyscraper a couple of times, and we're going to a site that we very, very rarely get to see. Who was it who was playing when we saw us go to this site before? And if I remember, it was a bit of a mental shield charge forward to try and close out the round at the very end in like a 1v1 or something, so it was a bit anticlimactic. But who was it who was playing? Do you remember?
I don't remember who it was. Somebody definitely, you're absolutely right, somebody did defend this side. I will find who it was.
All right. Have a dig, and we'll find out. Denari coming along here as well. Denari, I'm still waiting to see maximum effective use from, because where a lot of teams have found the ability to shut down his gadget is quite simply just nade out one of the two sides or shoot out the other side, and the other side is then completely useless. It's rendered ineffective. So it does guarantee that you need to use utility on the other side, and I'm looking at the sign up from Gen G. No nades on side, a cheeky little swarm peek on towards Deadshot, who's a bit too wise to it, but there are a lot of things here to impede them. Yes, you've got things like the Thatcher on side to disable them momentarily, but they will of course reactivate here. So keep a close eye on that and see if we find anyone getting tripped up, pun not intended, by those Denari gadgets.
It was G2 on the defense against Team Secret.
I was going to say, I swear it was G2.
It was G2 on the defense, and they lost the side. Secret were able to win on the attack. Naquo continues, and it looks like Gen G might just be following in Secret's footsteps from that day, as they are looking to get the attack win onto Master Bedroom as well. Naquo with a beautiful third in the round, pistol headshot to take down Lolo, and you've got to say, this race looks run.
I know I said I didn't expect a 2-round win streak coming out of Gen G, and then I clearly forgot that Naquo is the boss of Skyscraper. He is the Don, 16-4. At this point, Dora can only look on as there's a shield bearing down and there's a whole team coming his way. And Gen G, they land in fashion here on day 3, Tim. What a performance on Skyscraper.
Yeah, they looked great. They looked really good for that win. They had the answers, whether it was on defense, hitting those double nitros, hitting those entry kills. By contrast, Matchcore just coming in, not enough team play, not enough trades, left themselves with some real problems. So well played, Gen G.
Well, a lot for the Desk to talk about here as well after that great performance. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, they'll break it down for you. See you in a few.
Now Shepard with a quadra kill. And now it's all up to Preshow. Preshow slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened. And Philippe will see. Genius! Steal that round for Furia.
Are you ready for this? Bango, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's straight to the face. Penta are going to the grand final.
This could be difficult. If the swing. Mason a second. Mason a third. Ryder. Oh my God. Wow.
Pre-day holding up for the platinum.
It's a 1v5.
Attackers.
They had everything going. 1v5. For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out. Solomon's down. Pre-day's off.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory for our beautiful players, Edge and G. What a great day it is for them because it is a compensation after the narrow loss last week against Fnatic, making it, how many points exactly is that, Leo, in 3 games?
6 points, which is more or equal almost to the double of what they have usually on the first 3 games. So it is a much better start as compared to the usual. I will say this, it seems that this team is finally growing. We waited for, I think, a long time to see them really evolve, to see them blossom into a consistent Tier 1 team. I think it started with that that invitation to EWC Rider, that first international event for that team, kind of for me ring the bell of a team that is maturing. And I think this kind of games is a great example of it. Again, Neko here, getting that double kill, absolutely insane, creating the gap, then finding the bomb site and calling for the execute on the bomb site again. Like he does it all. Honestly, he IGLs and he gets the frags. He's such a key player for that team so far.
It's a real maturing for the team, and it's also backing up what Akhtar said in that pre-match graphic that we shown. It's all about them, their processes, their mental resilience. That one setback last week wasn't going to set them back on their entire stage, and it was a really mature performance. And I think in Neko they've unlocked a star here. We've been very, I would say, very big. We big up Deadshot because of the time that he was on Wolves. We big up Skies because when he was the player when he came into this league for this team. But Neko's kind of blossomed into this kind of enigma. And look at him again. What was that, 16-4? Absolutely huge from him. Big multi-kills. Like, he was coming at 1, 2, 3, 4 kills. And he really is the front man on this team. He's the one that's finding the gaps, specifically on Skyscraper attack. They got a 4-2 defense split, and then he managed to push them over the line, particularly on those attacks on that Ashe.
And Raiden is 1-10, the new pickup on the side of Matchco that was supposed to put in better numbers than Ghost.
He did.
Raiden is a Ghost in himself.
That goes hard. The Italian Stallions are not able to finish this, but let's just glaze Neko a bit more. Go for it.
Honestly, so many rounds where he had a crazy impact. It started all the way, in
almost a clutch.
Almost a clutch in defense, a triple kill there. And like, honestly, we were fortunate enough to be able to listen to some of those comms. By the way, this is insane. He was in 1v2 with the shield, C4s the shield, turns his back, 180s, get the kill. Here he walks in, splits the roam in half, by the way. Despite that, his teammates are dying on the other side. He still makes the call to rush the bomb site and plant. Here once again. Most of the skills, by the way, are either opening kills, either very important kills to gain back the
How did he get these 3 kills?
These 3 kills, that's him single-handedly dispatching everyone from Geisha side. So he was honestly the biggest reason why they won. And I will say this, it's actually insane to hear some of his calls, because one of the things that he mentioned when he got the double kill and the guys on the Expo side went a bit too aggressive and died, they basically lost the 5v3 that he had created. He said, guys, whenever I find a gap like this, just be a little bit slower. Let's recompose ourselves. And so that's a voice of a leader on top of the voice of someone that, is heavily fragging. It's just amazing to see that they have this kind of talent in the French pool.
The end game evolution of an IGL is an Ashe player IGL. That's the point we got to. But gentlemen, we have to talk to the man of the hour himself. Neko is joining us on the interview. I know you heard us just glazing you right now.
Like this for you all the time?
Yeah. We're going to snap back to reality here. I'm going to take you back 1 week ago. We've heard it from Akhtar, but I want to hear it from you. What's kind of the reaction post-Wolves game with you and the team? Because for all intents and purposes, that could have been 6 points straight up.
I think it's mostly on me because as the RGL, I wasn't fragging, I wasn't good at calling this game, so I take this loss. It's 100% on me. It wasn't my day, and even there was some other issues, like for example, we were mostly 4v5 because Azox was so sick that he couldn't talk. Maybe I heard him twice in the game, but it's not his fault. Like I swear, the game is on me. And when you add the fact that Azox is sick, I'm in a bad day, I mean, I just go next. It's fine, happens.
If you don't mind me asking or adding to it, what changed for you? And that obviously the teammate was sick, but what changed for you from that onto today over the past few days?
I mean, as I said, Azox was sick, so we didn't scream.
You specifically. Yeah. You specifically.
Okay, about me. I mean, I played more aggro. I think I wanted to take some early picks on this game. Like I was maybe playing too safe in the Wolves game and not creating the gaps that I usually do. So I just think like play like you do, like go fast in the building and create some gaps.
I think looking back at you guys forming this team after Raikos left and you know Deadshot arrived and Asa arrived as well. I think the first few weeks were like we had a big question mark after Malta. Malta was great, and then suddenly like I guess the team exploded. I think I just want you to have like a flashback at like 6 months ago when stage 1 was not going well at the beginning, and like to now. What has changed? What is the big reason you guys are finally looking like a team together?
I don't want to glaze me a little bit more, but since
well, I'm dropping double debate all the time.
Like stage 1, I wasn't the IGL, I wasn't the captain, and it was like a team that everyone was shot calling heavily, but nobody like took the lead. So it was kinda like everyone does whatever he wants. And I think now with the help of Agda and our mental coach, I think we are working on like more creating a group and a team.
So you have a hierarchy basically now and a clear line of decision makers. Okay.
I think it helped us a lot.
In terms of today's game, Necro, Skyscraper, was you surprised? Skyscraper defense, especially considering, I don't know if you know this, but before today's playday, Matchco hadn't actually won an attack in this stage yet. They had 0 attacks. Obviously, they got 2 against you, but was you surprised with the map and the start side?
I didn't know they didn't want a single attack, but yeah, I was kind of surprised again. I don't know why I don't think they play Sky. I mean, based on scrims, they never play Sky. So I was kind of surprised, but it was fine. We had defense, so we just need to focus, take at least 4 defense, and we're good in attack.
There you go. Neko, thank you very much for joining us. Tomorrow you'll get to watch Neko and Genji play against Team Secret. That'll be game number 5. Make sure you're tuning in for it. Until then, I'm very much looking forward to it. So I'll let you go, rest and prepare for tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
There we go. Genji victorious. Machiko unfortunately could not bring this over the line. Skyscraper, a big surprise, but we have more to go through today. You'll see it pop up on the screen behind us. Fnatic playing against Secret. We'll see you for that after the break.
Easy, teammate.
Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What? Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for our match number 3, our match of the day. Fnatic take on Team Secret, and it's no secret. They are at the bottom of the standings currently with 0 points. Fnatic on the other side, it is crazy for us to talk about it this way, but Secret, this is the opportunity. Can they seize it today?
Yeah, it's top against bottom, and I will say for Team Secret, they've lost both games, but it's important to contextualize the opponents that they played against, Falcons and G2. They are our current AWC champions. They are a quality team, but I will say, losing the 2 games isn't necessarily massive for them. I would still expect them to be in playoffs and get to the major. It's more the nature of how they've lost those 2 games. They haven't looked close to winning either of them.
I mean, if you look at the numbers that were on your screen before that, you saw that, for example, Noah was 2-17. You saw Mowgli in 0-5 in entries as a reminder.
Woo! He's so cute!
Well, at least he's got some class, but I will say this, he did not have class in-game. The problem with opening kills was Mowgli was, 16-4 in opening kills last stage? He's now 0-5. This team went from being the best entry team in the world to the worst in a matter of 1 stage, in a matter of 2 games.
Do we have to call the cops? Anybody as a culprit in a situation like this?
Yeah, I've got to compound this.
Put him on blast.
I actually had to say to Adrian, I'm really sorry. Adrian, when you see this graphic, just remember that I love you, okay? Because actually, the stats just do not make good reading for any Team Secret fan. Like, these are the best 3 players on Team Secret in terms of Noah, Adrian, and Mowgli, particularly Mowgli. But the entries, going from Season 1 into Stage 2, they're just not looking good. Like you said, they were the best entry team last stage, Leo. They're now pretty much the worst. They've been terrible. But the KPR as well. Mowgli on a 0.35 KPR. Adrian the same. Noah on a 0.12 KPR. Those numbers, no matter who you're against, and they are against probably the best 2 teams in the league in week 1, they don't make for good reading. If Secret are going to have success, those are the 3 guys that need to step up. And they can step up, of course. It's just a 1-week thing. Doesn't read well so far.
Well, moving on to their opponents, Fnatic on the other side. Again, complete opposite and really shattering expectations in many ways, Leo.
We expected the opposite starting the stage. We expected Fnatic to be at the lower end, Secret at the top, and I will say this, Fnatic has surprised everyone. Instead of recruiting an IGL, they've kept true to their core and to their recruiting strategy by going and hunting for a young profile. Now that profile is Croc. He's been delivering amazing numbers, especially in the entry department, but if you looked at Wizard there, he was 114 EPS. This new team, composed of young players, so far is full of promises.
Now, I'm not going to say that they're going to sit here and win every game with 3 points.
Yeah.
But the trajectory that Fnatic are on is the best that they've been on since Fnatic as an organization re-entered Rainbow Six. So obviously, they had a pretty mid-team when Leo was on there over in Impact.
All right, thank you for the
And then they picked up, they inherited a team that was the Rogue Koi X roster. And this is the start of the seasons. The red, the blues, the greens for the colorblind. It's all the graphs at the bottom there, where their maximum that they ever got to was 11 points across the stage. In the first 2 games, Fnatic are on 6 points. That trajectory that they're heading on is careering them towards playoffs. It's in fact the best start they've ever had under this brand, under this organization. If they can continue it, I would expect this team to be making playoffs, which would be a massive shock and upset that stable kind of top 6 that we've had.
This is the most logical copium I've ever seen from you.
Yeah, this is some MSNBC finance levels of
I was
guru
so bullish on this
here.
team in the past, and I've given up on them, and now they come with 6 points out of 6. Like,
That's it. You're right back there.
Yeah, I know.
With the fans.
I know. I'm talking about them winning every game.
Yeah, see, this is what it's like to be a Fnatic fan. I see what it is. I mean, that was the case back when Fnatic was in Australia, Japan. Even more so, biggest success was under Fnatic's Australian roster. And what happened? They beat G2. G2 picked them up and kind of thrashed the team and kind of open up through that main COVID era. However, our map bans for this series, for this best of 1, what does it look like from 9 down to 1, Leo? What do we got?
Wow. So we're going to Cafe, and that's going to be an interesting one because, Jack, how many times have we seen Fnatic play Cafe?
Twice.
Whoa.
So this is going to be the 3rd time in a row. And with previous results, they beat who? They beat Wolves.
Yep.
They beat Matchco.
Yep. Wolves and Matchco. Yep.
Okay, if you look
Not great.
that's okay. That's victories,
Yeah.
They're feeling confident. You look at Secret, they have a 3-win streak on it. You know against who?
Did they also beat Wolves and Matchco?
No, they beat G2.
Oh, they're a good cafe team.
Falcons.
They're a great cafe team.
W7N.
They're an excellent cafe team.
Secret has a track record of beating the best teams in the world on that map. They will start defense. Cafe, once again, is a defender-sided map. But that was all when Secret was on the top of the world. We have not seen them play against top international teams except for that Falcons game, but that was not on Cafe. So is that Cafe still S tier? I guess we know today.
I'm just going to take a big huff of that copium that you say. I actually think for Fnatic, this is not bad. You expect a reaction out of Secret. You go to a map that you haven't shown. Fnatic are going to be expecting to pick up their points against the GNGs, the Matchcos, the Wilds of this world, not the Secrets and the G2s of this world. So going back to the same map kind of makes sense to protect what you've already shown. Fnatic have now shown us two very different cafes. Can they show us a third? Will they mix it up? I don't know. I think it's kind of just a free hit, and they know it because they've had such a good start.
Gentlemen, all I'm hearing is our match of the day today is Copium Central, and we're going to send it straight to our casters to take it off. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Absolutely. I mean, again, Tim, we spoke about this a bit earlier on. It's been a dream start for Fnatic. It's been a poor one for Secret. Any other time of the year you'd ask me, I'd be like, oh, this has got a Secret win all over it. But today, I ain't so sure.
I'd agree. I think, you know, these are teams that, for the time being at least, seem to be heading in opposite directions. Fnatic on the up, Team Secret on the way down, and they kind of maybe meeting a little bit in the middle here. I think we could be on for a close matchup. I think this could be a really good game. We're going to get into Cafe, of course. We'll see those bans come through, but yeah, Fnatic, this for me is like, I won't say, I don't want to, you know, I'm not being disrespectful to the teams they've played so far. You know, they've had some tough games, but this for me is like now the big test. It's like, yeah, you've got your win against Wolves, you've got your win against Matchco. I'd expect those three teams to all kind of be in the mix with each other, you know, in any given stage with the performances they've been showing. So now, Fnatic, it's time to step up. If you're showing us that you're really doing it this stage, you need that performance, you need that result against one of the bigger boys, Team Secret, your G2, your Virtus Pro, your Falcons. So this is a big opportunity for them.
It is. I'm very, very curious to see how the second half goes when we get there, because as I remarked earlier on, Secret are yet to win a defense this stage. It's the other way around. I'm looking forward to seeing how the first half goes, because they are the only team I haven't checked globally, but I would go as far as saying they are likely the only team around the world that has not yet won a defense. It's crazy that after 2 days, admittedly, they only played 5 defenses. They've played 12 attacks. That tells you a lot about how things have gone for them, but to have only won 3 of 17 rounds that you played is a pretty miserable affair. Surely they believe that their chances and their hopes get to turn around here, because that season has got to get started at some point. The curse that always follows the team, though, Tim, they win a big event, and I've spoken to so many players that have like lifted the hammer, for example, and said, why is it that happens? And they say, yeah, as much as you like, you're going to maintain momentum here. We're going to stay on top of the world. We're going to go and win the next event. No matter what you say and do, there is always some natural kind of drop off that you can't help it. And we've seen it. You and I have cast like, you know, several grand finals as well, and SI or cast like semi-finals. We've seen winners go on to just go into a torrid like patch of form for the next 6 months. And in a way, it kind of feels like Secret are facing that after EWC. A little bit of a hangover from winning, but it's got to get started at some point, Tim, and for me it's got to get started now.
It's always the same. Yes, in Siege, but I think in any esport, in any traditional sport, any competitive environment, the better you are, the bigger the target you put on your back. Ultimately, teams are looking closely at you. What are they doing? Why is it working? Breaking it down. What can we learn? How do we beat them? You know, you make yourself a name by playing well, and people want to beat you. Simple as that. And I think, yeah, you know, teams like Team Secret probably do suffer to that a little bit. Falcons, I think we've seen suffer to it in EU over the years as well. G2, you know, and it comes down to, like you say, when you have those big performances on the main stage at big tournaments, teams do look at you like that. But let's see how this one shapes up, whether Secret can maybe re-find a little bit of that form that they've shown us over the last 12 months and have been struggling to bring to bear so far. How about this, though? Fnatic, Sarks has been able to wander into Brown Stairs and do a lot of damage. Crocs is going to pick up Noah as well. Oh dear, it's falling apart for Secret up on the top floor.
Oh, they're going to carry on and be 0-6 on defenses. It's not looking good. It's definitely a great start. Yeah, question marks for me a bit around Noah and his positioning there as well. Let's speak about the Aruni in the current patch. One of the only operators with a DMR on the defensive side. You want to chuck her in cocktail and play long range. Great C4 from June coming out, but Jegs is there for the trade. As said, I think a little bit of misvision here from Secret's going to cost them, at least in this first round. Savage with it all to do being challenged onto here. It feels like Fnatic are exploding out of the walls, Tim. This first round surely can only be theirs.
I don't think that Nitro's going to do anything, if I'm honest. It was just a little bit of a
bricks.
Little bit misthrown there. Final kill comes in on White Stairs, and that's going to be a pretty easy and comfortable first round for Fnatic. Certainly riding the wave of that confidence and momentum they've got from the first couple of play days, and going really, really well. Secret struggling to keep pace, and full foul once again, Des. Not specifically Secret, but teams in general, to the top floor defensive choice. Stop going up there.
I mean, admittedly, it comes down to the new boy, right? Like, that's where a lot of conversation has been about this team. It was a really weird one, because Croxon was like one of the best players that we saw for OG Wild as well. Obviously then went down to go and play in Ost, didn't play so well over there, kind of got laughed out of the region away. Has come back here and has started strong so far on the stage, and I know it's easy to talk about a guy that's just walked to 3K, but he was the man making the difference in that round. The 2 kills that he got started to open things up, then Fnatic's pressure just built and built and built from there. And this the thing is where you're starting to see the vision and the jigsaw pieces start to come together for Fnatic in a way. You know, Deepek has always been that backline player, the more supportive player for the team. The 4 in front of him are all very, very capable fraggers. Like, you look back a couple of years ago, Jegs, probably one of the most like rising star entry players that we had. Sarks has shown he's very, very competent. Wizard was, I think, always secondary to Stomping in terms of hype, but people were very, very excited when they saw him coming forward. And as I said, Croxon was one of the best players for a while back when he was on that team. So you've kind of got the backline player and then these 4 young fraggers that just want to go off on everyone. If this all starts to click together more and more throughout the stage, Fnatic could be a real contender coming into even the major.
Yeah, and it's
not forgetting actually the original version of this roster, Deepek of course being one of the ones that won a major in Germany. Where's our next major at, Tim? I don't want to get too excited, but you never know.
Yeah, I think you know, you look at it and I think it's not any point overdue for Fnatic either. You know, they've had a tough time of it. There's no other way of putting it, and it's, you know, it's nice to see. It's difficult not to back them really. You know, and it's nice to see them having that sort of improvement in performance that they've been working so hard for so long. Look at this. Secret just giving themselves away. Mowgli, half health, gets caught out going through that rotate. It's the oldest trick in the book. From just watching from that skylight, doing the damage. And here goes Jegs working across. Crox is going to pick up Adrian. Fnatic are just looking like the better team so far in these first couple of rounds.
Well, here we go. If anyone can deal with the shield, Tim, surely it's going to be someone like Savage and his boys. They play the death out of these operators, and sure enough, inside half the round, Tim, they have forced them all back down here. Great aggression from Jegs as well as seen them drop immediately, rounding on towards White Stairs to keep them forced back. Catch anyone who's being a little bit cheeky and getting a little bit too comfortable on half White Stairs. But at this point, it's a 1-for-1. Deepek the one to fall. There's still a lot that can be done in this round here with how much time we've got to work with.
Savage is playing on the bottom floor at the minute with the Soulish, just using that gadget quite a lot. I think trying to just keep an eye on, you know, can he pick up anybody droning? Can he give that intel? Can he using it like a pulse? He's also then in position, of course, to be able to detail if the diffuser does start going down. But for the time being, it's going to be mostly an intel basis, and then maybe have a look for a little flank later on. But he needs to be very, very careful because they are well aware of his position. Doom does pick up Wizard, so advantage Team Secret. They finally seem to have got themselves settled into this, and round 2's not too bad to be doing that at all. They're happy enough, I think, Team Secret. It was a rough ride in round 1, but they seem to be turning it around quite quickly until Crox manages to pick up Doom. It's going to be 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it's that pressure being applied by the shield. I think it just forced the player to charge away, thinking he was safe because the shield was spraying down onto the mining window. Little do you know that Croc was watching just a couple of steps back on another vertical. Caught him as he made the cross, and yes, it's a 3v3. 15 seconds to play. They need to go soon, though, Tim. The thing is, Jegs is in position here, and they've got a good bit of cover. Sart's getting one more. Plant's going down. Now needs to get himself in a spot to give a little bit more vertical cover, but the fuser's gone down, Tim. They need to go for the kills now. They find one. Can they get it in time? Croxon again goes massive. 2 closing kills, even with just a few seconds left on the clock.
Oh, Secret have really got to be kicking themselves there, Des. They had it in the palm of the hand. It was a beautiful play from Savage on the Solis. Gets himself up downstairs to pillar, opens the wall, finds the angle onto the plant in blitz, drops the diffuser inside a site with 5 seconds left to go. You just can't legislate for somebody like Croxon, who's just going to hit 2 shots on a 180 within 3 seconds to win the round. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And, you know, it's difficult even for Noah, I think, he's trying to get out of the way. He knows there's 3 seconds here. He's trying to get away. He's trying to get to some sort of cover, but it just wasn't going to happen. 2-0 Fnatic on the attack of Cafe. They look sharp.
And just to remind everyone, this is still Secret 0 and 7 on defenses so far throughout the stage. In a meta where I don't think any map globally is under 50% defender win rate. It is mental, and at some point it's going to keep becoming a bit of a curse, knowing that they hold that accolade, that their stats on that side of things are this ugly. Got to do some work here to bounce back into it. Fnatic a little change over here in terms of lineup as well. That Brava being brought along that we love to see, Tim, because of Noah being on those Evil Eyes on the other side. But mainly my eyes turn towards Jegs on that Fuse and Croxon playing on the Sens. That's most definitely execute utility they're bringing along.
Yeah, 100% keep your eyes on those operators. They're going to be the ones looking to clear it out. For the time being, it's going to be get Jegs in, get him opening the hatch, getting those fuse charges sent down as well. You can bring him along to deal with any kind electricals, for example, on the hatch. That's not going to be the case because it's not been brought along. So there's no denial like that to deal with. So instead, the fuse charges are largely going to be about clearing utility and space from around the bomb chassis, around the plant zone, you know, anywhere that you're going to be looking to force defenders away from, anywhere you don't want them being able to hold. Get those fuse charges in and force them out. If you can get somebody holding horizontal lines of fire that you can flush them into, all the better for you.
I was looking back at the last time they played this map as well, Tim, and there's nothing too alien here. We've seen them play a Fuse on it when they played it a week ago against Matchco. We saw a lot of Capitao, a lot of Sledge, a lot of Gridlock. Nothing too unsurprising and things that we've seen out of Fnatic before. You'd think that like Secret didn't know this was their most preferred map and they played it an absolute ton because for the most part, they're sort of sleepwalking into defeat for the most part here. One of those Evil Eyes having to be taken out by the friendly side, of course. Well, the former friendly side, it was a hacked camera that had been taken over by Wizard. But still got this camera tucked in here as well. That's a bit of a spot of bother to be in. And he desperately wants that other one that's up on the post. If you can get rid of that, there is very little cover actually available for the site itself. But unfortunately now, playing this game, here we go. Down comes the fuse charges, and that'll do an awful lot for them. But they still need that one gone. Here we go. Should get it away here, and that's going to be all the Evil Eyes gone, Tim. This is looking good for a plan.
Yeah, and it's great combination with those fuse charges, isn't it? Why was there nobody there to shoot that clutch drawn out? Because the fuse charge had just come in and forced them all away. Beautiful teamwork coming in from Fnatic. It's those little moments that you don't always see in a round of Siege, but they've done a fantastic job of clearing out that bomb site, of clearing out that plant spot, getting rid of all that enemy intel, all that enemy utility. They can now think about getting that hatch dropped and getting on into the plant spot. The big question is, how do they deal with Adrian? He's in VIP. I always speak about this position, and he's still in that position.
All right, Mowgli's gone down. Another entry going the way of Fnatic, Tim. They are flying in this game so far. Trey coming back, though. Savage finds his man. Do they know about the shield? No, they've got no idea that Adrian's still tucked in. Relied too much on the smoke and the cover of those Grimbees coming out, and he pays the price. They know they haven't got VIP cover at this point. Up nice and close, and really Croxon had to be winning out in that exchange, but has come away the loser. 2 kills going the way of Fnatic. Out comes the shotgun. We've seen this one before, Tim. Sarks with it all to do, though, in a 1 versus 2. And it's going to be a nice close range shotgun up nice and close. Finally, Secret get their first defensive round win of the stage after 2.5 games. Beautiful.
Right, I'm sorry, Fnatic. You've been really good the first couple of rounds, but I've got to ask the question. What are you doing running into VIP while Adrian's just stood there? Like, it's the most common spot to have a defender on that side. There's always going to be somebody playing inside of VIP. And the Fuse is just running there. I think it was Jegs. And he's just giving himself up. Like, he's just completely giving himself to Adrian. And Fnatic are just completely unaware that he's in there, that he's still a threat. Yep, they've had the smokes, they've had the sense gadgets down. But you've got the shield. You're in a great position to actually run him down and challenge him there. But yeah, it just started falling apart from there. So Fnatic did fantastic work through a lot of the round. I want to be really fair to them. The teamwork, the softening up of the plant spot, everything they did right up until that last 10% was really, really good for them. But then they just let it slip at the end.
It did. But given how they started the game, Tim, given they're up 2-1, I can't really fault them all that much. It was a close end to that round as well. Just missed out one part of Adrian inside of VIP being a little bit of an issue for them. As I said, most importantly, it's Secret getting on the board that I'm happy to see. That hopefully kind of breaks that, a bit of a sigh of relief there, breaks that mental barrier that will be in the way, and hopefully now we see them go from strength to strength as we go into that second quarter of the game, starting things back up on this top floor, and they are looking to lock things up nice and tight. Amira in place. And instead, I would like to see Noah playing more towards Cigar like he is at the moment. Sorry, not Cigar, sorry, in towards Cocktail and make use of that scope. We don't see, obviously, many of the characters having it, operators having it on the defensive side at the moment. I don't think he can quite stuck a shotgun at the back of Cocktail and expect him to get kills in towards Cigar, Tim, as much as we've seen him be ridiculous this week. So I think having Noah there would be the play to go for.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think we've seen a couple of long-range efforts from the shotties, but we're definitely going to be looking for an alternative inside of Piano. We're going to have the track singers going straight out onto red stairs, so that's going to be the flanks dealt with. They're very concerned about the flanks and the jump outs here. We've also got Jegs on the Nomad, likely going to use those air jabs just to prevent more jump outs than flanks. He doesn't want to be having anybody springing out of windows if he's going to be playing on that east side of Rappel. Last time around, Fnatic had a great attack here on the top floor. Secret would just push pillar to post very quickly, to be honest. They had damage coming in from brown stairs up onto top floor. They had people dropping red stairs very quickly, which has happened again. Croxon's going to get himself in and be looking to challenge towards Piano already. This is, again, going to be very, very tough for Secret to hold on to.
Oh, it's a Mowgli 0-4. When was the last time you saw that, Tim? It's not really like him. He's been on fire since moving to the Secret side, but he's struggling. Savage falling by the wayside. Adrian trying to do what he can, but can't find a kill for love nor money. Everyone's still healthy on the side of Fnatic, and now the pressure comes in as this call comes out and they start their march on forward. Things now might start to get a little bit difficult for Secret. Fnatic still with half the round to make this work.
Yeah, Fnatic don't need to get silly here. They can get back on the drones, use those seconds, 1 minute 10, plenty of time. Just wait until you can massage that position. They've got mirror windows to deal with, which is what's holding them back at the minute. They can't get established inside a Piano because of them, and they can't really push forward into the bomb site because of them. So they're having to be very, very cautious. Adrian, he had to try and get something going. Croxon manages to get another 2. He's having an unbelievable game. He's down at the minute, but he's 9-2. Flawless round, and Fnatic emphatically take top floor again. I picked up on that top floor site choice, and I'm going to come to it again. We haven't had a reading choice coming from Secret yet. They've done a full rotation without reading, and they've gone back to top floor, which they've lost twice. I'm never a fan of it as a defensive site. I don't think it's all it's made out to be when it's chosen as a primary site, and I think we're seeing exactly why. Fantastically attacked by Fnatic.
All right, unsurprisingly, it's that timeout because they are down 3-1, and it is not looking too pretty. I think as you sort of said, Croc's having a brilliant game. What's one more call a life game, playing to this level is just like, whoa, like it's unbelievable. He won't play like that again. But you can see it. I mentioned before, top player on Wild, very, very effective. You will see him play to this level again. But on this day when he needed it most as well, because for them to start out of stage 3-0 after the torrid time that Fnatic have had the last few stages, it's a dream start for them. To imagine being 3-up on one of the teams that you beat is the recent EWC winners. That's going to feel fantastic for the mental.
Yeah, of course it is. It really sets you with a strong foundation, doesn't it, at that point to push forward. It's like I said, this for me is like the real test. It's like they've come in, they've had those Walton match core games, and they'll have been really intent on winning them because they'll see, these are teams we've been competing with for the last couple of stages that we've been struggling to compete with a lot of the time. So yeah, to get those done, they're really important games to win. And now it's, like I said, time for sort of welcome to big school. You're going up against one of those top 4 now, and can you still do it? Can you still achieve? And right now, Fnatic they're not even toe-to-toe. They're towering over Team Secret right now. Secret are struggling to get themselves into this. There's only Doom that's positive at the minute on their side in terms of kills to death. We say so often, kills aren't everything inside a siege, but you got to get some when Croxon's going to be running around at 9-2, Stark's on 3-1, Jegs 4-2. You're going to be in trouble if you don't.
I mean, also, this is a classic case of almost like you can't always look at all the kills as well. Like, yeah, Wizards 1 and 2, but look how much work he did with the Brava on that downstairs attack. I took away everything from the other side. It was beautiful. You know what I am excited about, Tim? Tomorrow, Fnatic play against Wild, and this could be 2 really informed teams coming head-to-head. Oh, what a game that's set for you when we get there. Of course, got to get through this one first and the rest of our play day, but I'll be tuning in to watch that one.
Level's getting again, good due diligence coming in from Fnatic here, not giving any openings, any opportunities for Team Secret to be able to get cheap deaths or get themselves into this one. Jabs once again being deployed for those jump outs, and it is just kind of rinse and repeat here for Fnatic. It's going to be, you know, get control of that top floor. It is reading this time, so we are moving across to that site that we haven't seen yet. We've got the mirrors up on the top floor, but honestly, the defense of the top floor so far has not been a problem for Fnatic to break.
No, and I don't think it'll be much more of a problem for them. They've looked to move at pretty good pace. However, this is a good entry to find as well. Wizard being shut down. The Ashe disappearing now makes it a little more frustrating to try and deal with those mirrors at range. Yeah, you can... I can't even get a smoke off on this one. I was going to say, surely there's a smoke shooting top down, but no, they were riding an awful lot on that Ashe and doing the work for them. That's simply not an option here. So that is actually a bigger kill than it looks at face value.
Coxon getting back up towards top floor just to try and continue helping, knowing that he can't cut off anybody on that flank. And right now, Adrian is holding on and he finds his shots this time, but leaves himself again a little bit far out of cover. Taken down in a trade by Jegs. Losing Croxon, it's, to be honest, more of a problem losing the man than the utility. The track stingers will already be out, and Croxon's been doing fantastic with the gun in hands. Mowgli manages to pick up a double, and this is kind of the round that you feel Secret needed, surely. Start finding a couple of kills, get themselves into it. Noah saves his teammate, and that's going to be a round for Secret. 3-2 now, still in favour of Fnatic.
Yeah, still feeling pretty good about themselves, but I think after that tack timeout, Secret, Head's giving a bit of a wobble. Mowgli finally getting himself on the board as well. Just kind of waiting for them to kick into third, fourth, fifth gear here, really getting themselves moving through the motions, but to have those two on the board, it's going to feel pretty good, as I say. And a lot of it came off the start of that round, I think, just putting them on the back foot, because you force Fnatic to slow down. They're coming in here and hitting you hard, and they've been moving faster the majority of their rounds. You take away their main way of dealing with those mirrors, it's going to force them to pause and go, okay, how do we deal with this new situation we're in now? What do we do to get rid of the mirrors? How are we doing this? How are we doing that? And that just gives them time to reformulate another disruptive attempt. It's where you saw a real cute play coming out of Secret. Savage again running out of bottom white while a C4 comes out the window from someone else. Like, you're almost riding on one of those two things, getting away with a kill there, whether it's the C4 catching him off guard or while he's trying to shoot the C4, Savage getting a second kill in the round. Either would have been beautiful, but it's that little bit of breathing room there that's let Secret battle their way back in. And I think you'll see Fnatic here in the last round still try and play pretty quickly, and it's on Secret to be the ones to deal with that.
5 seconds left.
Look at that lineup. We're going to have June bringing the Pulse along this time. So as much as I've mentioned Savage playing on the Solace, kind of almost giving that Pulse-like performance of seeing if anybody's on the drone, seeing where the gadgets are activating, using that for a bit of location intel. You're going to have that in a more direct sense now with June and that heartbeat scanner. Going to have shields to deal with though. The Blitz is going to be looking to get in and get active amongst it, using that flash. The shield get up in the faces of these defenders and make life difficult. 4-2 half on the attack will be an absolute dream for Fnatic. Pulse knows that he's going to be pushed though. Doesn't know that it's the Blitz though. And Jegs manages to make a real problem. Takes down his man. And there goes Mowgli as well. Sorks finding him. 4 versus 2 kills on either side. But it's Fnatic who tumble down on the side of advantage here. And this time surely the diffuser will go down. But no, it's not for the time being by Noah.
They've just gone down. Sark's still got a phone call he can use here. They haven't used a single phone call to them. They haven't felt the need to. But Wizard's got Noah trying to play on the vertical. Well covered off by him. And not really a particularly favourable role, or particularly desirable role in this round, but it's done the job for his team. All it's going to take is one more, and it comes from Deepek. A 4-2 half for Fnatic team. Dominant fashion. But now we get the switch over, and I'm sure Secret have got something in mind here.
I'm sure Secret fans hope they have, because it's not going well so far, and this is a really dominant Fnatic performance. Look at the confidence they came into round 6 with. Nah, we're not bothered about phone calls, we're just going straight into sight. Great job from Jegs on the Blitz, getting that opener onto the Pulse, just cut off all that information that Secret would have been feeding in as to the location of those attackers, but just gone in the blink of an eye. And they just, then it's like the confidence as a team, the team play is brilliant. As soon as one goes, they've got the confidence that everybody is following behind them, and it's kill after kill after kill all around the map. This kind of 3-2-1 right now, we hit these multiple locations, is working brilliantly for Fnatic.
It is, yeah. Again, it's pace that has really helped them, right? Where we've seen them fall short is when the pace hasn't really been on their side, when they've been disrupted. But now we get to see how the second side goes. And as I said, it's very easy to look at this game now and go, wow, they've won 4 attacks, like Cafe, third most defender-sided map in the pool. I just get the sense that flipping sides now, we're going to see a little bit of a different affair. You've seen Secret kind of warm their way into things. It's taken a while. Fnatic have definitely got the steal on them. They could shut this one out, but I don't think Secret are going to make it that simple and straightforward.
No, I would agree with you. Secret, I would expect to, you know, have a little bit more in the tank, but again, I'll say the same as I said in the last game, really. Rounds 7 and 8 are going to be particularly important. We saw Gen G have this kind of start last time. You know, granted, it was on the defense, not the attack, but the point still stands. What are Fnatic going to do on the attack? What sort of team are they going to be? Are they going to be able to continue that teamwork and confidence that has got them those rounds? You know, we saw great teamwork in Kitchen to clear out and to open up the default plant spot. They didn't win the round, but it was still beautifully orchestrated. We've seen great teamwork in round 6 there, just able to go in en masse together, get kills at the same time. Just really, really nice stuff from them. But can they keep doing that on the defense? Can they keep that going and keep Secret on the back foot? Round 7 and 8 is where we will find our answers.
Changing mags.
Absolutely will. Well, let's see how we get things then. How things start shaping up. Early aggression coming out from Croc, who's feeling himself, as we know. Hoping someone just peers over the parapet of this hatch. They could be a free, but they ain't giving him nothing. Not seen it on a drone, but no, Mowgli finds him first. Croc's aiming at the bottom part of the hatch. Pays the price, and yes, it's essentially going down. It's not the end of the world, but they lose a C4 for it, Tim, as well as those 2 impact, not 2 impact, sorry, would have lost something else, but not the best start. Either way, you can afford to lose at least 1.
I was going to say, I think Fnatic will learn an important lesson from that, but I'm not sure that's the case because Wizard is stood underneath another hatch. So, you know, we'll see. But if they know he's there, I'd expect him to get punished. Savage is up there on the Deimos. He's ready, I think, for that challenge. But Team Secret now need to double down on that advantage. But all of us, how have they not dealt with Wizard? He's been under there for ages. They must have known of his location. I don't think they've had a drone in there. We saw Mowgli get stolen away by the Aussie Pest. And again, I think this is just more good play from Fnatic. Wizard just using his utility to keep himself off the radar, gets an important couple of kills, and all of a sudden, despite a good start to the round and an entry kill, Fnatic now on the back foot.
That's a painful one. I do think those Mozzie pests have been a real pest, dare I say, in this round, Tim. Take away a lot of information that they otherwise have, but this is why you have things like the Deimos on side, right? You'd think a trap might come in on someone you aren't quite 100% clear on. But instead, they've largely let it slip by. Yeah, fair play to Fnatic. They played hyper-aggressive around those hatches. Crocs didn't work out. Wizards obviously did. But this was all avoidable for Secret. Instead, they've got to win a 3 versus 4. And Fnatic are just going to hold position here. Ready to play aggressive. C4s, able to deny upstairs as well if so required. I don't think they need it because we're getting down to the last 40 seconds, Tim. We haven't got a lot of time to work with.
That's exactly it. It's not just about the fact that it's a 3 versus 4. It's about the fact that Fnatic now, because of the clock, they are afforded the space to kind of sit around and wait for things to happen. Wizard managing to find another. Picks up Adrian. That is really, really big. You've now got a situation of 2 versus 4. 20 seconds left to go. No one taking damage, and Secret have to start forcing things. You don't have time to be chasing people around with Deimos. Tracks is 15 seconds. You got to think about how do you create enough space to put the diffuser down. They're clutching at straws here. 8 seconds left. Triple kill comes in for Wizard in the round, and this one is over. Noah is going to get cut down at some point. He starts playing with the diffuser, but he knows he doesn't have a chance. Jegs finds his man with a pistol, and that is going to be another Fnatic round. I said 7 and 8 were particularly important to see how Fnatic were playing on the defense. And I think we've got our answer even just after 7. I'm not sure we need 8 because Fnatic, again, were just really well on top of that. Secret did nothing to close Wizard down, and they were punished heavily for it.
They were, yeah. Again, it's that early aggression that wasn't dealt with. As you say, Secret being a little bit laboured, a little bit lackluster, a little bit slow. You know, I think back to Secret, and they were one of the teams that was so good at punishing people with shields. They just kind of push into your face with 2 or 3 shields, and you could do very, very little about it. Yeah, no shields are banned away here. Savage is across from that Deimos, not really the kind of role that I imagine him stepping onto, and they just haven't quite found success the way that they needed to get this half off on a good foot. Instead, it's Fnatic up 5 and 2.
Bomb located by
Dare I say, Tim, today's crazy EML day will just keep on getting crazier.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the side of Team Secret, not one of them are positive at the minute in terms of the KD. If you look at the side of Fnatic, there's only Deepak that is not positive at the minute. Everybody else is. And that's not even, that's not even a shot at Deepak. He just plays a different role. We know that. He's providing a lot of intel, a lot of utility. He's doing an awful lot of work on the team. We've spoken about it for years. All these things that he does in the background that you don't see. So it just goes to show, that's always going to be the case when a team is winning well. That yes, their players are going to have the better stat lines. But more the point is that everybody is struggling on Secret. It's not even like there's one person there who's like kind of dragging them into rounds. It feels like they're struggling to get anybody going.
All right, well, I'm sure we'll see a little more caution coming out this time around. Aging across onto the Dokkaebi as an example here. Should give them a little bit more information on what exactly is going on inside of the map. So far, no massive response from that first round. I'm looking at the lineup coming out of Fnatic 2 team. It's more of the same, denying away that drone work. Lots more information coming out in the form of the Pulse. And speak about Melusi a lot. Those Banshees just give you so much intel overall. It can really impede the attacking side. So I'm looking here and just thinking for Secret, where do we start out here? What do we clear through? And it should really be those roamers up on the top floor, of which there are a couple. But bearing in mind they're being seen every step of the way by that Pulse, it ain't going to be easy.
No, it's not. Secret, of course, unable to get the value out of that Pulse themselves because they lost it too early in the round. Not going to be the case here as Jegs and Deepak managed to find one apiece. Pulse still well alive and feeding intel in has become even more powerful now that they're in a 5 versus 3. Of course, Fnatic can start to play a little bit more conservatively in the round. They can wait for their opportunities to present themselves. They don't need to go crazy. I'm going to have Dokkaebi Cole coming in. Nitros are going to be flying soon. I'll tell you now, there's 3 on side. And there's a Pulse still alive. Secret are going to be very careful upstairs.
Knock, knock.
They do, yeah. Again, just waiting for those 3 C4s to come singing up, right? Maybe at least have an idea that he's around, I want to say.
Time to ring some.
You can't always trust the drone count in that top right corner of the screen, because you can see, for example, Noah's got one in his back pocket still, but I don't think they'll have a lot of information on what's going on throughout the map at this point. You'd hope, at least, like I say, they know there's a Pulse around, looking to cause a spot of bother. It's almost like the reverse of what we saw earlier on when it was Fnatic attacking vertically. They managed to get a kill off the back of it and look to step in and get the diffuser down. As it stands right now, Sark's under a lot of pressure, and I was going to say, surely he can't stay inside this train for long. It is going to be his graveyard. And now Secret look for their drops to try and make things happen, although someone's just dropped downstairs. Who was that as well? I think it was Wizard. A C4 in back pocket. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Yeah, it's a shame for them to lose Sarks on the Pulse. It was actually 4 C4s they had. I missed the second gadget on Sentry, which is also a C4. So absolutely stacked in terms of explosives. They need to make some use of them, really. Jegs manages to pick up Mowgli, as he said, just watching the drop. Fnatic have just got everything covered. I said they need to make use of those Nitros. That's exactly what they do. Final kill comes in. Fnatic go on to map point. Secret, it looks like their head's gone, Des. They're in shambles.
It's just one of them where they do not look at the races, Tim. Their stats were poor coming into it. I spoke about how they played 17 rounds, only won 3. It's looking like it's going to go from bad to worse for them, because those numbers are not going to look prettier come the end of today. At least they got a defensive round on the board, Tim, but I don't think that's going to save those 3 points that they're very, very sorely after. It sounds weird to think about a world here where they won't make it to a major, and yeah, it's only the start of the stage. There's still plenty more to come. They've got time to figure things out, and they've lost to big teams as well, right? They've lost to G2, they've lost to Falcons. Okay, you'd expect them to maybe recover a little bit, but after this game, they've got Genji, who we've seen play very, very well today. Only then do they find themselves coming up against BDS and Wolves in the games after, where you'd expect to see them find a win. They have a tough end to the stage as well, because they've got to play against Virtus Pro, for example, and a very informed Wild. This could be a really bumpy run towards the back end of things.
It could. We could be seeing a serious fall from grace in stage 2 for Team Secret here. It could be a real fight for them to even get in towards those playoff spots. At the end of this, when all is said and done, they certainly leaving it late in the day, losing those first 3 matchups
heading out to defuse a bomb
in a 10-team league. Can be very, very telling very quickly. I mean, we all will expect Secret to make a run back into this one, don't get me wrong. A couple of wins, should be enough. If we look back at stage 1, actually, out of interest, I can't remember what the threshold was. But Genji had 12 points. Wild had 10 and didn't make it. So there you go. 3 wins, 4 wins. You know, they're starting to run out of too many more opportunities. So they need to be very, very careful. But they do get themselves a good opener here in round 9. They're going to take the score pass off the board. That's Wizard gone. Important player as well. Had a couple of big rounds there, important moments. So certainly a good one for them to get taken out. But Deepek, as always,
classic,
using those yokai drones well outside of the map, using the timer that is available on them just to try and feed any intel he can into his team. I don't think anybody does it better.
No, I wouldn't quite go as far as saying he pioneered this, but we did see he was the one to use it most aggressively on any map, whether it was club, whether it was cafe. Like, you just seen him making use to get information on what's going on outside the map. And on a map like cafe, where there is quite a lot of outside focus, I think it's a real good thing to have available to you, and you've already been using it there. Of course, seeing no one, but seeing no one could be a good thing. You see the white doors open, you know they're probably pushing in towards white corridor, for example. So nothing's going to be too surprising here. They already saw the early challenge come in where they lost out on the entry on that white door as well. So there's always going to be lessons that you're learning off the back of this. However, Secret have got this numbers advantage. Half a round still to play. Yellow ping's at his feet. The drone is literally underneath in there. There's no way Jegs was getting a kill off the back of that one. And now we can see the hammer start to swing on the second floor to start exposing all that is going on below.
Yeah, much better from Secret there. Really working as a team to get those couple of kills that they've got so far on the board. And they're going to have a little bit of time to kill as they wait for this Goyo canister to burn out. But that does get them the hatch, and they will kill that time by working those verticals and trying to find more players underneath. It's looking like a good round for them. They've got a minute left yet, so plenty of time to work with. You see the man underneath. Adrian does take some damage there. Not the end of the world, as it does move the players around. And we can see now these two of Fnatic have had to force their way out of kitchen just to keep themselves safe.
So you always the risk of playing Sledge versus a Buck. Of course, you get the nades, but you are having to get in melee range to get the floor opened up. It means people can shoot back to him. Buck generally a little bit more safe in that regard. Here we go. I think now trying to finally look for our step on through. June getting rid of Croc to make it a 5 versus 2 sim. I don't think Secret lose this one out. Step forward and it's a trade elsewhere. Deepek with it all to do. 15 seconds to play. I don't even think a yokai drone being available would change anything, unfortunately. Gonna have to try and do what he can. The Secret should get this one and take us up to 3 to 6.
Yeah, big ask from there, realistically. He's just gonna see if he can sort of get a fight at a time here, but Secret are going to give him absolutely nothing. They know where he is. They're above him, they're to the side of him. They're absolutely everywhere. Nothing that he could do. Doom takes him down. Again, I think we had some really nice examples of Team Secret team play there. You know, we had from Red Stairs, particularly good. I think it was Doom who ultimately got the kill onto Croxon, but we had that yellow ping of information coming in. He's in the air, he's stuck in the corner, and then straight away from above, bang, the kill comes in, and they use that verticality that they've got. So really, really nice to shepherd Croxon into a difficult spot there, and then to be able to move on to him and get that kill. So good stuff from Secret. Is it going to be enough? Is it too little too late? The next 3 rounds will tell. You'd still have to back Fnatic here, given that they've got so many site choices available to them.
Sure, I mean, 3 in a row. You get your full choice there, Tim. You can pick it up strawberries you like and try and make a go of it. I think a lot of that round as well, the information game for Secret was on point, whereas you compare back to the start of the half, inability to get drones inside the map, no awareness of players underneath hatches, small things that were costing them. You have seen them at least sort of patch over that and start to look more like a team that has got a solid plan attacking and get themselves into the map and get themselves started. That's the important part. But like you say, I think to ask them to get that down now 3 times in a row, feels like a bit much.
Reading Room will be our next defensive site. We'll see whether this is the one for Fnatic. It was the one back in round 7. That was the location they went to, and they got the win. Totally different lineup this time. Last time around, they had the Mozzie, they had the Skopos, they had a Sentry, Ella. So very, very different. They also had the Malusi. So maybe a little bit more freedom for Team Secret here in terms of their movement. They're going to have better intel. It depends on the performance of the Solis, but the Mozzie, of course, causing them some real nuisances previously with those Mozzie pests. They're also not going to be getting caught up in those Banshees and having to worry about Skopos' movements around the map. So they might just find themselves attacking onto a slightly more static defense. We'll see whether that suits Secret.
Absolutely. Well, That's how things shape up then. I'm surprised again that it's a shield being played by someone that isn't Savage on this team. It kind of has been his bread and butter for the longest time, but clearly trying to change things a little bit inside of the team here. Little cheeky step out there, but June has just got Jags' number. That's the second round here that he's tried to be a bit cheeky and has been snapped up very early on. It has kind of been Fnatic's memo in this half. He's getting very aggressive early on, trying to trip up their opponents early in the round, just to set them off balance in the same way that Secret did to Fnatic in the first half.
Yeah, I don't like that one, I've got to be honest. I don't think there's really any need for it from Jags. You're 6-3 up, just get it one. Just get it one. Don't give him any excuse to come back into it. You know, and selling yourself on reading door, which is always going to be watched, you know, more often than not. I think, yeah, we'll see how this one turns out. But if you go to overtime, you're going to be looking at moments like that. Thinking, we probably shouldn't have been so aggressive. But look, Nitro comes out. That's a beauty from Croxon. Manages to take the Blackbeard down as well. Big loss. Noah off the board. 4 versus 4, and Fnatic get themselves back into it.
Oh, on the window as well. Thought for a second Wizard might get chewed up and spat out then, but no. Dancing himself around. It's Savage who's watching on this window. At this part, Mowgli's followed him through as well. So at the very least, Wizard, I think, fortunate to still be alive at this point. A second or two later, he probably was either dead from the window or dead to Mowgli pushing his way up towards Pixel and in towards White Corridor. He left it a second later, so well timed on that regard. Also, of course, got the pulse on side. Can't forget about that. No C4s to play behind anymore, though. It'll all be the information game. We've still got 2 smokes to use too. So there is an ability to slow down Secret here, Tim, but they've got the vertical and they're starting to build up.
Yeah, the ticking boxes. The ticking boxes seem Secret here as the things that they need, and we're going to start to see things get more difficult for Fnatic now, because they're going to start getting moved around, and you've got a player like Mowgli sat on white stairs. Beautiful nade comes in. Croxon can't move, so he's going to get taken out. 4 versus 3 now. 30 seconds left to go. Will Secret be in a position to put the diffuser down? You can't challenge like that. Sucks. Just trying to get aggressive onto white stairs. Knows the player is there. Knows he's coming down now, and he's going to have a close range fight, but he's not ready for it. The plant's going down. Mowgli gets the kill. Wizard on the fight back, but Team Secret have the advantage with that case active on the ground.
Defense close here as well. Wins one at range, but he's in a 1v2, and unfortunately, no. Adrian off that plant fresh gets the kill. 6-4, Tim. Is this the Secret fight back that we were expecting? Or they just let something slip through their fingers here, and they've started to look so good. Have they loaded in a bit too late?
I bet we don't see any run-outs at the beginning of the next round.
I would hope not.
Fnatic are going to start feeling the pressure now. You know, they're going to know that it's game on. There's only 2 rounds left for them to close this out. Yes, they've got, you know, plenty of options when it comes to side choices, but yeah, it was a tough one for Sarks, really. On the second part it was, but when he peeked out at the beginning, he's like not even got his heartbeat scanner away, and he stood at bottom white. I'm like, what? Get yourself back in cover. And he was taken out quite easily by Mowgli in the end. So down to the basement we go. It's going to be Kitchen. Will be possibly our final sight, possibly not. It might see us going all the way through to 12, but it's 6-4 for the time being. Fnatic now losing 2 rounds in a row. Round 9, round 10 have not gone their way. They don't want to see it become 3. Things will start getting away from them at that point, possibly. So I really think for Fnatic, it's now. I'm not going to say it's now or never, but I think it is now. I think you've got to come in and you've got to get this. They've already shown us they've got 2 wins. They've played fantastically against Secret today. It feels like, dare I say it, Fnatic are back, but along with that, you've got to start closing games out there. You know, if you're going to get this opportunity against Secret, take it and show that you have got that clinical finish in you.
Well, I think we know that if we come to a loss in this round for Fnatic, you're probably going to see attack timeout. They need those 3 points now. They want it done and out the way. To get 3 points off a top team like Secret while they're in a bit of a rut would be perfect to continue the stage that they've had so far. They'd be 3-0. Who would have thought you'd be saying that about Fnatic at the start of the stage? We're almost about there. Now, we do get a flip to what we saw back in that first half, and we commended Wizard a lot for his play on the Brava to take away a load of those Evil Eyes and cause general havoc inside the site itself. Of course, Deepek's the one now running around with those Evil Eyes, and it's instead Noah, his old teammate, who's going to be trying to snatch those away.
Mowgli's going to get the air jabs in, prevent any flanks. It's not something really that Fnatic seem to have played for too much. They're largely happy to kind of play their setup and wait for the fights to come to them rather than trying to, you know, be unpredictable and get themselves up onto the flanks of Team Secret. But That doesn't mean that you can take your eye off the ball. You've still got to make sure that it's covered off, because you can guarantee the one time you don't is the one time you'll get hit. Now, what is the Clash doing? Jegs this time, I always feel, is it one of those kind of panic picks? It's like, we're struggling to get this over the line. People do it on the attack as well. Right, bring them onto, you know, make life difficult. This time, Jegs, bring the Clash. Give them a problem to solve. Make it tough for them to aggress through that location.
Sure, I mean, they're doing all the work they need to, Tim, and here we go, the fuse, just like we saw out of Fnatic back in that first half, to chew through that utility. Bulletproof cameras, Evil Eyes, Goyos, you name it, they're all being stripped away. As more and more of these get down, if nothing else, there's also guarantees, of course, that Freezer is going to be clear away here. They'll start getting a march in. Looks like they're going for a default plant spot. There is a player, the Clash of Jegs, inside a bunker, so that's going to be another thing they're going to have to face off against here. They'll have full information here, Fnatic will, when this plant starts to go down, unless that Clash has moved away.
Important moment coming up. Clutch Drone, of course, trying to go in and steal those electronics. Manages to get the laser gate. That's a big one to start with. It gives them access. Can they grab? No, they cannot. I like the moves. I like the little, you know, burst of pace. We're going to put some moves on it. A little bit of razzle-dazzle. It just didn't quite get the job done. The defenders were well aware that that threat might be coming in. Wizard's going to take a lot of damage from his side, though. Gets sprayed down. 2 kills come in. Mowgli, Noah setting it up for Team Secret. 4v2. I think this could be another round going their way.
Looks like it, Tim, and that's when the panic lights have to start coming on for Fnatic. It will be 3 in a row that they have then lost. Planting nice and shallow by the looks of it, Tim. Out he steps, but he can do nothing. Croxon looks on. A bit of a shadow of his former self from that first half, Tim. Secret bring it nice and close now. Fnatic have one more chance to take 3 points from this game. Otherwise, we are overtime abound.
Yeah, they're just really suffering with that ability to clinch out the game. Don't forget, they've been on map point since round 9 onwards, and they haven't been able to get a single one of them done. Secret have faced them down 3 times in a row to take us all the way to 12 rounds, and you just wonder at what point is that confidence, is that momentum that Fnatic had just a little bit broken, and they can't seem to get it done. 30 seconds left on this tactical timeout. Sather's going to be interjecting with, for himself and for Fnatic, hopefully, a winning message.
I'll break the fourth wall a bit, Tim. I just chatted to him a little bit earlier on. I said to him, you know, what you expect? And he's like, you know, I think they'll have an answer for us when we're on defensive side. Like, you know, I argue with coaches about this sometimes, where he's like, they have an attacker-sided map. And I was like, well, it's not. I was like, you look at the numbers. Globally, over the last 6 months, or even just in stage 2, Cafe is the 3rd most defender-sided map in the game. Of course, teams' experiences can vary a little bit, but he anticipated that they might have a bit of a response to this one. And I think we've seen that response across the last 3 rounds, and clearly what they have planned isn't quite working. Let's not forget, they've just got to get this round over the line, Tim, and they get 3 points against Secret. No one would have said at the start of the stage they'd be able to do that. It's just over those last 3 rounds, they simply haven't been able to step up and make it happen when it counts. In fact, across those 3 rounds, they've only found themselves with 5 kills, Tim, so it hasn't even really been close across any of the rounds. It's been very dominant for Team Secret. It took them a bit of a while to wake up. They are now in the game. Let's see how things shape up, and I would be surprised if we're back down in the basement, Tim. I imagine we're back on that second floor.
Yeah, I mean, look, there'll be some pressure here for Fnatic. They'll be feeling it in themselves. You know, whether it's there or not, the players will be feeling it themselves. 3 games and 9 points for Fnatic to start out with. You know, the way that it's been the last couple of stages, it's an absolute dream start. This would put them on the top of the table. Absolutely massive for them. And there's only G2 that could match that up by the end of the day. They're the only other ones who could go 3 for 3. So, yeah, big start it'd be for Fnatic, and I'm sure that pressure is forefront in the brains of the players, no matter how much they try to put it to the back of their mind and focus on what's going on ahead of them. It must feel like it's slipping away at the minute. Team Secret, looking at their lineup, they've got the Deimos, they've got the Book, they've got the Monty. Nothing about this is going to be easy for Fnatic.
It shouldn't be, should it? Here we go. And Monty finally, as you say, rolling out for Savage, the one I'd expect to have been on it much earlier on, admittedly. Got to find a way to disrupt, and I trust there'll be no early aggression, Tim. There isn't so far. Doesn't stop the fact that Secret anticipate it. Air just being thrown down, no gridlock on side. We did see Fnatic running gridlock and the Nomad earlier on to deal with that flank that could potentially come out of the other side. Didn't really get a chance to see it come online due to the oppression of those 2 operators. But here, I think, expecting a little bit of it. Mowgli, though, has just found the answer. And given he was 0 and 4 early on, he's really warmed his way back in. And Croxon, he just can't have an impact.
He has. If you remember me saying there was nobody on the side of Secret positive, you've got Adrian and Mowgli now at least going even, and it needed those couple of players to step up and really start dragging them into this one, and you feel like it has been those two. Others have had big moments as well, but Mowgli getting that kill on to the sentry without losing any damage as well. Really, really big for Team Secret, and it puts them not just on the front foot, but in a serious driving seat position here for this round. They're going to get the hatch open, so they're starting with that verticality as well. Dooms on the foot, going in, ripping the floorboards up. Fnatic are back to the wall right now.
Absolutely, we're ripping up those floorboards. Here we go, it starts to build exactly as it has across these last few rounds. Overtime feeling all but guaranteed to arrive in. 60 seconds still to play. It's a long time to make this work as well. Adrian not even just trusting on those air jabs, also himself keeping an eye on it. Deepet though, breaking shape a little bit here, getting rid of one. With that, I really spoke about a few times. Moby though, on a bit of a tear this half tip. It's definitely not a defensive player, but on the attack, he's looking like a bit of a different beast. Adrian getting rid of Sarks. Wizard getting one back. Wizard hit in a second. Could this be what they need? It's Savage and Adrian to hold on tight here, Tim, and try and keep it going. Adrian finding one more. Jegs got to clutch out big. Could have tried to deny from below, but I think Secret know that he's off and around the map. The challenge being Tim is against a shield. This is never going to be an easy affair.
No, exactly that. He needs to find his angle. He really wants to take the 1v1 while the diffuser's going down, but he doesn't win this one from here. 1v2 with a Monty shield up. I'd be very surprised. Runs headlong into Adrian, and we're going to see a little bit more overtime today, Des. What a matchup this has been since Secret came back into it. Fnatic were running absolutely roughshod over them to begin with, but now Secret are the real dominant force in this matchup, and this is anybody's. You feel like Secret actually take a serious edge into this overtime.
Turning into a day, isn't it, Tim? We had that overtime win for Wild in our first game, a really entertaining skyscraper, and now we get OT between Fnatic and Secret. Honestly, I'd say I'm a bit pressed on who to say is going to win, but I think honestly it's going to come down to who starts out on the attacking side. We've seen Secret pull one out there. 4 rounds in a row they've won.
Yeah.
From a 6-2 deficit. It looked completely chalked. It looked like the game was over, but they fought their way back in, and Fnatic, I'm sure, are praying at this point that they can just hold on for a couple of rounds. It might not be 3 points you could potentially win here. You'll at least get 1, but you'll definitely fancy yourself for 2, given how the first 8 rounds of this game went.
Yeah, you really will. Like we're seeing Secret back to their, I won't say back to their best, but we're certainly seeing them playing, more now on a level that we would expect. And leaving them on the attack, I think, will suit them down to the ground, given how things have gone so far over those last few rounds. Because at this point, they can just keep on doing what they've been doing. We're going to go back to reading room. Fnatic have been ineffectual, I think, when it comes to holding on to areas of the map on the defense. It's been a problem. So, for example, keeping hold of this top floor. Keep an eye on it, but I would suggest if we see things going the way that they have, Secret will have control of the top floor in like a minute 30, and Fnatic then have a lot of pressure to absorb inside of sight.
All right, information being fed as it has been all half long, really. The problem is, Tim, as we sort of said, it's still that rolling forward now that Secret get to carry on that momentum, and it's going to be a real point of bother for them. No shield being brought along in this round by Secret, mind you. A bit of a change away. Savage back onto that Deimos again. I think you can clearly see, even from the kills at the bottom right corner of your screen, like Adrian was the hero in that last round. 3 kills for himself, but throughout the game has also been pretty consistent. The whole team getting themselves involved, and that's the blessing of it. It's a bit of a team effort to fight their way back in. We've been here before.
I'm going to say we've seen this position not really work out for Sarks before. We've got the tracker coming in from the Deimos. The pressure will mount. They've not actually got anybody above him at the minute. That was the problem last time. Sarks should be able to keep himself safe here. If he just keeps himself tight into those corners of that train carriage, it shouldn't be a problem. What will be a problem is when Secret get themselves established inside a piano, which I think is going to be happening very, very soon. We're at the halfway mark, and then when they start opening up those vertical angles, Sarks will really struggle to hold on. As I said, about halfway through the round, I expect Secret to have that top floor control, and it looks like that is now the case. Everybody's dropped away for Fnatic, and it just feels like they're giving them a bit too long up there.
It's really hard because it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Every time they've tried to resist and fight against Secret, they've lost one or two players very early on. So you kind of have no choice but to say, all right, give it over to them. We'll play for C4s, we'll play denial, we'll play for a retake, whatever else. But even that's dealt with through things like Adrian being on the Nomads. You really feel like your options are very limited here as Fnatic, I feel. Yes, you can see what's coming through the pulse, but you can't do much to stop it. Noah kicking things off. Wizard to fall down. More pressure starting to build up here. We get towards this last 45 seconds. Moog on an absolute tear still as he enters double digits. Jegs to fall. 5v3. I think you can already see which way this one's going.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that. Mowgli doing great work from White Stairs. We saw it from him previously as well. Barna's going to get that wall open into reading. Got to fight back now. Starks manages to get one, but they know that he's coming for the second, so he's not going to be able to find it. Just looking to try and see if anybody's gone into sight. Is anybody going to give him anything? But the answer is no, they're not. In comes the smoke, though. It's big, but Adrian is there once again. If it ain't Mowgli, then it's Adrian. He picks up that diffuser. He's going to put it down. 10 seconds left to go, but there's a big spray down from Sarks. This could be anybody's mark. Sarks with a second. He just won't be stopped. It's 1v1. Sarks is going to win it out. He's on the 4K, and he will disable the diffuser. What a play from the Pulse. From the point where he looked on the back foot at Pillars, he somehow exploded into the end of that round.
Sometimes, Tim, we say that teams need a hero, and they have just found theirs in Sarks. He breaks that Secret attacking win streak, but it really shouldn't have played out like that. Secret are going to be kicking themselves. They've let him win 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1. Fair play to him, but I often say that these multi-kills are a result of mistakes or openings left by the other side. And that's exactly what Secret have just done. That now puts Fnatic in a great position to go on the attack in round 14 and get this one closed out.
Just let this one play out because it was absolutely beautiful stuff from Starks. He just would not be nailed down. He was so slippery. Movement was great, and then there you go, winning out the 1v1 onto the Nomad as well. Just beautiful stuff. His teammates are going to probably feel like he's just dug them out of a real big hole there. Fnatic get onto the attack. It was the half, of course, that they won 4-2. But let's not take away the fact that Secret have just won 4 rounds in a row. That's going to leave Fnatic a little bit cold here. Can they come in with that same emphatic energy that they were able to deliver in rounds 1, 2, 4, and 6, where they picked up those big attacking wins? They won top floor, they won fireplace and mining, they won top floor again and mining again. Those were the sites that they won, and they attacked onto the top floor.
All right, let's see if Croc can get back to his first half form. He had a quiet second half, Tim. Started really bright in the first. Didn't quite manage to find any success on the defense, whether it was in entry or even in the mid-round. Just being chewed up and spat out by the teamwork coming out of Secret. It's kind of a now or never moment. I think if we get ourselves into round 15, the Secret on the attack then, I'll start to worry again for Fnatic because they've already won the site they wanted to play. They'd have to go to another site, one they haven't done too successfully on so far. And it'll be a little bit of a precarious affair. Getting ourselves set with the flank. Watch, spoke about this quite a bit already. Fnatic enjoying playing both the Nomad and the Gridlock as a pairing here. You, of course, get the frag grenades in the back pocket of Gridlock. Very, very effective to bring, and this feels like a blast from the past. I think it was Croxon who was originally playing on this hatch, looking to be cheeky, looking upwards, whereas now you've got Savage starting to sniff around, hoping that someone drops through without checking what's going on.
Just going to have those windows shot out initially. Noah looking to get a little bit aggressive here. Needs to be careful. Team Secret certainly don't want to be selling themselves in the early round. It is their turn to bring the clash along. Just want to have a look at what they did previously on the defense. We didn't see the clash once from them. So again, is it one of those picks where you're just trying to kind of brute force it over the line? Nade comes in. Noah dips himself back, keeps himself away from damage for the time being. Savage, big entry, taking down Deepek. That's the thinker gone. All your universal boosts as well, all gone.
The Wizard at least gets one back. It's that Mozzie being taken out. It's been a real pest, quite literally, again, pun not intended. Around Piano, chewing through drones, baiting out with the C4s, for example, wasting a lot of time. We're down 25 seconds left here, and they're just starting to get their foot inside the door a little bit here. That's a great shot, Croc. Oh, deleting Mowgli. Even though he looked away for half a second, you thought Mowgli'd have been dead to rights, but no. A 4v3. Yes, still have got the clash to deal with, though, Tim. I'm just watching that cop, though. We're down to the final 6, and it feels like they'll have more than enough to make this one happen. They need to get themselves one extra. Jude getting rid of one from behind that shield, being a real nuisance here around Lumber. And just going to reposition himself and take that shield with him.
Said that it could be the clash that could brute force it over the line. Adrian just manages to duck, dip, dive, and dodge his way to a kill onto Croxon. 3 versus 2 now. This one's like a rubber band. It's just back and forward pinging from one side to the other, but it ends up staying with the side of Team Secret. We are getting all 15.
Of course we are, Tim. Of course we are. After 2 dominant halves of the attackers, both sides winning on the defense, which now means Fnatic go back onto defense. And again, I'd love to turn around and say that given how the halves have played out, you'd favor Secret to win. But from what we've seen in OT, I just don't know what to expect.
I'll toss a coin at this point. You know, the first 70% of this game, I would have said, nah, Fnatic win this, no problem. You know, they looked absolutely phenomenal, and then Team Secret have just shown us, you know, why they win in big events, why they are the team that they are, why they've got the reputation, because they've just been able to dig so deep here and fight their way back in. Like you said, we've kind of got to be careful that we don't think of Fnatic as kind of like the old Fnatic that we've seen over the last couple of stages. You know, they are going to come and face off against big teams like this again. They've made that much clear. So Secret, it is, you know, I don't think any detriment to their performance that they've found it difficult to get into this one. But when they have even the smallest of cracks, they've been able to force their way in, get plenty of rounds on. So this is absolutely anybody's. We're going back down to the basement. Let's look at the numbers. We saw
5 seconds to
this
insertion.
lost twice on the defense by Fnatic.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Again, it's just so hard to call.
Yeah,
it's been such a back and forth game, and either side deserves it if they get the win here. In a way, it's good that both get to walk away with something. You know, nobody's a loser. Everyone gets at least 1 point, whatever. I think both will feel pretty fair and reasonable about regardless of the outcome of this game, though. As I said earlier on, I can imagine both coaches being a little bit like, well, there was this round that we gave away for this. Now put over here, we should have won. And such is the nature of Siege. You know, these things happen. Small things can lead to different outcomes across various rounds. 2.5 minutes then to see who gets those lion's share of points, those 2 to walk away with. Darks for now keeping himself in a spot that he's played in pretty much all half long, as well as been dancing around train for the most part. All looking for denial, of course, while for now at least drones are looking downstairs at site itself.
They are aware of some positions, no more than you would expect, to be honest. You'd expect to have somebody playing inside a court, so that's big work from the Twitch, though. The defenders, I think, just switching off a little bit there, losing 2 Goyo canisters, which is 40 seconds of denial, losing a mirror window as well. Absolutely phenomenal value that Noah has just got for his team there, and things got a little bit more difficult for Fnatic.
Absolutely. Morgan was losing his head there for a second too, as well as he came with that one. That's so cheeky. Aggressive as well from Sarks. A C4 to open the wall, to go for the spray. Beautiful stuff, and gets rewarded for it. Doesn't matter that there's an air jump on red now. They can clear that out very safely from coming down the top of red stairs. And that now starts to put a bit of worry in Team Secret. They could get flanked onto at any time from that spot. So we've got to be really mindful of it and have one player keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, it's moments like that that are going to win this game. Both teams have played great Siege. They've both had great team moments, but it is going to be those moments of individual brilliance, you feel, that is going to get this round 15 done. So Mowgli is off the board. It's not really going to benefit in terms of utility, I don't think. Fnatic haven't been playing heavily on the flank. It's not something they've really done. The air jams may be out, they may not, but I don't think it'll impact too much. They've got that top floor control now. They'll start using it here. We've got the butt going off. We can hear that in the distance. We've got the sledgehammer swinging. They are starting to remove that utility. They haven't yet cleared everybody on that bottom floor out of their positions, and this is where they're going to be punished. Croxon manages to pick up Savage, but 2 kills come back in. It's 3 versus 3. There's 35 seconds left to go. This is anybody's.
Oh, it's definitely come down to a 1v1 or something ridiculous at the end of this round with the way that it's playing out. 30 seconds to go. And of course, just like when this old team managed to win the Berlin Major, you've still got an Echo on side. It's Deepek in spot, and it's round 15 of the only map that really matters. It's the best one here. It's the best of 5 then. Point aside. Plant is now starting to go down. Deepek in a good spot, looking to get in there, but no, they've seen him shooting out the Yokai as well. 10 seconds to go. Sarks hits the deck, so does Adrian. It's a 2v2 to close things out. Defender's going to hold on. Wizard on the deck, finds one more for himself. Joom has got to get a kill, but can't do it. Deepek secures the last kill. Fnatic take take an 8-7 victory over Team Secret and take 2 points home.
What a matchup we've just witnessed, as you said quite rightly. There's both teams coming away with some deserved points, but Fnatic taking the lion's share, and I'm sure that they're all going to be phenomenally happy with that victory. What a turnout for them in that last round, the last 10 seconds, they got it done.
3-0 start for them, and Secret's torrid start at 0-3 continues. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, the desk will break it down for you. See you in a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Top of the league. Fnatic on top. And it seems like it was only a summer fling with Team Secret. They got that summertime sadness.
Yeah, they've clearly got some issues, I would say, for Team Secret. And I know Leo's already gesturing. I'll let him speak. He'll monologue in just a little bit. The one thing that I like about Fnatic, I don't know if you like it, Leo, is how simple they focus on the first small objective when they're attacking. Can we clear this position? What do we do about this position? And just move through. They don't overcomplicate things. Yes, the macro sometimes is going to look a little bit off, maybe a little bit slow, maybe a little bit one-directional, but it seems to be working for them right now. When they get on defense, they use information to their advantage a lot. We saw Mozzie, we saw Pulse, we saw Echo, and it worked to an extent, and this is where Secret then showed their quality, because they read into that, and they made the adaptations accordingly. Fnatic were 6-2 up, it then goes to overtime, and then honestly, it's a war of attrition, and whoever can hold their nerve all the way to the final round, and Fnatic got the job done.
It's very surprising because I see the decisions being made in attack and I don't see them in defense. And that's what's costing them all of the rounds. They were leading 6-2. They should have won this. They should have taken 3 points. Taking 2 and losing 1 will feel like a sore victory. I know we expect them to not beat Secret on paper. I will say this. I expected Fnatic to come in hot here, especially seeing the current form of Secret. And I know they will be unhappy with losing that 1 point. And I think that has to come down with their defense side, where they dropped 4 rounds. That did not happen, especially if they got 4 map points. And at some point, I was thinking, this is back to the Fnatic that is afraid of winning.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think it was maybe a little bit of a ceiling as well. Like when your defense kind of relies on making these plays off the back of Pulse, off the back of Mozzie, and getting aggressive, if a team waits for you to do that, they can punish you. And that's what Secret did. They tightened up. They had the information that Fnatic were going to make the plays. They punished them for it. And it took, if you look at how the very final round play out, was Fnatic testing the execute of Team Secret for them to get over the line.
And look, when it comes to pure numbers, yes, Adrian's on top. That's one thing for Team Secret. Croc had an incredible game, but Sarks had particularly effective kills that opened up rounds and really closed them also for Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's very much on a lurk role, but on the defense, he's so important. He's the one that is playing the pulse, feeding that information, trying to bait for his teammates, trying to create team play. I think it's certainly a unique team, this Fnatic team, and we are, I mean, I was glued to the comms listening to them, but it seems to work for them when they're making these micro plays and just, they open up a round by focusing on one little micro play.
Is there a way for us to visualize it, Leo?
Yeah, it starts with the attack side for me, because they win 4-2 in attack on one of the most defender-sided map in the meta. And especially playing against a Secret that is known to have incredible mechanics and being extremely aggressive in defense. And for me, it starts with that top floor round. I just want to give you an example of the game plan of Fnatic. So, clearly here, they're facing 2 targets. Noah here in bathroom, Mowgli in freezer. Those are the 2 primary targets, because whenever Noah is here, he has a crossfire with Mowgli. You cannot take one of them without taking the other one. So the first step is removing Noah from this position. So what you're gonna see here, and I want you to pay attention, the EMP goes out. At the same time as the EMP goes out, look at what Deepek is doing. From the window here, sending the grenade away so that Noah is pushed away from bathroom. As soon as he's away from bathroom, pay attention to the positions of every player. Wizard has a long angle onto Mowgli. Croxon can take a gunfight onto Mowgli. Jax is there if Mowgli moves away. In this position, they've effectively deleted that crossfire thanks to the nade, and as soon as the nade and the MP goes out, they can go and get aggressive towards Mowgli, removing that one player here in freezer. That guy gets killed. Now, what's very important is the reaction. They've removed the first player on the side of Secret. What is Secret about to do? They're gonna get aggressive. So what they're gonna do here, look at Jax upside down, just waiting for someone to come challenge him. And that's Savage from the doorway here at Christmas, gets killed instantly. And that was just really well played, expecting the aggression on the side of Secret. But it's not finished, it's a 5v3. And this time I want you to pay attention to Croc here. Croc from this position in New Hatch, take a look at his drone. He's gonna drone here at the bar, and he's gonna put his drone in an angle here in the corner where he sees 2 things. First of all, he sees Adrian if he gets aggressive on him, and second of all, he hears if Noah here in freezer gets aggressive. In this position, he knows if someone is gonna go aggressive towards him. And it's exactly what happens here. When he's on the drone, he just waits for someone to come pick him. Adrian comes, he drones him. Okay, I know he's flying. Okay, I'm gonna go and challenge him. First kill, second kill, 5v1. Punishing the aggression was the game plan here, and it's just proactive, but also being reactive the right way, using the information to their advantage. Really well played on the side of Fnatic for the entire attack split.
masterfully done with the way that Croc was baiting his opponents into power positions, because again, that new hatch spot is just such a power spot when you don't have to worry about anything else. A lot of times you'll have somebody maybe lurking from behind you coming up
the
red
gridlock
stairs.
for red stairs.
Yeah.
And he's got a player in piano, so he's so well done. It's perfect.
Gentlemen, let's have a chat with the man of the hour, Biggie T!
You want to see the muscles? Or?
Yes, please!
Time to flex.
Come on!
Oh my god.
So happy about that, boys.
I mean...
And also, Leon, that was very well said.
Thank you so much. I mean, I was glazing you guys, but I've got to say, since we've got the comms,
it was good.
Yeah, since we've got the comms plugged in, it's insane to hear you guys communicate, because then we can compare the comms of all the teams.
Yeah.
Jack can compare with the comms of his previous team, same for me. And you guys have one of the cleanest ones. Sometimes lacking decision in defense, I will say this. There were a couple of hesitations, but in attack, it was crystal clear.
Yeah. I mean, that's maybe just in general, like we wanted to adapt like on their play style, or just in general, like keep adapting so they don't know what they were doing. So trying to think of something new every time was like our struggling point at that moment. We just didn't know what to do anymore. So that's where like the indecisiveness came from. But I think we are happy with like we're playing right now this stage in general. Like I don't even think you can say like the past 2 years we won from Team Secret. Like I think that was good.
Yep. Honestly, top of the leaderboard. We don't have anything else to say, no?
Do you think some of that indecision came from the fact that you've played Cafe for 3 times in a row now?
Yeah. I mean, well, let's see. Maybe we'll play it for the 4th time. I told to the boys as well, like, we're only going to play Cafe this stage. It's fine. We're going to save some strats. But yeah, of course, it's different. Like, we know Twister is sitting there, like, counter prepping us, but it didn't really feel that way. It felt like they were still playing a bit default. Heavy util siege, playing by the Ramais or Rooney and Mira. I think they had one round where they picked those operators but still played aggressive. That kind of caught us off guard. But like in general, it didn't feel like anything new or something counter prep. Like we were like, oh, we don't pick the pulse, don't do this. We're like overthinking. Yeah. But in the end, it really didn't matter.
Biggie, can you talk to me? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Can you talk to me about, just from your point of view, the recent pickups to this team, particularly Wizard and Croxum, because obviously, you know, you've been part of this roster for a long time, and there's been a lot of player changes. But how does it feel having these guys in? Because you've got a lot of young guys around you now, and I suppose this kind of no IGL kind of talk has come about. How does it feel inside of this team?
I mean, it feels like we just have a lot of energy and players that really want to play. I mean, we still have a lot of work to do, like outside of the game. With young guys like these, it's still about the discipline, like going to the gym. That's what I like. I'm trying to motivate them, like do other stuff outside the game. Like it's very important. And I think like maybe it's easier to mold players that way instead of like new people that already have their set kind of expectation of them. And I think like we're doing pretty good. Like everyone's trying to improve inside of the game. I'm playing the game more than I used to. But yeah, I think it's going really good.
Very good. Everybody's got that passion back, and you can hear it in the comms from our point of view and see it in the game. Tomorrow, you guys get to play against Wild. That's the opening game. Honestly, if you told me about this match 6 months ago, maybe I would not be as excited as I am tonight. So I'm very much looking forward to that match.
Yeah.
Deepak,
we are a bit afraid of Wild. It's the super team. It's the Falcon Slayer. So we have to look out a bit.
Anything you want to say to them?
He's not wrong.
Well, we'll just see. We'll just see in game. I mean, they're the super team. So let's see, we're the underdogs. If you want to play Cafe, just bring us to it. Let's see what happens.
There you go. Top of the leaderboard now. Fnatic with Deepak. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. You'll find Deepak and Fnatic playing Wild tomorrow to open up Playday number 4. Have a good night. There you go. Gentlemen, that's all we got from Deepak. And honestly, very good to speak to Biggie T himself. There's a lot that he can dive in, and we can make this stretch on for many, many more hours in here. But we have more games to go for. Let's swap it up in the back. G2 takes on Virtus Pro after the break. Friends, we heard your call because all the way back in Rio, there was something that we all did, which was the IGL Summit. Getting some of the top IGLs from the top teams just to sit around in the room and talk about expectations for matches and their teams and kind of arguing amongst one another, which is always good to pick the brains of those with the biggest ones. Now, we were the first region to ever do it for our own region, which is why EML is the best region in the whole world. Prior to the start of Stage 2, we got 5 IGLs to sit together and discuss expectations for Stage 2 for their own teams and others within the EU MENA ecosystem. And this one is no different. Episode 2 of the EML IGL Summit is coming at you right now.
Okay, guys, I have 2 questions. First with you. What do you think as an IGL went wrong from like winning tournaments and then like slowly don't winning finals?
Yeah.
And then like last tournament you couldn't?
Yeah. I mean, like you said...
Kind of sad, to be honest.
Yeah,
kind of. I hear that.
It's a bad question, but I want to... No, I mean, it's really hard because, like you said, you start on the top instantly, then you slowly... I think last year was still good. Even if you don't manage to win
Obviously,
you
made 3 finals.
No,
Obviously.
but you know, it's kind of like a failure when you don't win, like you lose 3 finals. You win like...
What are you guys expecting for Stage 2 EML?
Yeah, I think EML Stage 2 will be better than the Stage 1. Because after you two went to the final, I think he hyped all the other Tier 1 team in EU. Also, the meta you guys played as well was really good, and I think most of the team will try to inspire from what you did. So that means that all the team will be more playing the bans, maybe not VP, but all the other team will maybe more play on the bans and stuff, and I think the level can be higher.
VP might be playing more than 1 strat per bomb site next stage.
Oh, how do you know this?
I have info.
I saw VP trying very aggro strat, so be careful.
Oh, they were just trolling, I guess. That's it.
Bro, on this stage when they started playing the fuse shoot, I thought they were just trolling.
Well, I think it's quite funny that we got to the finals and we play very similar play styles.
Yeah.
So like maybe like Ifak said, maybe people will try to look at that and copy a bit the play style, or maybe look at a few things and maybe they'll put that level higher.
Maybe teams will stop thinking we're trolling streams.
No, I think as well it's gonna be more competitive because, like, for example, BDS, they didn't change anything and they had more time to prepare, so probably like the level is gonna go to another step. But let's see, because also when one team wins, or you go up again or you go down very fast.
Yeah, there's also a few teams doing like, it's just, I don't know if all of them are announced, obviously. Don't say that, but maybe they will go into honeymoon phase. You never know, where they play very good at the first moments because they haven't been a team for that long.
Yeah.
So I think it should be interesting.
Fnatic's gonna win. You can already see.
There's Fnatic. There's Wolves are announced as well. They're making a change, and there's obviously Marco. So these are 3 teams that were maybe at the lower bottom that made change that can be elevated. And,
Did Wild change?
No.
What?
Only Quad.
They just changed.
They were terrible.
I think from since a long time, the first time the Urban League is very stuck from a long time.
Yeah.
It's gonna be just so both go in the final on the last big events.
I think it's gonna depend everything on playoff, like always, but
we have the 2 games against Falcons and G2 at first, and I think both will want their revenge. So I think that'll be
actually yes.
That'll be fun.
Oh, the first week for you will be tough.
Yeah, G2 and then Falcons, so that'll be. At least you just get out.
So you might be going from EWC champion to like last place of European League.
We gotta see, but yeah, it will be definitely a good first week for us at least.
Can you believe it?
He knows.
Alamau predicted everything.
He's a pretty smart guy.
He read the script?
Yeah.
Who gave him the script?
It's on you. You were the one supposed to lock it up.
No. Wasn't I supposed to email it to him?
No.
Ah. I thought it was the briefing pre.
He also said Fnatic were going to be good, by the way.
That's insane. He knows everything.
But he was not wrong. He was not right on the wild part.
That's true. That's true. He did say they were going to be terrible.
2 out of 3 is still pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, we started off our day with a conversation around G2 and now with Alamau, and we'll talk about rookies in just a second. But let's bring up that G2 roster and go through the battery. As always, so far, so good for this team. Leo, G2 on top.
Up to a strong start, sorry.
They deserve a tart.
Yeah, they deserve a tart for having a strong start. Sorry, there. The French is coming back in my mouth.
In tarte, which is a pie.
Yeah, it's a pie.
Oh, okay. Carry on.
I think that losing the EWC Grand Final actually gave more fuel to that team to really gel. We always had the question, was it a honeymoon period with the new pickup? I will say this Stompen is continuing the trend. The rest of the team is continuing that consistent progress. Yes, the last play day was a little bit tricky. I expected them to close that off a little bit easier against Wild. They had a 6-3 lead. But I will say this, they're taking home the 6 points out of 6 after the first week. They're looking strong so far.
Yeah, it's performances and results, right? Results matter what to G2 to get themselves into playoffs. The performances right now, they're not going to worry too hard, even if they could have been a little bit cleaner against Wild last week. But that being said, Wild did come out and beat Falcons today, so really we should have judged G2 last week against the super team.
That's fair. Now, Jack, I'll let you clear your throat for a second because we're going to need it. Next up, the Golden Boy Award, which is all about who is the rookie to look at over really the past few years of Modern Siege. We're looking back pretty much 5 years now for all 3 of these players. We put a poll out on Twitter a few hours ago. Bolo, Stompin, and Spoit, all rookies in their own way in Modern Siege. I will get the chance tonight to talk about how old I am when I reference people before, but those are the 3 that we put out there. And my question is, first of all, who did you pick at home? I'm wondering, will it be a recency bias?
I was checking if you could see the chat from there.
Yeah.
But,
no.
You're looking into the
There's just 5 Twitch viewers behind that camera.
All I saw is the screenshot which said Stompin is at the top, I think around 45 or 48%. So obviously recency bias, all of that out there. Now, do we happen to believe that Stompin is the rookie or the top rookie over the past 2 years? I think there's a way to kind of really put it out there. So gentlemen, please hold the cards close to you. No. Okay. I say no. Okay, Jack just disagrees for the sake
I say yes.
It's too soon to judge.
I say yes.
It's too soon to judge.
Let's go through it. Why? No.
All right. He started the first stage. How can you say he's going to be the rookie of the year? First of all, we don't have enough back time. I will say this, reaching EWC Grand Finals was insane. Insane performance there, and still on his way to having an incredible stage. But for me, it's Spoit. Spoit joined instantly, incredible fragger. He was like plus 24 in entries and won a major. So I'm still waiting to see. That could happen with Stompin maybe. But for now, he's not beating Spoit in my book. Spoit was the best one.
The Golden Road was definitely one. I remember the state that Rogue, later Koi were in after SI. They were hot garbage.
You're pulling my heartstrings here because you know I love that Spoit run.
I know, and it was incredible, and we're in Berlin, and we got to experience it. But why do you disagree?
Yeah, look, I mean, those 3 players, first of all, we put those 3 because they also had a lot of social pressure. They're content creators in their own right. A lot of expectations of them coming into the league when they were 18 and lighting it up. Now, Bolo did it, Spoit did it, and Stompin's done it. The reason that I think Stompin, and I agree with you, it is slightly too early to tell if he is going to be the best rookie that's ever come in terms of a rookie season. But for me, Spoit did it in a team that was set up to make Spoit succeed. Bolo, you could kind of argue the same as well. For Stompin, he comes in and he's not playing the star role for G2. He's not the entry fragger. He's a big fish in a big pond. There are other big fishes around him. The team's not set up solely for his success, and he is still thriving. And that's why I think genuinely, he is just the star of this league, actually of World Siege at the minute.
I will say, to me, it has to be Bolo. I will disagree with the two of you, because the run that he did, that TSM run over the 6 months, granted, a lot of things were online, NA were done offline.
Did not win a major.
But he won SI. Which is
in 2022. That's like
I knew he was going to come back with
3
it.
years after. He's not a rookie. He had 3 years of play. I retired after 4. Was I a rookie when I retired?
We're not talking about you.
No, but like he won SI 3 years after becoming a professional player. He was not a rookie back then.
Still, not many people. I mean, Spoit had a lot of pressure on him when he first came in, but the pressure that was on Bolo when he came in,
was a lot.
I was there at his first LAN when he was playing a DreamHack. That was the first ever DreamHack event that was happening.
I eliminated him.
I know, it was great to watch in that, but it was a different kind of vibe. However, I will show my age for a second, because back in my day, rookies were considered players like Doki. And you might think, oh, but the team that's playing against G2 today, VP, they don't have a rookie. Dan was a rookie. Let's remember that.
Yeah,
and then they won immediately a Pro League.
You was there.
Great start of game on Clubhouse. Qualified us to Milan.
Pro League in Milan. That was incredible. Dan played 2 play days and then immediately won Pro League right after that. He was impressive from the get-go. If we look before that, Cantor Raketti coming in and playing with the team. Sisu, that would eventually be ends. And if we go even further to year 1, if I may say, Kickstar being the first rookie in that sort of vibe, then it immediately comes in and then immediately goes into talent right after and never touches again. But remember, players like Dan, like Joystick, all those, they came up because of him and his efforts. So even very different with the content creation.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to just say it. We can go on and on for this for hours tonight, but we will not, because we have another team on the other side of Virtus Pro that are campaigning in Belgrade. 4 out of the 5 that are competing and ready to go. So far, I was expecting more, but that's just VP Copium, just like the Fnatic one on the other side of this desk.
Yeah, maybe. I think, VP are a ridiculously high-quality team. I think they've still got a few demons that they need to overcome that are well documented, by the way, at this point. But in terms of pure team play and the way they synergize, I don't genuinely think there's a better team in the world. Yes, it might be a little bit of a rough patch that's maybe map dependent, but they're still a great team, Leo.
I think that's the biggest thing, is that they have a weak bank at this moment, and that's really hurting them, because if you think about it, 3 maps where they're amazing. You look at Cafe, you look at Chalet, you look at Border. What happens after that? Border is already kind of middle ground. Bank is not playable. So you're left with Consulate. And then the rest are new maps that you don't want to play. So the map pool is really becoming a problem, even in BO1.
Let's visualize it for everybody out there. There's a graphic to really get into it and discuss that, because so far we've only seen Bank, as we're saying.
Yeah, so I've made this quite visual. On the left side of your screen, you're going to see the maps that they will generally play in the best of 1. Now, this is the last kind of year or so in terms of data. They will play Cafe, Chalet, Bank, Border, Clubhouse. So when you're a team and you're going against them, you ban 4 of those maps, you know you're going to the other 1. In a best of 3, obviously they don't have as many bans, so they will bring Lair and Consulate into it when needed, but still tend to ban them away in best of 1s. Now, focus your attention to the right side of your screen here, the win rate. Now, this is stage 1 and 2 combined. Bank down there at 20%, especially because of these new bans. Teams are taking VP to Bank and beating them on Bank because of how tricky VP are finding Bank right now. What that means, therefore, is VP either have to leave Bank open, or they have to play one of Lair or Consulate as the maps that they have to bring into their best of 1 pool, which we previously haven't seen them on.
Staying on that graphic, just notice one thing. We're in a BO1, you're in the head of a head coach. What do? You ban 4 maps. That means that you know exactly the map on which you're gonna play. And that means that 1 week prior to that game against VP, you can already create counter strats that you gotta practice and stream for an entire week before playing them.
The thing is, they are not oblivious to what's going on. We have a direct quote from Pasha, so let's hear it from him from day 1.
We used to be the best team on Bank. Now we're trying to make our Bank at least decent. So, like, we're doing our work on how to adapt to the meta, how to basically improve our Bank and the other maps, of course.
It's clear. We all know it. It is all there to see. So the question is now, what map do they actually go to play on? Let's pull up the map and graphic. Leo, can you please take us through it?
So they had the choice, actually. They could have went to bank. I would never do that against G2, honestly, with the level that G2 has on bank.
And the way you're currently playing.
Literally, the guys that ended 14 win streak on bank from Falcons, that was G2. You don't want to take them there, especially if your bank is weaker. So you land on Consulate, and that's a hard one. First of all, G2 gets the Consulate defense side. Second of all, they just beat Wild on it last week, but even before that, they beat Falcons on it. It's an incredible map for G2.
And then just to compound that, this is a map that traditionally VP would never play in a best of one. It's a map that they're not particularly comfortable on. In fact, most of the times that we see it is when teams pick it into VP in a best of 3. Highlighting just how their map pool is actually really struggling right now. The bank that used to be one of their best maps, they're having to ban it, and like you say, against G2, phenomenal team on that map anyway. So yeah, tricky spot. G2 starting defense as well.
Clearly, the end of it here is we know VP have a problem. They know they do, but they say that they can do better. Well, time to prove it. They go up against G2. We'll send it to Ace and Dez to take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, I got so nervous then, Tim, when I saw that we could be going to bank at that point. I was like, if we go back there again, I swear to God, what are we playing at this point? But no, Consulate is going to be our battleground. How are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Look, it's always going to be a tough game for Virtus.pro against G2 today, because G2 are just absolutely flying right now, as we've seen. And you know, we know that G2 are no slouches when it comes to Consulate, so look, VP just continue to swirl around their ongoing map pool problem, really, don't they? And, you know, we'll see whether they, you know, have a decent performance today somewhere other than bank. It's not been good for them so far over there, so yeah, I think it's going to be a tough day for Virtus.pro today, I expect.
We've only been forced to play it once over the last 6 months, and that was in a best of 3 against Falcons. It was picked against them. It was actually a ridiculously close game, 8-7, eventually being won out by Falcons, and we got to see there that, you know what, Virtus.pro can play it, they just choose not to. And obviously, map pool has always been one of the challenges they've had. Maybe this is one of those they've just kept very, very quietly in the back pocket for when these kind of situations arise. The fact that they've let us get here makes it a very, very interesting one. So we'll see how they shape up. G2, though, as you say, no slouches on here, a 3-1 record, won it just 6 days ago against Wild. It is one of their stronger maps, so let's see how things shake up. Starting out with some interesting bans as well. Deimos being taken away from Virtus.pro, and we're seeing the Clash and the Mute being banned away against G2.
Let's get on into it then. We're going to be loading in any second now, and for me, it's one of the old age clashes as well, isn't it? G2 Virtus.pro. We just talked about G2 BDS, now G2 Falcons, and G2 Virtus.pro is one that's been around for, you know, so long. If you trace it back to the old Empire roster, of course, I remember being sat in Montreal in 2019 watching the G2 Empire final with the long match on Coastline as it was at the time. You know, brilliant history between a lot of these players, not necessarily the Rogues, but
10 seconds
we'll
left.
see how this one adds to the story and adds to the history books. It's going to be Consulate, it's going to be G2 Virtus.pro. We will get into this. Basement is our first site for G2.
Indeed. Interesting to talk about the mute ban for a second, by the way. I look back at G2's last game they played it against Wild, like I say, last week. Both sides banned away mute on their attacking halves, clearly not acknowledging that this map is very bottlenecky. You know, I spoke a little bit earlier on about Skyscraper, Theme Park, having these bottlenecks that you get shoved into, so things like mute jammers are very effective. The same applies to Consulate. Since this rework, it does feel quite maze-like in there. There's a lot of single doorways that you have to push through to get any kind of control inside of the map itself, and so jammers are very, very effective at that purpose. So I'm not at all surprised to see that there is quite a decent ban rate for mute on this map, and Virtus.pro obviously wanting to stop themselves from being impeded. They know, and we have seen from them across the stage, that the clock is not their friend, Tim. I think banning away the mute is a good idea to let you keep on moving forwards relatively unimpeded.
Lyra just needs to watch himself there, nearly gets caught out. Look at that. Finds a kill on his way back downstairs and goes back for more. Joystick taken out. That's the Lion gone. E1D scans go with him. Lyra gets a sniff of another, goes back up. Is he gonna... Yeah, try to get away with his life. He's just absolutely pinned in on every side. Pasha ultimately picks him up.
I was going to say, he's playing with fire there. He's had 3 players all trying to challenge onto him. However, he's wasted a ton of time. It's like, yeah, cool, they lose a C4. not exactly the end of the world because he's wasted a good chunk of time here, knocking on the doors of half the round being gone. Has already got those Mozzie pests down to try and impede Virtus Pro. Really good play from Laura there to go 1-for-1, taking that line offline and probably letting them be a little bit cheeky around the map. Still got to deal with the Jackal and with the Dockerby, of course, but I think Virtus Pro just want to try and shut down that nonsense from G2 as best they can. Somehow, I don't think they're going to be that phased by it. As you can see, 2 or 3 players still on this first floor. An easy C4 kill from Stomping. Good start from G2.
Yeah, very solid so far. Stomping managing to get himself on the board early is always a good thing for G2. Get him rolling and just let him go. We've seen it happen. Play day after play day through stage 1 and continuing into stage 2 as well. Virtus Pro just slowing down a little bit as well now. Just coming up to the minute mark, only just getting the ram going. It was so close, okay. You got to win that one. He had 2 bites, and it always is going to take him out. 3 versus 3. Always not taking too much damage either there. Will be able to continue that vertical work that he was doing. Holding down from the hatch. 30 seconds left to go.
Absolutely. As we say, the time often isn't on the side of Virtus Pro. They're not that kind of team. Alamo is gagging to get himself pushed in towards Spiral here to be a bother, but if Virtus Pro hits site pretty quick, he might struggle to get back and recover in time. Here we go. In fact, to say that as he's hanging around that yellow side itself, he can easily come back down towards site. Here's the coming in from the other side. G2 just molding like liquid here, Tim, just adapting to whatever it is Virtus Pro are throwing. 10 seconds to go. No one pushing in the way they expected. They're about to get bottlenecked out here, Tim. Stomping for 1, looking for the swing for the second. It's an easy closeout for G2. A well-managed round from start to finish, and unfortunately for Virtus Pro, it's not quite got enough bite there in round 1.
Yeah, good start from G2. Pretty solid. 3 versus 3. I think the thing is G2, I'm 99% sure we'll know the game plan here, and that is just push BP to the end of the round. Just push them to the end of the round, and then just mop it up and close it out and get the round on the board. And that's exactly what they've done there. Lyra has started up on the top floor. He's wasting time. He's took a minute and 10 seconds away before he's ended up dead. Took a kill with him as well, constantly fighting him on the mid floor. So it's 10-15 seconds left when Virtus Pro ultimately start trying to push in towards site, and then they have to take the risks. And G2 have played them plenty of times. They know how to play that game with them, how to burn them down, grind them down. And I think we're going to be seeing plenty of that.
Absolutely. Well, that's your introduction to the map, I'm afraid. Virtus Pro over and done with. Now we've got to see something real special coming out in round 2. And Tim, we're not on bank, but I'm sure you're gagging to see what Blaz and Stomping are up to in this round with the Chanker and the smoke being brought along.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on it. Obviously, something I've been looking at closely over the last week or so after our discussions. There's the choice, the surge in teams choosing to Chanker down in basement on bank particularly, but definitely seen him get some more play. The TLDR that I've came up with basically being Chanker in perfect circumstances is fantastic for denial. 70 seconds over a similar area to smoke, 140 seconds if it's only over a really small area. But generally you want 2 canisters to lock off any sort of sizable plant spot. But the problem is, it's that sentence that I'm using, that phrase that I'm using, perfect circumstances, and that's the difficulty with Chanker. It's just generating that focus that he needs to consistently deny for a minute like that is very, very difficult. Whereas smoke, 3 canisters go in, you only need to make 3 throws. The Chanker needs to make 20 shots. Big difference between the 2. In combination, can be fantastic.
Yeah, of course, assuming that's where Virtus Pro go and hit, but they're putting a heavy focus on the admin side here to start things out. You've seen 2 pushing from Visa below. You've now got Joystick in up above. Not clear where at least their starting focus is going to be. The other 2 players a little bit different of a story though. Over towards the other side of the map, maybe looking to either go for a bit of a backstab towards yellow at some stage, or just rotate things around later into the round based on what they discover. So kind of testing both sides of G2 here to see what's forming up, but it looks like admin needs to be that main starting point. Lyra not quite finding the success that he had last round as Dan gets him from the skylight. That's not ideal.
No, can't be giving themselves away like that. So a couple of times in the last round, they did get away with it by burning out that time, but this time there's a minute and a half left on the clock, and G2 don't want to be giving Virtus Pro any more than they have to, because this is a team that will come in and take rounds off you without even thinking about it, so they need to be cautious of that. We do hear the first of Stompers, toxic vape canisters going off on meeting door. That will just deny for 10 seconds. Second one goes off, so they're going to be burning down to about a minute, maybe 55 seconds left. left with the smoke. Alamau manages to pick up down. It's crumbling for Virtus Pro as G2 find themselves 4 versus 3 up and in the ascendancy as another one goes down. Stomp and finds the kill from above. They're finding them from all angles right now, Des.
They are, yeah. This is the thing, right? You might start out strong with an entry and think, oh, okay, maybe we're starting to get a move on here. And then you deal with the next layer of G2, and there's just always more to throw at you. They've not had to expend too much utility so far. Still got a smoke canister and play behind us. We're in that last 40 seconds or so. And the Dockerby, I'm a big fan of Dockerby. You hear me speak about her all the time. I think she's really, really good for teams to hit that call button, start a push on forward, especially when there is no mute on side and no ability to block it away. It's very good for gaining ground quickly for slow teams like Virtus Pro. But G2 so far have just kind of managed that extremely well. Pasha down to about 30 HP, as always gets one, but immediately traded out by Stomping. What more is it to say at this point, Tim? It's a 1 versus 3 with only 10 seconds on the clock. This one's done.
Yeah, absolutely. Dorky's going to cut down the last man. G2 get themselves to G2-0 on the scoreboard. Taking the first 2 rounds and looking very confident on Consulate so far, I would say. It was a nice opener from Virtus Pro. Maybe a kill that, you know, ultimately they should never have had, but they did get it, and G2 were able to just dig in, fight back, use the verticals, use the soft walls, use absolutely everything at their disposal to be getting those kills and closing out the round. So great performance from them. They've had 2 rounds, 1 entry and 1 entry death, but they've won both of them. Doesn't seem to really matter how things kick off.
Yeah, this is my frustration, and you hear this all the time about Virtus Pro, even back to the days when the roster was known as Team Empire, or at least the majority of the roster. Often it would be they'll do the same thing every single time, but do it so damn well that you can simply do nothing about it. But as the bar in Siege, you know, the quality of players got higher and higher, sure, they can be playing really, really well, but other teams are also at a standard now where they know how to deal with that. They've seen it a million times. It's like trying to play against Aston Villa and knowing exactly what we're going to do every single game, and therefore you stop us from scoring all season long. Not bitter or anything, but it feels very, very similar. People just know how to react to it, and nothing that Virtus Pro has shown so far across those first 2 rounds has caused any bother to G2.
I feel like the Aston Villa result of the weekend might have upset you a little bit, Des. That's twice you've mentioned it now tonight. Are you okay? Just stop.
Just don't. Okay. Jack Grealish haunts my nightmares.
I'm sure he does. We're going to be moving into round 3, and it's going to be a piano hold this time around. We've got Denari on board, and look at the denial that's being created all around that vending corridor. Going to make it very difficult to move into. It's so fast-paced as well. We see a lot of Denari's being piled up, but here comes the blitz rush. Forget about Denari. They're looking to get in and get aggressive here. They're going to just block off yellow door so they can go straight up onto the top floor looking for that clearance. G2 need to be aware. They've got barbed wire there that should slow things down a little bit.
Here we go. I was going to say, surely with the Pasha being able to get in with the shock drones, we'll be able to get rid of some of those Denaris. But danger, of course, in wanting to go faster. Maybe G2 expected this. They thought they'd see a rush. Bring the Denari along, and they have to stop and pause and deal with that. It's why we've got Ella's, Lesions, Smoke. We've got so much to stop a rush coming on through here. I don't think it matters if Virtus Pro want to go fast, Tim. They simply can't.
I'm not sure if Pasha was just purposefully taking out those gadgets with his body there, just trying to aggress forward and get rid of the Ella mine and just create some sort of path. If the Twitch drones are gone and he's not able to get them cleared out, then it may be another alternative way of doing it. We can see that G2 are pretty mobile around this top floor, but they're going absolutely nowhere. They want to hold on to this. 4 of them up there, only 1 on site. They are committed, and Virtus Pro look committed at playing into them as well. The Blitz is trying to make progress forward, being held from bathroom at the minute. Laura taken down by down. Great start for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they started this. Don't forget they got Laura in the entry last time around. They've got to build into a couple more fields to really get this one rolling. G2 are all out of utility here as the other challenge. Here we go. Alamau on a bit of a backstab, being chased around a little bit. This Blitz a bit isolated, I think, as a result of that Rower. Actually, they can't do too much about it. Here we go, though. G2 now dropping away and giving over that top floor. Happy they've got rid of the Twitch and feel they've done what they needed to.
Stompin is still up there. You can see him off in the distance, in and around admin, and it's something Virtus Pro need to be aware of. They do have air jabs left, so they can make it difficult for Stompin to move back across, but for the time being, they're just trying to soften up sight, looking through the hatch onto those verticals, get the boogie drones going. They've got 35 seconds left to go, but again, you feel like G2 are playing this same game. We're going to meet them head on, we're going to fight them for the first half, and then we're going to dip away, and we're just going to force them to burn time. We're just going to force them to try and clear and gain map control. 20 seconds left to go. Virtus Pro need to make a move.
You can wait for them to execute here and just retake top floor, though, Tim. I think that's honestly the best idea. Doesn't need to go too early while they're still getting themselves set up. Always is down, getting himself inside the site. They can't easily deny him, but he is taking a lot of chip here. You got the Legion trap already going off as well, but look at how much of these floorboards have been ripped apart, Tim. They've got that control. Where's Stomping going to arrive from? Doki steps in trying to get rid of one. Joystick deals with Blaz. Alamar into another. Plant is now going down. It's all down to Stomping, who tries his best, but Shepard, they've got that top lock down, Tim. Much better from Virtus Pro, giving G2 very little wiggle room in that round.
Yeah, third choice sat there from G2. I think that they just gave away a little bit too much too soon. There was that moment where they all decided to drop away. I think the fight was still there to be had on top floor, really. Yeah, the pressure was mounting a little bit, but I think, like I said, I think the game plan is, you know, fight them for the first half of the round and then drop away and just let them burn the time, because basically we're giving them half a round to clear out sight, and it won't be enough for Virtus Pro, as we know they struggle with the clock. But yeah, they proved it there. They gave them a little bit too much time, and Virtus Pro able to get the job done. It was too difficult for G2 to move around inside a site come the end, given the vertical superiority that Virtus Pro had. So well played. They get themselves one on the board. It's 2-1, which I think so far is a pretty fair reflection of what we've seen from these two teams. And G2, they're going to be looking to rinse and repeat that same rotation.
Yeah, I mean, granted, that one round there was solid from Virtus Pro. You've now got to go and show you can do that again on the next two sites, and it ain't quite as straightforward. What I think they did do really, really well was making use of that blitz. Fair play. It was very, very aggressive coming out. Love seeing the style of play that they were using it in, waiting out the utility and then pressing really aggressively up to G2 to force them through the hatches, opening everything up with the ram, making sure they had the flank watch locked down so Stomping couldn't be a bit of an upset for them, and planting really well with great cover for the blitz stepping in, even with the traps impeding him as he moved on forwards as well. One well-played C4 there, and they're probably in a little bit of no man's land, because without a shield, it'd be really hard to get the plant down there. But fair play, they made it work. Now we've got to see if they can do it across these next couple of sites before we make the return. Down to the basement we go. Let's see how they approach this one, Tim.
Yeah, last time around, Lyra was up on top floor, wasted a lot of time from Virtus Pro and got a kill as well. Was, you know, wasting a minute 10, a minute 15 before he was taken out. And then Virtus Pro were fighting with Doki on the mid floor. They were unable to focus on that site objective. And then by the time they did, there was too little time left for them. And it was kind of a Hail Mary, just try and push down Spiral, rush in and see what we can get. And G2 were more than ready for that. So I'd like to see Virtus Pro come in and play their game a little bit more here. Don't worry about chasing G2 around the map. Get that main wall opened up. Get a little bit of presence. You know, just force them directly out of piano if you can, and get a little bit of verticality going on, and just make G2 sweat inside a site a little bit.
Well, as you know, they like to kind of creep their way forward, VP. It's very rarely a big rush in. Aggression, sure, but very rarely a rush-in is the main thing to note. And given the operator line up here, it's more of the same control coming out from that Docker. But you're going to abuse that every single round that you can. One, because as I said earlier on, it helps you get a lot of map control. Two, because you don't have that mute on side, it means G2 just cannot hide themselves away. Doki almost being sprayed up by Pash off the back of a cheeky little swing to the floor coming out of Joystick. Gives that life though and dips himself away. A nice C4 attempt from Alamau, doesn't quite find anyone as Joystick goes down to half HP. Even here, Tim, on the entry into the top floor and starting to get even a slight semblance of control. They're being challenged at every which angle. We're only halfway into the round. They haven't even looked at the first floor yet.
Yep, damage done in both directions there. Joystick taking a few bullets, but Doki and Lyra also with chip damage mounting up as well. P2, I think, as you say, are going to be the happier here. Haven't really had too much of a challenge, and they're completely unaware of Doki having just wandered his way back up spiral stairs. Doki Cole will slow him down from leaving, so he might find himself getting caught, which he does. Dan manages to pick him up in a trade. It's a late trade, but a minute left to go, and Virtus Pro are going to be facing, I think, the same problem possibly here, unless they can speed up. Everybody of G2 is now back on site. Alamau taken out. Virtus Pro, you've got the time. G2 again, they have fallen back a little bit too soon.
Feels a little bit criminal though. They've got two Valk cams still up, seeing what's going on above them when you've got an IQ on side. Not quite the nitro they're looking for, but does a lot of damage to Always here. Down about 25 HP. Now, had it not got stuck on the wall, possibly that was a kill coming out for them too. Would have been great. Because now the Ram stays up. They've got two flashes to play behind. There's an extra gun in the hands of Always. There's work to be done. And as I said, they haven't quite spotted all these out yet. Maybe now they'll be able to get away with it. All the prep work being done as we get towards the last 20. Great shot from Lyra to get rid of Shepard. Different gravy this stage, Lyra is.
Great call on the nitro. Blast takes down Always. That's what they were looking for last time around. And This time it doesn't catch any walls. It's all going to come from yellow, and this is the situation G2 won. Just having to push in and rush here, Virtus Pro, because they're running out of time. Challenge keeps on coming, but nothing's going to happen from bottom yellow with 7 seconds left to go. G2 take another round, find themselves 3-1 up. I'm sure they're going to be more than happy with how things are going so far.
Nice thing about that site, I think, is because they forced a full map clear out of Virtus Pro, right? They got in on the second floor, and within 30 seconds of being inside, they're being harassed from below. Like, verticals are being opened up by them. G2 are shooting back. They're tossing C4s. They're being aggressive, just to kind of slow and put a lot of hesitance, I think, on VP. Then they get down to the first floor, and it's the same story. Like, always has had 2 C4s tossed at him from the same position. First one does damage. Second one secures the kill. They've even got a roamer still up on the first floor from G2 trying to cause a lot of bother. Like, they're not even getting a chance to think about and execute because they're just being hassled from start through to finish. It's a really good game plan, very active and very aggressive out of G2. For Virtus Pro now, I think, because you're having to go through this full map clear, you're seeing where the cracks are starting to show a little bit. Maybe when we get ourselves up to that top floor, maybe when we find ourselves again on the first floor where it's more of a shallow control of top floor and then a drop straight in towards site, you'll see them look a little bit better. But I think the more of the map they have to work through, the more G2 are just going to make them suffer.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I think Virtus Pro need at least one more round, 5-1. I won't say catastrophic, but it will certainly be a very slippery slope towards the end of this game, and I think one that they'll find themselves sliding down pretty quickly if they're not careful, Virtus Pro. So another round at least is essential. 3-3 would be a bit of a steal because G2 have certainly been in charge of things so far. We're going to head back up to the top floor for round 5, and then it will likely be piano, I would have thought. If G2 don't win this round, if Virtus Pro come away with this, then maybe G2 go for another one here. In all the Chanka discussions as well, whilst we're on the subject, as he's been picked up by Blast, it's certainly worth noting when we go outside of considerations of his denial and everything else, he's by far and away the quickest and most efficient when it comes to the soft destruction and setting up sites. So another big shout for the Chanka there.
Absolutely. Now you're enjoying seeing it more and more, Tim. I'm sure next thing you'll be doing is spending half a day locked into Consulate and testing out all the angles you're seeing coming out of G2.
Oh,
stop the bank. Go all the way, Tim.
I can make that shot on bank basement now, blindfold.
You're halfway there, mate.
I was going to say I only have to close one eye, but then I'd have to correct myself. My eyes aren't the problem. Yeah, no,
I'm not sure if that's worse than saying your brain is the problem.
Well, one way or another.
Oh wow. That's going to be a similar story as we've seen for a lot of this half as well. Always, Virtus Pro in general, rocking out that Flores and using it to shoot through a lot of the setup coming out of G2 because, as from Art, it's all about stall, barbed wire, shields, Goyo canisters, you name it. G2 are throwing a lot of Virtus Pro to try and slow them down here and see them losing out to the clock late round, and it has worked very, very well so far. And that's why you're seeing this Flores coming along time and time again, like the Dockerby. Why wouldn't you run a Flores when there's a mute ban on the other side? Because of course, it means these drones can roll through relatively unimpeded. Just got to watch out for those pesky things called bullets, Tim.
Yep, and the Flourish drones will continue rolling on in and taking out that utility. We just saw them clear barbed wire off the spiral stairs. There's going to be more gone as well. They're very cautious about taking that. They didn't want to lose the Rotero. So that does open up spiral stairs. We've got joystick established inside of admin as well, so we can start pushing from that. I'd like to see that joystick of old. He's been in admin for like a minute and 10 seconds now, and he's not gone anywhere. But he moved in with such aggression and purpose, but then he kind of just sits on his hands and, you know, yeah, he's drawn in, and that's the problem that Virtus Pro seem to be having, is they don't seem to have anybody that's willing to just go in there and be like, you know what, I'm going to take, they've given me admin, so I'm going to move into coffin, and they've given me that, so I'm going to move up to vending, I'm going to move up to meeting door, and I'm just going to stick my head in and see what I get. And, you know, no, it doesn't always work, but sometimes it does, and I think like Virtus Pro just never really have those moments. G2 do manage to pick up Damp, 5 versus 4.
Absolutely, it's the starting point they want. One player being gone's enough for this to start spiraling against them as they've run into all these Fenrir. FNAT's on the way through. Look at it. 2 players at the same time as being blinded out to try and step their way forward. Advantage going to G2. A spray from Doki. Can't quite find his man because of the flash. Another kill flies over. Joystick going down to Blaz, and they can't quite secure the trade in time. But it looks like, Tim, actually, they've got a pretty decent position here, Virtus Pro, with quite a bit of time to play with. Doesn't help if you can't get your kills, though. Blaz has found one, finds 2, onto a 3K in the round, and it's always to try and save this one. It's looking like a G2 4-1 scoreline, though, Tim. unless he can pull off something magic. But G2 a bit too experienced, I think, to give him this one.
Yeah, I would be very, very surprised. There we go. Stomping's going to close it out with a shotgun. Pasha having a little bit of a nightmare from vending there. You know, it's the Dokkaebi SMG is not an easy weapon to control. It's wild, to say the least. And we've just seen it there. If it's one that Pasha's struggling with, he kind of got locked into his recoil control, but he was already off target. So a bit of a tough one for him. And G2, that was the moment, really, that the round swung. So 4-1, G2 locking down their first and second choice sites. They're going to be happy with that. And now they go for the bonus round. They're going to be back to piano, I would imagine. Maybe they go for the split site, but I think we'll probably see them just go piano again. And that's going to be their opportunity to get themselves at 5-1.
Absolutely. I'd be very, very shocked if they don't manage to walk away with 5-1. Like, I know for Virtus Pro, like as you said, they've already shown they can make it work into an Expo hit. Maybe they get away with it here. More my concern, I think, comes down to G2 will have seen what worked against them last time around. They're a very adaptive team these days. I think they'll have a bit of a change in plan. Maybe still the same sort of ops, so a lot of traps being brought along to slow things down. We saw a bit of smoke, we saw C4s. In fact, yeah, basically the exact same lineup as we saw last time round. Alamar being on that Warden maybe offers a bit of threat on towards Always, who no doubt is once again going to want to try and run them down.
Beauty of the Denari gadgets, and one of the things that's going to add to those layers of complexity as time goes on, that we will see more and more creative setups. All you need is line of sight. All you need is line of sight between two of those connectors, and the laser will join up. There we go. Beautiful view. Look at that, all the way through, just by opening up that soft surface at the bottom, and it creates this web. It's almost like a spider web, isn't it, all over that wall on the opposite side as we were rolling through there, and it's just so much to be dealt with.
So we're starting things out towards the cubby wall. No surprises there. Is it another admin side start? I imagine not, because we can't see too many of the players dancing around it. Now it's more about getting yourself around the building to kick things off. In fact, you see two gathering out here as well. Doki under a little bit of pressure. Surely they don't just try a same floor rush in and ignore what's going on upstairs. Tim, direct towards site is always dangerous when you don't clear out above.
It is on this side because there's a lot of vertical angles that are possible here. Last time we did see Virtus Pro make that push straight up yellow stairs to try and get aggressive, but yeah, they definitely seem to. They at least want to get the site wall open. That gives them some access there, but I still don't see, even with that, any way that they can just ignore that top floor, because that's an area that can be watched for. But it certainly looks like they could do. The Blitz is keen to get on in, but little relocation there might just slow things down.
Not many C4s to play with, to be fair, as well. There was the one that we had on side from Alamar. That's now been used. Obviously found no one. They have to make this work. They have to go pushing in, surely, right? I will say that. Always to come up from yellow instead. But it was surprising. They've opened the site wall to bait him in a little bit. Instead, he's going to push himself onto another side. Could get support from his teammates to push into the other side at the same time. Now steps across to the rotate in. Got to be careful of the player inside the lobby at the same time. We're going to try and make this work nice and shallow, Tim, but there was that goo mine that we saw put down on the breach. Always not quite be able to get away with it. And here comes Alamau. If he gets rid of this man on the cover here, he can completely shut this round down.
And he does manage to as well. Goes on in, 4v4, joystick picks up Lyra, 55 seconds left to go. G2 getting the kill that they needed, really, to open things up, because it just means now it's very difficult. And there you go, the Blitz goes in, Alamau cuts him down, 3v3, G2 still fighting to hold on, it's all Alamau. 3v2, 2v2 as Dan manages to take him out, so there'll be no ace for Alamau, but 35 seconds left to go on G2. They still have the high ground, Des.
Bro's in a trance then, just found himself so bad. Wanted that shotgun kill through the wall, but yeah, good response from VP. 30 seconds, very little utility to work with, Tim. And now Dan's gone down too. This one looks a little bit cooked. Shepard going to give away his position here any second now. G2 have got the vertical. They've got to play it in behind the stack of whatever they are off towards the side. In he walks and Doki steps out for the swing. G2 with a 5-1 half. Dominating here on Consulate.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of a mistake from Virtus Pro coming in there. They did so well previously with that top floor clearance. G2 gave it up too soon. They gave him about a minute and a half to work down towards site. They were backed up pretty easily by Virtus Pro, who just got aggressive, went in with the Blitz, the Twitch, cleared out utility, and just pushed into them. And they gave it up. And this time Virtus Pro didn't bother with that. They said, no, we're just going to go straight into our site, open the wall, get on in. And it just left G2, as you saw at the end there. They've got Blaz above, no challenge on him whatsoever. He can just sit and hold those vertical angles. Very difficult to win that round from there. So I think, yeah, a little bit of a misstep in round 6 from Virtus Pro, and found themselves 5-1 down. And honestly, I don't feel like, they can think that they're hard done to with it. G2 have been the better side so far.
Absolutely. Again, there's that mute ban that I spoke about. No surprise at all. G2 banning it away against Wild last week. Similar story here. And I'm curious to know if they play a lot of Dockerby here now, because they're not a massive Dockerby team. Run it from time to time, but you tend to see them stepping across into other operators. You know, Doki and Deimos, like Shaiko and Deimos, you just know it's going to be a pairing that you're going to see an awful lot of. For now, at least, that's not really part of the game plan. Only a couple of rounds required for G2 to get this one closed out. And Tim, I'm not going to hate it too much, because we've had a pretty long day so far. We've had 2 15-round games. We've had a good skyscraper, albeit a slightly quicker one, but it will get us back on track and back on time.
Yeah, it'd catch us up nicely, wouldn't it? Yeah. I'm not sure it'll be quite so straightforward, but we'll see. G2 certainly hitting shots at the minute and making a nuisance of themselves, particularly when you look at Laz and Alamo stomping, getting in on the action as well. So wouldn't put it past them to continue this sort of pace on the attack. As like I said, for me, G2 are one of the Consulate pioneers. When Consulate came in with the reworks, G2 were one of the first teams to really adopt it. And I know that the lineup's changed a little bit since then, but still, you know, their understanding of the map has continued to be on a great level, and particularly defensively, you know, we saw them coming up with a lot of the ideas that kind of stuck initially, you know, and went sort of broader scale, and I'm sure on the attack they're going to be, you know, more than familiar with what they're facing from Virtus Pro.
Still, it's a similar style of setup, right? All about that kind of time waste and slowing things down. We'll see if they have quite the same impact. Something though tells me that G2 a little more rapid. One of our 2 teams last stage, interestingly alongside Secret, that had a better attacking win rate than a defensive win rate. Very rare that you hear that these days, but as we all know and see across many maps, a very, very proficient attacking team G2 are, and I think that's what's making the difference now for them to be able to climb towards things like the EWC final, to be that top team that everyone's very excited to see at something like Munich coming up soon, and of course SI not too long after. I think actually Alamal tweeted out early on, the SI Grand Final day is Stompin's birthday.
It is.
If that ain't a story, if that ain't plot armor, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I believe so. It could already be kind of written in the stars, couldn't it? It's almost writes itself a script like that. But for now, going to focus on the game at hand, and that's all they can do each and every time. Lyra does go up and take out some of those trick controllers. Just going to give himself a little bit of a view with the Vendetta as well. Force is always back from that meeting door. He knows that the Deimos is underneath, but not anymore. Pasha deals with that beautifully. Opens up the wall, finds the kill. Deimos gone. 5v4 advantage Virtus Pro, but leveled up very quickly by Doki. Shepard taking a lot of damage as well. Does manage to win his fight, but can't take any more.
They're doing what they can here. Doki a little bit blind to Dan, coming in aggressive there. I like this from Virtus Pro, Tim. Largely hold their positions, but as G2 have stepped on forward, they've been willing to swing and go and play aggressive. Even Shepard getting involved in the fight against Alamau. 4v2, and so far being G2 being held at bay. Over 60 seconds to work with, but now you're going to start seeing that Chanka come to life, I think, Tim, with 18 of those Shumakers still to go. That's a lot of stall.
It's an awful lot of stall. You're absolutely right. All they've lost is about 14 seconds of the whole thing. 7 seconds if you put in 2 into the same place. So yeah, awful lot to go. They're not going to need it. Pasha manages to pick himself up a double at the end. Virtus Pro with the successful first defense. And look, we came in thinking G2 might just run away with this one, but Virtus Pro saying, just hold that thought. There might just be a little twist left in this tale yet.
May well be. It's round 1. We'll give them a bit of time. G2 can still fight in. They've got a lot of space, a lot of rope with which to work. It just started a bit of a comeback. I tell you what, I saw Pasha on that Goyo and the kill that he got with the Vector. It's kind of been his staple for the longest time. Absolute demon when he's running around with one of those. Not, it's fair, even without them, we've seen what he can do across various stages now. One of those players, I think, that you probably put in a conversation for one of the best European players of all time. Genuinely believe that as well. But I think often overshadowed by others in the region that we see having stronger results as a team. But he's been nothing but phenomenal since he's been on VP.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Well, you know, there's 5 players there that have all got a massive shout to, you know, the achievements that they've got within this game. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Pasha just, you know, head and shoulders above a lot of players, not just within EML but worldwide. Certainly up there, I think, in the top 5. Top 10 discussion, you know, of players worldwide at this point in time. Absolutely phenomenal, and not somebody that you want to go up against. But G2, they may well continue to be punished by him. 6-6 at the minute, which is quite a quiet day for Pasha, whether you believe that or not. But he's certainly got plenty more that he could be offering to cause problems to the G2's side.
Absolutely. All right. Spotting out enemy number 1 is always looking to be a bit of a time waste here inside this blue wall. Be a bit of a nuisance to get through the best of times. You know, see off on, you know, Monty's want to try and charge down through blue and take control of that side of the map, sweep your way through server, start putting pressure on backside. There isn't a shield on side this time around. They do have those nano EMPs. They can toss at the wall if so desired to try and keep always away while they get it open, but looks like Stompin's not really too bothered about that now, running around on the Thermite, or Blaz on the Ace as well. Still for now figuring out exactly what the game plan needs to be, because why come in with a fixed game plan when you can see what's going on and then decide what the right action is?
I was going to say there was a bit of a mistake there, but the Selma charge, there was about half a second in it. It wasn't the first impact EMP that did the job, it was the second that we heard that kept it safe, so that's going to be main breach getting opened up. So a big first step for G2. It's not something that we saw Virtus.pro do when they were attacking the basement, and I always like that to be opened up. It just gives that little bit of pressure, that little bit of difficulty to the defenders.
In two of the wee-woos go off so far, and as they step through, you see G2 players immediately just being like, right, where are they? Where am I getting swung from? Expectation is always there. Joystick, though, dug in. Do they know about it swinging close on the door? I'm not too sure they do. Doki dead to rights. The Capitao offline. They've dropped the hatch here, happy with the kill that they've got. Now, at least Joystick's going to hang here, keep him causing more bother as another phone call rings out. This is where they should get forced back. Instead, Joystick's to go aggressive. I like the attempt, but Stompin, he ain't having none of that, Tim.
No, he was ready. He knew that the swing was coming. I think he could hear the phone call ringing out ahead of him as well. And vibration gave Joystick away, so it gets taken down. Hatches will now be opened. Only 55 seconds left for G2, though. Default cam still being taken out. A lot of work not done yet that they would ideally like to have behind them. So we're going to have some of that soft destruction done as well. Nitro in hand. G2 need to be very, very careful here. The important thing that they need is a couple of kills.
Just a couple of kills, Tim. Just a couple of kills. Floor being opened up, you can shoot this one out, of course, as well, as long as they see it's going off. But that's 100% clear, so that's definitely going off, and floor is now open. We did see G2 getting a couple of kills near that exact wall off to the left-hand side of your screen, but now G2 are not dancing around that. Not going to give Shepard the opportunity as that mirror window is going to disappear. Starts to make that world feel a little bit smaller for Virtus.pro, but Tim, time waits for no one. We've got 15 seconds to go here, and they've got to step forward and make a plan happen. Can they get away with it? Yes, they can. In behind White Pillar, Stompin should be able to stick this one. This is now into a 1 versus 3 for Loira. At least temporarily gets away with one. Stompin comes off, but can't hold out against 2 more. Even pulled away from the plant there to try and help his team. But G2, like Virtus.pro, Tim, see the clock run down to nothing.
Yeah, the cover just wasn't really happening for him there, was it? Stompin saw the writing on the wall, had to go guns up. You know, who knows what happens if you've got 2 or 3 of them rushing at you at the same time. Stranger things have happened at sea. We've seen this one burst of fire take out 2 or 3 heads very, very quickly, but it wasn't going to happen this time. G2 pull that tactical timeout code. They're going to try to have a little discussion, see what's going wrong, because right now Virtus.pro are coming back at them very, very nicely.
They are, and understandably, yeah, like you say, timeout feels like the right thing to call him. A couple of close moments for sure, but it's still Virtus.pro that are the ones that are adding those points to their score at the top of your screen. A little bit more climbing to do. It's still 5-3, so G2 plenty of time here to still get themselves up to at least overtime. This is one of those games that when I looked at it today, I think we were talking about it earlier, it was one of the ones that I was like, it's kind of hard to call which way this one goes. It is always a tight game between these two. I remember Doki saying last time they beat them, he's like, yeah, like that. You saw how excited he was when they managed to beat them on bank, and he was just like, always a hard game against these guys, always get really revved up for it, always love it. And you're seeing why now with how close it's starting to become.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal match. I mean, what a night of Siege we've had, really. You know, right from the off, that first game, Wild and Falcons going to overtime, and it's been sort of breakneck speed ever since. We've had some absolutely brilliant play to watch. It's been a real treat for the taste buds tucking into this one tonight. But here go Virtus.pro on their third choice side. It's going to be Piano, and they're going to try to do what G2 did and go for that full successful rotation. And what a response that would be to G2 winning round 4, 5, 6 to come back and win 7, 8, 9 and put yourself right back in the game. I think G2 will really start to feel the pressure if they don't get this round, to be honest with you, because then, you know, that lead that they had at 5-1 becomes 5-4, and you've all of a sudden got Virtus.pro breathing down your neck. The alternative being 6-4 and 6-3 and 3 chances to get it locked out. It's a big swing round, is this one.
One that we always love talking about. And Alamau taking some influence or some inspiration, should I say, from always a resident Fuse shield main. Think about it a lot. You know, you can ban away all the operators that you like, shield-wise. Blackbeard, no doubt, to follow next, I think. The Virtus Pro. That was going to run things like the Fuse at you. Very happy to do that. It's a Virtus Pro sort of trademark, and at this point, well, Alamau is going to be giving them some royalties off the back of it, trying to make the same work out for himself. They have got that Deimos and the Dockerby combo, the sort of thing that normally I'd attribute towards Falcons as being very key to their roam clear on a lot of maps. G2 desperate to make it work. Again, with the mute ban, it makes total sense, but not quite able to move at the pace required to get these rounds done in good time.
Picking out a keeper barricade and hearing it replaced immediately with the DMR. Twitch drone goes in, gonna look to clear out a little bit of utility. Plenty of droning going on actually from G2 today. We're over a minute into the round. We can still see them raining around. Always will pick up Blaz. It's a little bit too easy. He's on that little roaming smoke roll and manages to get him with the FMG. That's the Dockerby gone as well. The loss of a call that could have been used to instigate the execute. That could be a big problem for G2.
The heartbreak that follows with it just being off the back of attack timeout as well, right? You kind of rely on things going your way after that point. It'd be a massive momentum break if you don't manage to get this one over the line. Shotgun's being tried here to try and push him back. A C4 coming over. No, shot out just in time. He tries again. The joystick now hits the deck, but they can't quite finish him out here as smoke goes off all around them. Chaos in the G2 camp, I'd imagine. Laura going to finish off at least one. Joystick still down, so for now it's a 4 versus 3. But again, Tim, watch that clock start to run away here. This is all up on the top floor. We have still got a minute to play with, but VP ain't done. Pasha up for another one, stomping a trade back. This is a close round. Who's coming out on top?
Yeah, G2 need to be paying attention to the fundamentals there, allowing Pasha to slip the net and get up there onto top floor. Absolute freebie onto Lyra. They can't be allowing it, and he's got himself away to safety as well. 40 seconds left to go. G2 do have the top floor now, but they've got to start dealing with these Denaris. That's only going to close them out for 8 seconds. Stomping takes a load of damage there from the barbed wire as well. Super low health, 30 seconds left to go. G2 not in a position to put the diffuser down.
Yeah, Alamar's done all he can there with the fuse charges too. He's going to have to drop and try and make this happen, but if he dies, it's a pretty dire situation. Smoke's going out, 1 deep, 1 close. Going to reposition himself as Pasha gets rid of Stomping. Doki's in as well, but they've got to get the diffuser down here, Tim. Try and do what they can, but there's traps galore to run over as Pasha hits the triple. Off comes Alamau, staring through his own smoke. There's really not a whole lot he can do. Looks for 1. Pasha hits his 4th in the round. Virtus Pro really have turned this game on its head.
What a gauntlet Doki was running through there when he set off at run towards Exhibition, and it was just like trap, 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 shot, 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 and he was just getting absolutely hammered. There was nothing for it at that point. But yeah, G2, you said it yourself, maybe just left things a little bit too late, but also didn't tick those boxes. They allowed Pasha to slip the net and come back and really hurt them. Deimos super powerful on that side. He can use those tracks, use the Vendetta through the floor. So much work that could have been done, but was lost when Lyra was taken out, and G2 have got to start punishing Virtus Pro when they try bold moves like that. They can't allow them to get away with it, but Virtus Pro will be more than happy with that. The alternative was 6-3. They found themselves 5-4 and just 1 round behind. Great stuff for them.
Yeah, G2 are probably sweating a bit now because they've had that attack timeout as well. That's the worst part for them. Still some work to be done. Pasha turning into the demon that we know that he always can. Doesn't matter who it's against. Again, he can just have massive games back to back to back. Hard to stop. And now G2, got to figure something out. You've had that first quarter, played all 3 sites. You get the full repeat now, starting with the arguably best site for Virtus Pro, given they started here. It's their preference. Got to change the game plan, and maybe, given there's a Yin coming along, and I'm seeing the Grim, seeing the Deimos as a replacement for a Buck, maybe we see a bit of a window take coming out here, Tim.
Yeah, possibly. We'll see how that one plays out. The Ying and the Grim leaning towards it. No Amaru, but still definitely doable.
5 seconds to insertion.
At least should make life difficult. Might be able to use it to take top yellow if they choose to go there. It's a very flexible build really as to what you can do. I'm just looking through the entry list as well. Not only have Virtus Pro got the last 3 rounds in a row, they've got the last 3 entries as well. And with a high conversion rate, again, it's something I picked up in the last match. I'll pick it up again here. High conversion rate for those entry kills going to secure the round. It's something G2 need to improve upon. They were actually 4-2 through the first half. They were doing really, really well on the entry, but they haven't touched it in the second half.
All All right, starting out where things are kicked off for the majority of these rounds and getting that cubby opened up to give them access upstairs. Even if you aren't then getting inside, it's about the pressure, Tim. Phantom pressure, as we talk about it. It's about the idea that someone could be there, so you have to respect the opening at all times. And often there is someone playing out on that meeting balcony. They're sat there looking to challenge through, catch anyone trying to rotate back and forth, and you get a little bit of back and forth, C4s going out the other way. It can get a little bit chaotic. For G2, I think it's more just about making sure that they know someone could be there, and that will force Virtus.pro to have one more thing to think about. By the way, I really like how much we've seen of the Reaper. Since it's been added to more ops, we've seen loads of it.
Yeah, the Reaper's fine. We've seen some good use of it. Like you say, we've had quite a few kills on the back of it. It's definitely proving to be reasonably popular with the pros. I'm sure we will continue to see it being used. And he's going to put it away for now.
I'm surprised he's not running like the shotgun as the primary. Normally that's the kind of go-to when you've got the Reaper as your secondary.
So he's going to be looking at getting onto what would be old connector window. I think we still call it connector window. I think everybody knows. Going to be supported by Stomping on the balcony as well. Shanka is in position for denial, but denial of top yellow rather than denial of this swing in, which is going to happen. Look at the aggression going into sight. Blaz manages to get Pasha, Doki onto another. This has worked perfectly. This is what G2 needed, a collapse and a flawless round. Where has that been for the last 3 rounds, the G2 fans will ask, but better late than never.
Bit of an explosion forward, yeah. I mean, the Candela's going in. I mean, Doki can't get challenged. And the last thing you expect, really, is a player to come rappelling in on that window and then to charge in towards the site to his left and try and, the natural defense reaction is to try and stop the default plant going down on the window. 100% of the time, it's where you think things are going off. You hear all these Candelas going off, you think, okay, it's a bit of a distraction there, but he's not actually going to push me. Lo and behold, Doki takes the risk and goes for it. Actually reminds me of old school Team Secret, I want to say, on this map, just after it got reworked, baited the main plant spot and then planted just inside that window that we saw Doki rappel in from, and no one had a clue it was going down. It was like very much a big surprise. It was really, really interesting to see. Doki, of course, hasn't gone for a plant, but has used that as his spot of aggression, and that has caught Virtus.pro off guard. It's a classic thing that we say when a team is at this point now where they're very, very close to winning. It's like, they've only got to be right like once at this point to win. Virtus.pro have got to be right every single time.
Yeah, that's the difference, isn't it? But what Virtus.pro have already shown us that they're capable of going 3 rounds back to back to back. So G2 cannot switch off here. I've no wonder. I think I'd feel stressed if I'd just got through connector window into the slap bang middle of a site that's completely controlled by Virtus.pro, hoping that I'll get some kills in a 5-4 game. I think I'd feel a bit stressed.
Definitely. I mean, for G2, because let's not forget now, you've got Falcons ahead of them by a point, Fnatic are ahead by 2 points. It's very early on to be talking about finishing standings, but if you finish in those top 2, let's not forget, you get that bye round in playoffs, and you win a game, then you basically guaranteed yourself a spot at the major. It's that close versus having to play a couple of games and really try and fight your way through it. So, yeah, G2, they need to get this one over the line here. Still want to hold their spot at the top of the table. They will get that if they can close this out here. Virtus.pro's got to hold on for 2 rounds, though, to force us to overtime. And my God, do they need it, because they've only got 2 points down near the bottom of the table.
Already trying to work those verticals. Stomping is in there. The boogie drone has cleared out a massive path for him to check down into Piano. That is what it's about, clearing Piano so that they can go in and work the verticals onto the bottom floor. Doki gets caught with his nade in his hand. Joystick just taking him down so easily on those yellow stairs. Big loss there with the IQ off the board.
It's an easy first pick. Doki just completely not expecting that level of aggression to come out from Virtus.pro. Understandably, Joystick being one of the players you see go aggressive. What are the chances that he's there ready for Doki at that exact moment? I'd say pretty low. Crucially, they got rid of the IQ team, which now means that Solus can disappear in towards the map and be a real bother to try and deal with. So this actually looks really good for Virtus.pro, given there's half a round to play here, and they've got rid of probably the most important operator to kill at that stage.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult. Alamai manages to find Pasha, though. That's a great start for them. Few Goomans will probably go with him. And Shepard, you got to pre-fire on that swing. You knew somebody was there, but waited to see. And Blaz beat him to the punch. 4 versus 3. G2 could be on the way. 1 minute 10. So there's plenty of time left to go. Not everybody is back inside, though. Joystick, he's up on the top floor, Des.
I tell you what, he's got some balls here. You're in a 3 versus 4 and you choose to roam far away from site, leaving your team in a 2 versus 4. That can be rough. But if he times this right, Tim, he can do so much damage from above, and G2 have got to be respectful of that. I hope to God they've got a flank drone or two set up. Always going to get rid of Blast here, which now makes things even that little bit closer. They get absolutely gunned down as they step on forward as Dan cleans house. One left going. Loira unable to get any kills really since that first half. Tim has got a win out of 1 versus 3. 35 seconds is a long time in which to do it, but it doesn't feel like Virtus Pro are going to give him an inch.
No, I don't think they will. Always cuts him down, and G2, sure they're going to be watching that one back afterwards and seeing exactly where it's gone wrong. 4 versus 3 opportunity to win the map, and Joystick up on the top floor, and then just pushing that cut. They were right on top of each other. They were holding each other's hands walking around that corner, Des, and you're asking for one thing, and that's exactly what they got. Both of them sprayed down at the same time. A big problem for G2. They need to just create a bit of separation in that sort of a situation, so it's not such an easy challenge for the defenders. Here it is. Both of them right on top of each other.
Just absolutely battered by Dan there, as he so often does. The silent assassin pops up out of nowhere sometimes and wins a round for his team. Be hard to deal with. And yeah, Doki definitely looking stressed.
Round 12 then. Could be going to more overtime. It could be the 3rd game in 4 that we get overtime, Des. It's going to be Piano this time. G2 looking to get it won. Let's see what's happened previously. So it played in round 9. VP won it. The only start G2 have won on the attack has been that top floor. So VP saying that they can get that 3rd choice site done.
Attackers are moving
it's
out
work,
to
I think, for G2 to do. Top floor control.
Last time.
Yeah, he just can't help himself, can he? And you need him most, he steps up big. But for G2, on top floor, I could maybe see a way they could get this over the line. I think that's why Virtus Pro have chosen not to step back there. Here, at least, they've got to clear the top floor and then wonder about the site itself. And as you say, it was a big Pasha 4K last time. G2 put all their eggs in the shield drop and then smokes baskets to try and make things happen. And it simply did not work out. It didn't go fast here on the top floor and cut off these players that are up there. There's 3 of them. That could be a great way to start setting themselves up for a win, but they have to execute effectively as a team if they want to pinch on these top 4 players before they step away.
G2 just opening everything up, clearing utility with nades. Nice and easy bit start to the round. The entry conversion has continued in that last round, so again, keep an eye on that. Whoever comes away with the first kill, there's a good opportunity for them to come away with more. It's Joystick who manages to pick it up. Doki does get a trade 4 versus 4, but as the stats have said previously, Virtus Pro have just taken themselves a good advantage in the round, but will G2 be able to turn it over? Doki picking up Pasha, that's a big one. There's Army gone, the smoke gone. What a utility left off the side of Virtus Pro. Loira, no idea that he was being chased by always 3 versus 3. Virtus Pro continue to hold on.
Oh, but they've got away with the triple kill here. Doki, after being quiet all game, has gone pretty big, Tim. They've got half a round to play a 3v1. All I said about Dan a second ago remains true. He could still go big here, but G2, knowing the discipline, the experience, the composure they have got, should be able to get this one done. Find Dan, and this round's over.
Exactly that. They don't even need to worry too much about getting the plant down. A minute 15 is far too long for one player to be able to hold on. You just need to use that utility that you've got at your disposal. Just all work together. Just go in 3 at once from different directions and work your way through. As it is, Dan's making a bold move here. He's going to try and get himself upstairs. I'm not sure if they've got any drones that will see this, but this could be a big play. He takes his shots. Nothing lands. They know that he's there now. He manages to take Stomp, and they've dropped a sight, and they're going to be going for the plant, but they've given up the top floor, and this could be a problem for G2. He searches, he seeks, but he cannot find. The diffuser goes down, and now Dan, he has to battle his way back downstairs.
Half a second extra, he probably kills Doki there, and we change around how this plays out. Now they're going to be outside the map. It's going to be so hard for him to be able to recover this one. It's heartbreaking for Virtus Pro, Tim. They came so close, but it feels now that G2 have retaken that vertical. This one is pretty much done. Back outside the map. Had all the yellow pings and all the info in the world on what was going on. But with only about 10 seconds still to go, this one looks pretty done. Going to try and stick it. He'll have a player hopping towards his left here. Tries to bait it out. They're going to get back out the window. Timmy has to stick this now. It's far too late. Doki's there for the close. A quiet game from him until the last round where he nets a 4K to get G2 all 3 points.
Yeah, I think G2 looked pretty good for the victory tonight, but Virtus Pro, they just had a real spell in the middle of the game there where they fought back. That's honestly, I think, personally, one of the best performances we've seen out of Virtus Pro so far this stage. I think getting away from Bank has worked wonders for them. They didn't get the win, but they certainly looked a bit more lethal.
Well, Doki needs a break, and so do we. Let's go to one now, and when we come back, our desk are going to break it down for you. See ya in just a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. G2 victorious here on Consulate. And we're going to go for some hard-hitting analysis. Please, Leo, did G2 win?
The control of the game. Once again.
Yes, no answers, please.
Did G2 win? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yes, they did.
Really messed that one up, Leo.
Well, I have to say, my English is getting terrible today.
Okay.
So my understanding is really basic right now.
Well, it does take 160 IQ to understand what G2 were doing around Virtus Pro here, Jack.
Yeah, do you know what? I thought the defensive game plan from G2 particularly was excellent. They were looking for early aggression, as you see on the screen here. That one was Alamo. Early aggression, then they were tightening it up and then playing it into the late round against VP, which of course we know lots of teams like to do. They like to take it to the late round, force VP to execute because they will take a lot of time, alongside some superhero plays like you see from Alamo here. And I thought it was really, really good. 5-1 defensive half. Then I think G2 kind of undid themselves a little bit. They didn't look as cohesive and as on point as they normally do with the plans. I think some of the executions went a little bit wrong. A little bit off on the timing. The 3-2-1s weren't really sticking, and they just about pulled it together. And again, similar thing to what I said in the setup for G2. The results, the points at this point in the stage are so much more important necessarily than the performances. They can sort the performances out, but they can't go back and pick up more points.
I think it's very similar to the game against Wild. The defense is always going to be strong with such individuals and with strategies that honestly are tailored for their playstyle. They abuse the trap operators. You see them run the Legion, the Ela, and the Denari, sometimes all three of them in a single setup. And it seems to work, that's fine. Problem is whenever they're in attack, you still see a little bit of the cracks that we saw at EWC Grand Finals, and even prior to that, whenever Alima was IGLing, some desyncs, some small moments of misunderstanding each other, some hesitation, or sometimes some people not committing to the right win condition together.
And what was funny was actually VP ran some of G2's defenses against G2.
The Denari, for example.
Yeah, I wonder if these two are scrim partners, particularly on this map. So I think it was definitely, it was really, I think for VP, just very quickly, it's a map brought into their map pool, but ultimately it's still the same result that they're still facing another loss. They're going to have to find something this stage.
Yeah.
Because them, like Secret, by the way, the league table, when we get to it at the end of today, we're going to have VP and Secret having to charge up the table towards the back end of this stage.
Leo, hold up that card.
Yes.
Is our interview ready?
Yes.
There you go. Let's bring him up. Doki joining us on the interview. There.
Yes. You did it.
Hard-hitting analysis. Yes, yes, yes. That's the WWE quote. Anyways, Doki, congratulations on the win today.
Thank you.
I have to say, it got pretty close. So what was going on during the match?
Consulate defenses, I guess. I think we let some attacks slip, definitely. Entry picks and stuff, like not listening, like you guys said, being on the same page. A little bit of that was slipping up on some rounds. So we bleed, I guess. So yeah.
I'm surprised actually that you ended up on this map. I have to say, obviously VP struggling on bank, but did you expect to go on Consulate actually?
Was Consulate bank? So
Yeah.
was their choice, but we don't care. Dan always says the only map G2 knows how to play is Consulate, so I thought it was going to be bank. but I guess he should have listened to himself. I guess.
Jack, how do you?
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack. How do you assess the state of the league? Because I guess we're seeing a lot of teams. I suppose Wild and Fnatic, kind of surprising in the good sense, and Secret VP obviously on a tricky run. How do you assess the league this stage?
I think Fnatic are playing good. I think they haven't had a real challenge yet, with Secret underperforming, and their first two games were against kind of not so good teams, right? So I think they're going to show next week or tomorrow. I don't know how they play, like what they can do. So I'm interested to see, but I think they're playing way better than they were last week. That's good. Wild as well, I guess. Step up, right? They're taking maps, rounds off of the big dogs, I guess. So it's good to see. I don't know what's up with Secret. I think they're not really playing bad, are they? Are they? Maybe they are. I don't know.
Kinda.
So I don't know. I think they can still claw off playoffs for sure, right? They can bring it back. Gen G, I've always said they weren't terrible, so yeah.
It's good to see there's a lot of variety to watch here in general in EML, but one thing that I'm looking forward to is tomorrow's match. You guys play against Falcons, which is probably the hottest, most anticipated match of the entire stage. How would you set yourself up and viewers for it, fans of G2 for it, and what would you say to Falcons?
You lost the Wild. Come on, again. Like you gotta be better. You know what I mean? I don't know. They're playing good this stage, right? Their first 2 games are lights out performances from Shiko, so yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun, but at the same time, I don't really care. Just gonna wait for playoffs. To be honest, that's when the fun begins. So yeah, maybe they can win. I don't know.
Gentlemen, it's been a hell of a day here hearing them. And Doki, overall, now you're going through the stage. You're seeing how everything is between the team. Do you feel that you're really settling into the confidence that it's turned into we have to play through the best of ones to get to playoffs anyways, and we have to play through the playoffs to get to Munich anyways?
Yeah, it's more so just doing the best we can in the league and then doing the prep work for the playoffs, to be honest. We already know we're going to be in playoffs. It's just what seed we're going to go into playoffs. It's just, I guess, important to us. But at the same time, the more games, the merrier, I guess. Like, we know that we're within the top teams in Europe. We just need to keep the work up and short. So, yeah, I think we can definitely play better, though. We're not playing as good as we were a month ago right now, so we gotta put some more work in.
I'm very much looking forward to it. Tomorrow is a great opportunity to show that off. Doki, I'll let you go. Rest up, get ready. Reminder, G2 plays Falcons tomorrow. Go catch it. Watch Doki tomorrow play. That is our match of the day.
Watch me whip. Sorry. Thanks, guys. Bye.
We'll
I'm gonna leave for a cringe.
You're way too old for that, Jack. Anyways.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Well, as this young man on your side, Jack, would say, demo, reverse it, flip it, reverse it. Brilliant! Oh, that's so good! That's my best impression. You're going to get to see this squad playing G2 versus Falcons tomorrow. That'll be an incredible matchup. However, let's swap this out behind us. BDS taking on Wolves to close out play to number 3. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. Our final matchup of the evening. Play-day number 3 of now week number 2 of EML, BDS versus Wolves. Gents, we have a lot to discuss when it comes to this matchup, but we have to start small, right? So let's start off with our rosters. Up first is, well, BDS in this case. It's been a fresh show for quite a bit. Will we see that change for them to get back in the proper way of things?
I think first of all, about these two teams, I'm excited because both of them actually have momentum of the victory.
Correct.
Both of them were, I guess, expecting a better stage. Both of them missed out on the playoffs last stage. Both of them representing organizations that are used to make it to international events, so they have the pressure to perform. First of all, Preshow, it's not a Preshow anymore. Robbie stepped up.
Yeah.
Robbie, the fragger that we wanted desperately to see, is there again. We did see some step up as a team. We're still lacking a little bit of consistency. Today, it's time to prove it.
Yeah, that's the big word. We've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of BDS all within 2 matches so far this stage. If they can consistently be good, then they're a real threat to playoffs. They're a real threat to making the majors because they've got a lot of talent. But we've seen big variables from them.
So I guess the big overarching question around, well, these two squads, or at least a lot of squads in general here, 5 of them, realistically 3, is relegations, right? We're starting to slowly touch on that conversation widely, but how deep does that rabbit hole go? Because I want to remind everybody, in this current iteration, there's 10 teams that are playing here in EML. 5 squads are, well, they cannot be relegated. These are partner teams. You saw them playing at Reload earlier on this year. But there are 5 squads that are in a relegation battle, and realistically, 3 of them are.
Now, why is that a problem? If you look right now, Wolves are the last ones in terms of total points, but that was before the playday today.
Oh, yeah.
Jack, more pressure added onto them. Wild, they get more points.
Yeah, Wild up to 30.
2 on top.
They get 2 points. And then on the side of Fnatic as well, they get more points. And Gen.G, they get more points as well. So we're looking right now at the relegation battle. Wolves desperately need some points.
Yeah. It creates so much pressure. It's not just pressure to try and make the top 6 of playoffs in the major, but it's pressure to get yourself outside of that bottom in terms of the relegation battle as well.
So let's bring our focus and attention to Wolves and their roster and what they can bring. There was high expectations going into the stage once again. They haven't been able to meet it, but there's been a bit of a flash here and there to get your hopes up.
Yeah, very similar to BDS, I would say. I think inconsistent, first day, and then the second day for Wolves was actually pretty good. They strung it together. They got onto a map that they're comfortable on in Lair, and they showed us the Wolves that they can be. They played free. They really unlocked each other with their team play.
I think the main thing for them is that we've seen them crunch onto certain maps. Lair was one of the only one, and Cafe as well, where they managed to get some wins. And it's exactly where they ended up last week. They played a favorable map, a map where they were comfortable, and that enabled them to win.
Yeah. All I'm hearing right now in this conversation is opportunity for both of these teams. Wolves have the opportunity to get 3 points and bring BDS down within a conversation that could get more complicated through the stage, but BDS have the opportunity to get 3 points and fling themselves ahead. Yep. How can BDS translate their experience so far on the stage into a victory? Is there a way to visualize it?
Yeah, there are 2 things.
Yep.
It's team play and it's strategy. And it's exactly what we saw for BDS to win the previous matchup. Let's take an example from their bank game, because we did see something that I'm not a big fan of, and I know there's an ace I'm not a big fan of. I'm waiting for you guys to check on this Telestrator, because you've made a whole bunch of tweets about
There's
this
essays
setup.
on it.
We are on bank defense, and look what they bring. They bring Echo, Tachenka, and Smoke, and I'm scared here, Jack. You know why? Because whenever someone brings Tachenka, somehow the planter is still not in the flames. The fire canisters, they go all over the room, but the guy still is able to plant most of the time.
Yeah, the general consensus is Tachenka's the best option available for most of the time, but you need a utopian way of things, a utopian series of events to occur for Tachenka to be impactful, Liam.
Now, that is the same thing for Echo. Echo, most of the time on bank defense, is brought only for the last 15 seconds. He's not being used elsewhere, and that's my biggest problem. We bring utility to deny the plant, yet the plant still goes down. Something changed here for BDS, and I want you to explain it for me, Jack.
Yeah, so the first thing is actually the Echo drone's used aggressive. It's used aggressive to stun the Pasha on the main stairs, and then a double push-up from Robbie and Lasmo to get the kill. That 5v4 is massive. The reason is it stops VP pushing in lots of areas in the late round.
Now, what are we seeing here? We're seeing a Tachenka lineup, not from the other bone site. but for the first time from garage ramp. And what does that enable, Jack? Well, a perfect lineup to deny the plant. And that is everything that changed here.
He's safe from the red stairs. He bounces the Tachanka fire off the roof straight onto the default plant spot. But Leo, it only covers the default plant spot, nothing else.
So when the default plant spot is covered, the long angle is then covered by the smoke from the other bomb side, behind the shield safely. At this point, what do we see? We see the smoke and the Tachanka fire. The fire for the default, the smoke for the long angle, and the yokai drone from Freck. But I have an issue here. I have 3 of my teammates that are focused on denying the plant. So how are they being covered?
Well, the big thing is, that's the reason that the kill from the Echo drone was so important in the start. Because it's a 5 versus 4, that means that actually Robbie and Lasmo on the bottom of your screen can cover basically only the areas they need to be responsible for. Robbie covers the hatch drop and the main stairs. Lasmo is secondary to the hatch drop and for garage. And because of that, because VP only have 4, they can only push garage / a hatch drop, and that's the only things those guys need to worry about.
The result of that is joystick pushing alone. Lasmo will take the gunfight and win it. At this point, what do we see? Well, VP cannot do anything. 8 seconds left. The yokai drone, the smoke, the fire canisters. That is a proper execute. It's not only a good strategy, it's being used properly, and that is team play. And that's the BDS that we want to see today against Wolves.
Yeah, that's what we've been begging for, is that team play from this team. We know they've got it, they just need to show us it consistently. And we really liked the strategy, actually. We really liked how they created those utopian conditions for Tachanka to be really effective on this bomb site.
And gentlemen, that was a beautiful illustration. Absolute cinema. Of course, big thanks to our resident observer and in-game director here, Stefan Easy Gaming, because that was just beautiful to showcase everything. Thank you very much for that. However, our map for this series, I don't think we're going to get bank in this, will we? Thank God.
We're going back here. The Wolves playground, the lair of the Wolves. That makes a lot of sense. Maybe they're just playing on brand there. But I will say this, every time we've seen this team play on that map, they were impressive. First of all, if I remember well, they took on G2 on that map and almost beat them, and arguably should have beaten them last stage. They went on taking multiple victories. One of them was last week, and I'm not surprised to see BDS do that. They do love a counter strat, do they?
Yeah, both teams like the map. And obviously we've seen Wolves have success on it. There is a really cynical part of me that says if a team is only good on 1 or 2 maps, there's no way you should ever play them. From a BDS point of view, they shouldn't ever really let Wolves get there. But there's also an ego element of that of BDS know that they're good on the map as well. So you got to balance it, but certainly it opens the door for Wolves, who I would say arguably still are the underdogs in this fixture.
All right, I think we should stop theorizing and get to the actual application of all of this theory. Thank you very much. Fresh and Alphamar casters are standing by. Ace and Des, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, last game of the day is here, Tim. Bit of lair for us to close things out as well. Obviously, the new map in the pool. Plenty of fun to see how teams tackle it, and I'm looking forward to seeing our BDS and Wolves throw down.
Yeah, I mean, they've already spoken about, the longer running relegation battle as well, but just within stage 2, we've got such an important game. Both of these two really close to each other, both sat currently on 3 points, same record. It's all to fight for. It's one of those big 6-pointers that we talk about. Not only do you gain it, but you remove direct opposition from being able to get those points as well. So it is big for both of these teams. Honestly, no idea who comes in here the favourite, who comes out. We've seen sort of good and bad from both of these teams, if I'm being honest, so far. I remember that play day 1 from BDS. They had a great round 1, and then it all crumbled after that, and then they came back really strong play day 2 against Virtus Pro. So much the same story for Wolves, really. A little wobble play day 1, came into their own. So I feel like we're seeing these both at a very similar time performance wise, but bans will come in. Double shield ban, Blitz and Blackbeard, fair enough, and that doesn't surprise me at all for Leia. Just taking away those options of being able to bully yourself into space. There's still be the Monty. Wouldn't surprise me to see that Monty played still taking Newbridge, for example, the top floor site, trying to push in towards that bomb chassis past our 6th room, those sorts of things. So we will see whether that is the case or not. Yep, straight away leaders built it, so not too much of a surprise there.
Looking over their bans from last time round, and while the Blackbeard is stuck, the Blitz is most definitely a new one. Clearly seen something between now and then that they want to be able to respond to. Obviously, the blessing and the sort of advantage that BDS have here is they saw Wolves play this map just a few days ago. against Gen G. So they've already seen what they've done recently on there. They know what they like to play, how they like to approach it, what they're going to ban away more often than not. They get a good sense of it. Whereas all that we really see Balls having to go off of is the last time they played each other. Of course, it was an 8-7 back then. Very, very tight affair. So maybe we're in for one more OT to close out our day, Tim. We'll see as we start getting into things. It's all starting things off on the attacking side. And again, looks like a lot of control in this lineup as well. Again, eyes on towards things like the Grim, the Gridlock being brought along to help with that. And of course, Capitao as well, speaking, just glaze that operator to no end. I think it's a fantastic operator to bring and help get a lot of control here when fire and smoke starts raining down everywhere.
Good progress coming in from Wolves here. No messing about. 30 seconds in, we're going to have that Selma charge detonating onto Mask Wall, so that's going to give them access to that default plant spot, at least should they want it. We've seen a real kind of mixed theory as to plant spots. You still quite often get a lot trying to plant on that Mask Wall under cover of smoke and other things. It's quite often easily denied by smoke canisters, by Tachanka fire, you know, making it really, really difficult to get in there sometimes. So we will see the switch across coming in past our 6th room and into the opposite end of the site to try and create that bit of space in behind that sort of half-wall desk that you can hide behind for a little bit of safety.
Look at not how much barbed wire they brought along, by the way. BDS came stacked to the hilt here. I thought they were protecting like an army base or something, Tim. Really wanted to try and impede more, slow them down. Maybe expected shields to be part of the game plan. Obviously, it's not here for us. Starting to get some of this utility dumped in towards side. He's going to get a sniff on what's going on still. Looking good so far. I think we've spotted out the majority of the team. I don't know if they're 100% aware than the player that's inside Bathroom Hall. No doubt they will be very, very soon if they start trying to get anywhere near display. Bit of a push coming in down highway at the same time, starting to work their way through here. That main breach is opened up as we've already seen. Now it's about applying the pressure so they can actually make a plant happen there. If, of course, they want to plant there at all. As we saw back on our last map, it could just be a little bit of phantom pressure, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely could be. It's interesting. We see the Twitch drone, one of them looking at the plant spot, and straight away we're actually going to have them going in and looking to put it down, but Noodle has to bail here, taking a ton of damage. I think it may have been from Shumika fire, so just how quickly that hit point was going down, it's something to be aware of.
You're going to tell me you can tell the difference from a health bar now, whether it's smoke or Shumika fire?
Well, it's just how quick it was going down. 2 seconds quicker from the Shumika launcher. It's serious stuff there. It's not messing about at all. Plus, I could hear it going off actually as well, so I won't learn to just be completely visually on it. But Robbie is going to pick up a double there, and that is big for BDS. They've been stoic on the defense so far, will not be moved. Make it 3. Virtue in on the action as well, and through the fire and flames is exactly what they're going to get as Lasmo shuts him out, and that's going to be first round BDS looking really, really solid on that defense.
Yeah, Robbie's managed to somehow get him in against the wall that already opened up. Bearing in mind, main breach was open, and they also had the breach going towards ops through Mez that was opened up at the same time. Robbie's managed to tuck himself in that back corner after they've already interrupted a plank coming down from the other side, and then he's killed 3 players from that spot. Definitely taking their eyes off the prize a little bit there and letting him get into such a dangerous position. A bit of a mistake in that first round being shown, but it looked good up towards that point. I thought Timid got themselves walls open, a lot of information on what was going on, was getting a plant down as well. Yeah, a second later, and that could have been an absolute hurt for Noodle. He could have got the plant down, but this is what I mean, look. Robbie just somehow in a spot that he really should have been able to get into. If it was through smoke grenades or what, they managed to capitalize, but he almost single-handedly shut down this round.
Yep, can't be allowed to get away with that if Wolves want to be finding any success on the attack. But yeah, it's an interesting... I know I mentioned it on the Asia show that we did the other day, but a lot of our people, a lot of our viewers might not have caught that. But yeah, the kill time, the difference, I was surprised because the Shumika launcher does less damage per tick. It does 12 versus Smoke's 15, but the ticks are there's a shorter time in between each damage tick for the Shumika. So for a 3 armor operator, it's round about 3.3 seconds to kill with the Shumika and 5.2 seconds with smoke canister, so it's considerably quicker, about 40% quicker.
You spent a lot of time figuring that out and giving us all the maths and all the stats, Tim.
That's what I'm here for.
You are the Chanker expert. There we go. No Chanker in this round at least, and also no smoke. I've got the mute on side though. And I did to myself last round, I was like, a mute normally is used here on that mask wall, and it's really frustrating to deal with because you're kind of penned in a little bit. It's hard to get the rappel down to be able to toss a nade over or to deal with the mute jammer and to ensure you can get the wall opened up. Obviously didn't bother with it, and that's what led to a pretty fast pace coming out from Wolves. Not that it helped them win the round in the end. As you can see, BDS held on. Now we've got other things to focus through. You've got the Goyo canisters to shoot through, the Kiva barriers, double Architect setup coming out. You've also, of course, got a face-off against the Valkyrie. And that's why Azra has got the IQ on side in this round. So we're seeing Wolves at least respond to what the scene put before them. Doesn't mean they can strictly overcome it, though. We'll see, of course, what Noodle's going to do with that Rowler as well.
But now we're going to have one wall open, which is going to allow at least a little bit of that lateral push to come in. But Freck is going to pick one up with the Goyo P4 onto Azza. Things are starting to get out of control for Wolves here. I know it's only round 2, but they need to make sure this one doesn't run too far away from them. BDS very, very comfortable on this map and will continue to press their advantage if given the opportunity. Right now, Noodle is working his way through that mid-floor. Wolves just still not confidently in control, are they? Look, you can see he's checking every single angle, face checking it. Very, very concerned about any potential flank or push that he's going to encounter. Very, very difficult for Wolves right now.
Yeah, unfortunately down to a 5 versus 2 as well, so managed to have a quick rehost after this to get everyone back into lobby, but this round is certainly going the way of BDS, looking very dominant here and very, very comfortable. Wolves going to struggle to make this one happen in a 2v5, even with 60 seconds still to play.
Yeah, I'd agree. They're just running around looking for any opportunities at the minute, not taking down the bulletproof cam, knowing it's going to be a very tough one for them. They're just going to start moving down these stairs. I think 40 seconds left to go. The BDS, they're more than happy to just keep themselves sat inside a site. Robbie did go for a fight somewhere. He's looking on the vertical, will take a ton of damage there, but manages to step away and save himself. But Vulcan canisters start getting popped now, and it's likely it's going to be very difficult for anybody to get inside a site at this point.
Wolves sees the gun of the Azami step out as well. Not too much you can do about it, I'm afraid. He's got a side angle here as well. It's more about padding out that KD as best you can now. Noodle and Leader have followed each other all around the world with it all to do. Sadly, as we get into these last 10 seconds or so, this one is pretty much done and cooked. A C4 and a shot off the back of it. Sees the final 2 finished off. BDS go up 2-0.
A good start for BDS, looking confident inside of the server as well. Both of these teams, as I said, winning in the last play day, so looking to build a bit of momentum within the league now and start chaining results together. And one or the other is going to have to be the cost in order for them to do that. Tech pause as we expected while we get Creeds loaded back into the game. And a little problem there and dropped out partway through the round, but obviously a lot of kills and damage had already been done. So BDS, they will continue their defensive rotation. Not sure where they're going to go. We've had them on top floor, we've had them on basement. I would imagine probably bunks tends to be the common one, but it's also interesting to wonder how will they hold on to it. We have teams that will try 4 out of 5 up on the top floor, and we have some that are a little bit more evenly spaced when it comes to that side.
While we're going into our little tech pause, I thought I'd just check out the reactions to our previous game. Of course, if you missed it, G2 versus VP, really, really good game. And as you'd expect, Doki is trying to rip into Stompin, and Stompin is basically telling him shut up very, 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 very curtly. I think, did you see Stompin's comment, by the way? He was like, you know, when he threw them Salmas at the Denari, and we were just like, you know, you can shoot them, right? Even he was like, nah, if I saw someone else doing that, I'd just be like, what the hell are they doing? I was like, yeah, fair play. A good night's sleep, and it'll sort him out.
Sometimes you just get locked in, though, don't you? You know, you're in the moment, you're in the game. We've all done it. We've all done them silly things where you just think, what am I doing? Like, and you're just locked in that moment. You've got other concerns. You know, maybe you think somebody's pushing you. Maybe you don't know if you know, completely safe. Whatever,
yeah.
You know, might be going on, and your brain just isn't focused on, I'll just shoot those little boxes out. Like, I've done some absolutely ridiculous stuff. I know that for fact, so I try not to get on at anybody too heavily.
Absolutely not, no.
I'm not even playing in pro games, you know.
Well, yeah, the line you always go for, those who can't play coach and those who can't coach cast, and that's why we're sat here. We can do neither of those things. I've always said for a long time, I'd love to be involved with a team at some point. It'd be a really unique aspect to like esports. Obviously, we don't really get to see, like, our interaction with teams is talking to individuals on those teams. Maybe we see them at like dinner at an event, for example, and get to ask a few questions, but we don't always get to see the full inner workings of a team and understand, you know, the challenges they face throughout a stage. You know, players sometimes have things happen in their personal life that really can throw them off kilter. All we really see is a poor performance in the server or a bad team result, but it doesn't always give you that full insight that you might otherwise come to expect. So yeah, one of those things. Maybe when I'm done casting one day, I'll step into the backroom staff. Maybe not as a coach, but I'll try and do something at some point.
I think you'd be an absolute, ready-made data analyst, as pulling the numbers, getting involved.
See, this is the issue. This is the issue. Analysts have to do that manually, and I am not a manual kind of guy. I'm like I'm an automate the death out of it kind of guy. If it can't be automated, I'm not interested.
Maybe that's going to be your calling, Des. Maybe that's going to be.
You would be a great psychologist / performance coach, I think, Tim.
Do you think?
Because everyone would walk in feeling a bit downtrodden.
Also known as hype man.
You've basically completely gone what I go for. Yeah, you'd be the hype man.
Professional hype man.
What we'd do if you and I were on a team and I was like the manager or a coach or something, I'd be like, right, everyone has got an hour a day where you're going to sit and play ranked only, and Tim is going to cast you playing ranked. And you're going to feel so excited.
Great by the end of it.
You're going to be convinced you're the best player in the world, and you'll come into your games later on that day and you'll slap everyone about, and you'll think about Tim's commentary over your gameplay, and you'll feel like the best player in the world, and we'll win everything. It's just not a problem.
Certainly could be a technique. I'm not expecting to have teams reaching out to me anytime too soon, Des, I'll be honest.
Hey, you never know.
You never know. We are just waiting in a tech pause at the minute. As you can see, top left of your screen, BDS versus Wolves is currently 2-0 to BDS on layer. We're just waiting to get the lobby sorted out, get everybody in, and we will be back with this one as soon as we can be, of course. But sometimes these things happen. We're playing an online game, and occasionally there will be problems. We will bring you updates as and when we have them. But for now, you've got me and Des.
You do indeed. I've just had the comms come in from our wonderful in-game director, Mr. Stefan Easy, and he was just saying we've had to go through a remake of the lobby because Creeds couldn't quite reconnect to the existing game. We're going through that remake now, and then we'll get ourselves back into things, so it'll be a couple of minutes. But Tim, I love these little bits of down. We haven't had any downtime tonight, so I've had a chance to waffle absolute crap with you like we've just done about the goings-on Twitter and about our roles in a team one day. What would you like to talk about for once? I'm always starting these conversations. I'd like to know what's on your mind, Tim.
What's on my mind?
What do you want to talk about?
What do I want to talk about? Well, I did see the it is kind of Siege related. I did see the tweet earlier about SI, and I've seen a couple
Paris.
of the graphics and stuff. A lot of excitement coming in. I do miss Paris, as you know. A lot of the time, I kind of fell quite deeply in love with Paris through the time we were fortunate enough to spend there a few years ago when EUL was based out of Paris. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've fallen in love with many of the places that we've been fortunate to visit fortunate enough to visit around the world, but yeah, every time I see one of those graphics, I've seen one with the Louvre on today, I've seen one with the Arc de Triomphe on today, and yeah, I get a little pang of Paris. Yeah, so that's been like the thoughts in the back of my mind most of the night, has been thinking about SI in Paris, and yeah, it looks good.
I was there back in November for my birthday. I went to go and see one of my favourite bands before they split up, and I obviously won't say it on broadcast. I don't want everyone else to race there, but there was a really, really good steak restaurant that we've got to go to when we're out there. Like 100% have to go there.
Oh yeah,
I want to drag you along by what little hair you have.
Yeah, you mentioned it the other day. Yeah, I was out there in January last, but yeah, I do. It's certainly got its own vibe as Paris. It's one that you've kind of got to get used to a little bit. But I think when you do get used
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, it's, when you do get used to Paris and you start kind of appreciating it, then you start really loving that vibe about it, and I really like Paris.
Yeah, you were going there back and forth quite a bit, weren't you, for a while, to be fair?
Yeah, I still do. Like I said, I don't think there's a year since... when did we start going? 2021, wasn't it? It was the first time we actually got there. I think you might have been there back end of 2020. It got very difficult because of all the travel around COVID at the time, obviously.
Yeah.
I think you made it out for a short event 2020, and then we were both there for the SI 2021, which was in the most fabulously beautiful building in the middle of France. It's the old Parisian Stock Exchange. Absolutely beautiful building. And we were very fortunate to work there. And we were out fairly consistent. I've been there every year since, to be honest, at least at some point. Like I said, I was there in January this year. So yeah, it's I've got a lot of fondness for Paris. I do like the place, so I am very much looking forward to SI there.
We're gonna go check out some of our old restaurants and stuff, aren't we?
Yeah,
as our game plan.
Definitely, yeah, 100%. We'll go to some of the places that we used to spend a bit of time when we were out there. I'm planning on doing, you know, if we get there, I'd like to do a couple of the touristy bits there, because people always like assume that you've done things like go to the top of the Eiffel Tower, but I've never actually done it for all the time that we spent. No, for all the
It's pretty cool.
This is the reaction that I always get for all the time that we spent there, for the, you know, for the amount of afternoons and mornings that I spent, because I used to love, I think, I don't know, I wouldn't say necessarily more so than anybody else, but maybe I used to spend quite a lot of time in the city, I think, comparatively to, you know, because we didn't live like kind of dead slap bang in the city, but I used to quite often, I'd get up in the morning, if it was an off day from broadcasting, I wasn't coming home and I had nothing to do, I'd quite often go into the city and walk around and, you know, see all the different sites and places and stuff. But yeah, I've been past it and underneath it and around it countless times, but yeah, I've never been to the top of the Eiffel Tower, so that's one that next time I'm back there, whether that be for SI or anything before or after, I might try to do. And there's a few things that really have kind of passed me by whilst I've been there.
Waiting for our tech talent to come on through, so thank you for bearing with us. What else shall I have us talk about now? What else is on my mind, Tim? What else is on my mind? Oh, I could talk about it. It's an Ubisoft game. There was a demo available for Anno 117, which is actually
I really
very
like
good.
the Anno games. I do really like the Anno games. I think
You can play like an hour of it.
Very
It's
chill.
really good.
Yeah, it's like one of those where I'll just kind of like sit down and just very chill, build my city for a while, and I've got my little charts up of, you know, the efficiencies of like, right, I need 3 lumber mills to run this, and like, so I've got all my efficiency charts up and stuff, and I can just sit there and chill and watch all my citizens be nice and happy, and then I get angry with them when they start revolting, and I'm like, I'm doing my best for you, and they start, you know, I have like a revolution on my hands, and but yeah, I love it. I think
the new one's great, mate, because you can build like fleets now. You can build actual armies on the maps. You can go and like invade people. It's all like the Roman era. So I was like, you would not enjoy this game then, so I'd be invading you non-stop.
I wouldn't play a multiplayer game with you like that, where you had the choice to invade me, because I'd just be wanting to peacefully build my little Colosseum and just like, you know, live my best life, and you'd be invading me constantly.
And I'd be straight in all chat being like, get back to playing SimCity, Tim. Get off my game. Well, back in our game, which is the most important part here, as you can see, the mute jammers being brought along and have blocked off this main breach for now. Micro EMP going to come out, shut that down temporarily. Both of those will go off. However, we're into this delicious stall game, Tim, and of course, making use of the mirror, they can knock at least one of those off as well. So a little bit of a hold effort coming out here for BDS and Wolves. I wonder, will they have a way to get this open?
I wonder if there'd have been a point where they could have just clipped the edge of both of them with the mirror and got rid of both. I'm not sure if it would have been the case or not, but as you say, one of them certainly taken
I think,
out.
you know, they don't want to open, but they want the second one open because they can then use that as sort of like the side piece of the mirror to swing out on. Yeah.
See, that's why you're the big brain. That's why you're the big brain, Des. Top floor is going to start being taken by Creed, and so Wolves at least inside of the map and moving across. They are going to come up with some fairly stern resistance, though. If we look, we've got 4 out of 5. I did suggest it. 4 out of 5 up on that top floor, wanting to hold on from above.
You got to force him out. Saw in our last game what happens when you try to ignore the roamers upstairs. Robbie's got to move. Almost getting himself chewed up. Well, back behind the mirror window. Not really a big spot of bother. However, there is now a player inside a bathroom starting to put pressure down that they've got to show respect to. He's forced away by the nade again. Just the player swings him, but they don't manage to get a kill. Ash coming out as well. Now, he's blind and can no longer see through this mirror window. They have to peek it like the rest of them are, unfortunately. So pressure starting to build. He's one coming out as Lasbo managed to shut one down. Phone call now coming out. 4 of the players being tagged up. The second one, well, the 5th player avoiding it because of the mute jammers, but Robbie turns it into a second kill in the round. You're starting to see all that fire like burn away and expire from Wolves. A flawless round for BDS. Not really too bothered by anything that was being thrown at them there. It looks a bit easy and pedestrian for them so far.
I think how Robbie has come away with a double there is going to need to be studied by future generations, because that's ridiculous. He's had 2 nades come over and his movement has been so slippery to stay out of the way of him and not get shot, because he's exposing himself, like moving into the corridor every time he has to dance out of the way of one of them. He loses his mirror window, he gets pushed on the corridor, but the Gashmot man just gives him that little bit of a warning and he steps out and gets a beautiful double for himself. Just fantastic play from him. And BDS, you know, despite the break, 3-0, straight back into it. That's 2 out of 3 flawless rounds. So that's 2 rounds without a kill. So at this point, there's at most 4 kills on the side of Wolves. At most, because obviously they couldn't have got 5 because they didn't win the second round. So I can't even remember how many finished in the second round left alive. It was the basement round, wasn't it? But yeah, we're talking Wolves are in low single-figure total kills out of 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's not looking good, Tim. It is not looking good.
Not.
No. Well, maybe attack timeout comes in once they've lost 4 in a row. We'll see when it comes down to it. But now we're going to repeat that same set of sites, I imagine, starting back up on the top floor. BDS, that means more of the same. Admittedly, Wolves didn't come too far away from actually winning that round. Just let Robbie slip the net a little bit, get himself tucked into the corner of Mask Wall, and then killed 3 of them. 2 of them with a deagle, it's worth stressing as well. Very, very impressive. And that's even with the Mask Wall being opened up. So Wolves had several opportunities to deny someone being there, but that small slip of attention, granted it is now quite late for a lot of the players, they let that one get away from them, and hopefully they can turn things around in this round and make it more of a competition than a one-sided slaughter.
In goes the repair up, and that's going to take out some important barbed wire there, just to provide a little bit of ease of passage for these attackers. Kills is the important things at the minute. Forget strategy, forget map control, forget anything else. These Wolves players need to be going in and winning some gunfights and getting some numbers on the board, because, like I said, in 3 rounds, 15 possible kills, they're at 4 or less. We don't have the updated stats because of the rehost at the minute, but when we do, we will get them to you. But yeah, not looking pretty for Wolves at all at the minute. So get a couple of kills, get a couple of confidence boosters, and then go from there. I'd say you'd be better off getting 4 kills and losing the round than getting 1 kill and winning the round.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. The classic standoff that you see here. Trying to do what they can, start applying pressure onto the player that's inside of the cubby on the step in towards site itself. It's a Smoke who's holding that down, looking to waste as much time, of course, and cover off what's going on at top green. Saying that, there's also a Chanker that can assist there. So, Tim, the Chanker, the Lord, is spreading. I haven't called him that for a long time, but he is spreading across many maps and many teams here in Siege this season. It's the season of the Lord.
Well, it's like I said earlier about don't forget his LMG. He's like the fastest destruction in the game, essentially. You know, and since we've seen, you know, changes to which operators have got shotguns and things like that, again, he becomes another really viable option to say, actually, just bring the Tachanka, and he's the only shotgun that we need. Freck is going to pick up Creed's. Not a great start for Wolves. Headshot takes him down. That's the Grim, so another big loss of utility there. They do still have the Ying, so that's something to go on at least. Just taking a little swing here, Robbie. You know, he loves these challenges. Doesn't want to go too far out on this to find the kill, because he knows that he's got that breach in behind him.
If Creed's a bit questionable, you've got Grim Bees in back pocket and you haven't bothered popping on the stairs there. You've got swung on for free and lost your life there for seemingly very little reason. So a bit of a mistake being made there at the start of this round. A nice attempted swinging from Azur, saying, you know what, I'll brave the fire, I'll come through it, I'll come for the man himself. Just a bit of damage, but not enough to finish people off. Who is now about to run out of these Chanka Shumakers. 7 left on side though, probably enough to see us get all the way down to 0 here, Tim. So as long as it's in a good spot, this frustration will just keep on building. And here we go, Azur is in, managed to get rid of people on a step on through. It's a 3v2. BDS still with the man advantage. Azur and Tyrant's try and close, but I don't think it's going to happen now. Tyrant's got to win it all. Can he find anything? One inside the bathroom is the right idea. But they're going to see this clock run down to as we get towards the last 5 seconds. Freck going to get the last kill as well as the first in this round. There's more dominance for the side of BDS. Yes, Freck, we see you.
Yeah, it just looks like a real sort of mismatch at the minute, doesn't it, of ability on this map. Coming in, Wolves just not looking good at all. Realistically, here on there, BDS just head and shoulders above them at the minute. Whether it's a map thing, whether it's just, you know, general performances getting away from them tonight, I don't know. But as you've suggested, there's the 4-0 does spring that tack timeout into action, and so we're going to see whether, you know, anything can change in terms of Coach Kendrew having a word with them.
Yeah, they just really aren't looking up to it so far, are they? BDS have just completely shut them out. It'd be great to say
they've not got the worst record here on there. It's 2-2.
No, they don't. Yeah, they look all right. I mean, both teams. It's a good mid-range map for both teams. They've both played it quite a bit. You know, like it's not a bad map at all. I agree. I think the battle is honestly just in how they're playing so far. Like we've seen things like the nade pressure coming onto the mirror player. We saw like Azza being quite aggressive, stepping through fire to come and try and get rid of the Chanka twice. So they are trying to do the right things. It's just not leading to all of the results working at the same time. And a few times, like, you know, Freck there actually has got 3 kills. First kill is killed Creed, who had the ability to see him with Grim B. Second time he's shot someone in the back. And his third kill has come out of someone with 2 seconds left on the clock to grant a little bit of a freebie. So really, he's got 3 very unchallenged kills in that round. Those are the kind of mistakes that you can't afford to let keep on happening.
Wall reinforced.
Back down to the basement we go. We could be on for a 6-0 half here if Wolves aren't careful. BDS have looked confident everywhere that they've played so far. They've come in here with a real game plan, like you say, sort of a mid-choice map for both teams, but maybe it's one that BDS particularly have been focused and working on. We've seen a lot of Lair, really. It would make sense for teams to be, you know, putting a lot of resources into Lair because we have been seeing more and more of it. And it's a big map as well, so we will find that things change as time goes on, and we'll have new ideas come to the fore, and you know, both on defense and attack. So definitely one of those that it feels is worth putting the time into. You know, you've got to put the time into Clubhouse, for example, but nobody's gonna come up with something new on Clubhouse now unless we get a new operator. You know, that's the only way things are going to change on that map. But Lair, it feels like if you put that time in, you might just have that little idea that somebody else isn't doing.
Absolutely. All right, come on, boys. Time to start getting yourself into this one now. 2 rounds to try and save something. If only it was easier said than... It is quite literally easier said than done, though. They've really got to put their ideas up, and hopefully Kendrew just giving them a little bit of a kick up the bum to get things moving along. Double drone operators in the round suggests it'll be quite a slow round overall. I've got a lot of map to work their way through, would be the problem. However, look at where all the players on BDS are. Pretty much all of them are downstairs, except for Freck, who, unsurprisingly, is going to be on this top floor, trying to waste time, given he's playing on that Scott. I hope to God Wolves know that he's up there and are showing the respect that he needs.
Just peeking slowly around this corner. It feels like they kind of don't want to overcommit here, Wolves. It's like you don't want to give anything away too easily for BDS because they're just being punished at every single turn. Creeds does take plenty of shots there, doesn't manage to land any for the time being, which is not the end of the world. It just backs BDS up a little bit. But as we can see, they've still got Freck up on the top floor on the scoreboard. Keep your eyes peeled.
Absolutely, that's my worry. If they don't respect him, he will come down and bite him in the backside, and that's how you see a whole round fall apart. So far, not looking so good. I don't think they're fully conscious of that. It's a shield here to... a shotgun to grant them a nice and close range to keep them at bay. That is where Freck can probably start his move for now, just holding his spot on the upstairs as we try and work our way downstairs a little bit more. But it's a Warden. He don't care about no flashes. Tim, he can sit here all day long and tank this.
Coming around this corner, who wins the fight? Once again, the answer is BDS. It's the shotgun. Lasmu will suffer to the nade in an immediate trade, though. 50 seconds left to go. Wolves has a half health. They're not really in a position to put this diffuser down yet. They will has it in hand, but they need to get themselves a little bit more control in the next 30 seconds if they want to be able to play the objective.
Yeah, going 1-for-1 ain't quite a winning strategy, not least when you spent 2 minutes trying to clear that player out and then taking control of that area and then immediately backed out to try and push elsewhere. I say that now as leader is now rounded down here. Everyone else has disappeared elsewhere. So he's kind of this backstab threat for them, but he's very much alone here. The other 3 have got to make something happen to him. We're down to the last 20. I'm nervous he ain't really got the time.
That's going to be the big factor now, is going to be the time. Here comes the spray, though, as it manages to pick up Freck. 3 versus 3 as P4 has an answer onto Tyrant. It's all going BDS's way once again. Wolves just can't find their back tonight, Des. They shoot out the Nitro, but it's just going to be styling for styling's sake because it's not going to get them the round. BDS lock it down 5-0, and they are punishing Wolves right now.
As much as they were running down to the clock and the errors that are forced as a result of not really having any time to play with, which, you know, is what it is, I didn't think Wolves were that awful that round. They had the right idea to punish the player playing on stairs. The nade combo with the player trying to swing onto it at the same time. Great stuff. He either has to push you and go for a second, or he dies in the retreat. Like, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. all the right ideas, but I don't think they left themselves enough time. An extra 20 seconds, for example, would have done so much for them there, because you saw this flurry of 3 kills coming the way of BDS all around the map. But look here, they only just cleared these stairs out with 55 seconds to play. That's simply enough, and they step in here and they get absolutely murdered on their step on through. Look, 3 kills in the kill feed when there's 10 seconds on the clock. They've left it a little bit too late, unfortunately, and I imagine all of them are kind of feeling the same right now, Tim. A bit dejected, a bit deflated. Down 5-0, and that is already a massive mountain to climb, and it feels like it's going to be 6-0.
This is the moment when you need that player to step up. Even, you know, I'm not even talking in terms of the server, not talking about the hard carry, but somebody to step up and just raise everybody's mental, raise everybody's game, and say, you know, we are where we are, but it's not going to, you know, we can't change what's gone. All we can do is make it 5-1 rather than 6-0. They need that mentality picking up, because, as you say, you can see it written over their faces, dejected. You can understand why they're being given the absolute runaround by BDS at the minute, but you've got to find a way. You've got to dig deep. You've got to come back with some answers if you're Wolves.
Sure, well, let's see if they find the answer, Tim. They have at least changed their lineup quite a bit here as well, like the Dockery being on side, but as we've seen, there is a mute available. That at least negates this somewhat, especially when you're trying to play it as a more anchor style, but it might help with hunting down those that are more out on the roam. It's mainly been Freck that we have seen been getting busy around the map, trying to waste their time for the most part. So for him, it's definitely going to help. And I really need to see Creed go big this round. He's on the nook. You've got that responsibility now, being able to slip through those bulletproof cameras, through the default cams, and get yourself into a pretty dangerous position with that shotgun at the ready. But given he hasn't really had an impact so far yet this game, Tim, still 0-3. I don't know, we're really going to see him go big now.
I mean, we saw him have a great day on the shotgun last play day, to be fair, on the knock shotgun. So let's see whether we can have a repeat of it. But as you said, they just need somebody out of the server to pep him up. They need somebody in the server to pep him up as well. And maybe it'll be Creed's on the shotgun. He's just going to be working his way slowly across, change his plan. He's going to be taking out those mute jammers as he goes. It doesn't look like he's got a drone with him. There is one just ahead of him there. I don't know how much intel he is being fed at the minute, but we'll clear out the castle barricade. There was a drone there at his feet, so much better. That's what I want to see from Wolves. He needs that information as he's going into giving those live bits of information. Not ideal.
Okay. Yes. Especially not ideal. Going to at least work the way through the wall here as well, start putting pressure on towards the mirror. That's something that needs to be forced away here, of course, to be helped out with that now being chunked away. Should force the defenders back at least that little bit. There we go. It is gone, and they will have to abandon and move back in towards Highway. Noodle in towards one. It's Lasmo to fall. At least it's an entry kill, Tim. But let's get a wiggle on now. We're down to our last 60 seconds almost.
Yeah, this is it. BDS have kind of fallen back to site now, and they've given up the ground. They know that the top floor game is over, but can they hold on from below? It's not looking good. Tyrant picks up Freck, so good things get better for Wolves as they manage to find themselves 5 versus 3 now. They're just trying to reposition a little bit, I think, before they go in for a plant or to take any control of side. Nitro goes out, going to get a kill onto Azza, so BDS, the fight back begins as Robbie picks up Tyrant, and this is something that they've done well so far. Despite Wolves' successes, they've been able to get themselves back into it, and now they have the advantage. It's fallen apart for Wolves, Des.
It's timing, Tim. Everyone is moving at a different tempo. Like, Creed's there. I get it. Go in and cause a bit of bother. But he's tried to make it happen all by himself and has paid the price for it. Now it's a recovery effort for Leader and Noodle yet again to try and get this back over the line. We've got 10 seconds to go. Leader with the diffuser in hand has got to make something happen, but P4 has found one yet again. Wolves are going to lose out to the clock here. It's given a little bit of de-synergistic team play. It's going to cost them dearly. It's going to be a 6-0 half. And one round stand between BDS and an absolute slapping of Wolves here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're the first to say there's 2 halves to a game. You switch those sides, you change the momentum, you don't know what's going to happen, but it really feels in this one like you do know what's going to happen. BDS need one more round, you know. I just don't see that Wolves have been a side that are going to go 6 rounds back to back. They're not giving me that sort of vibe. They're not giving me that energy tonight that it's going to be on the cards for them because they've been missing shots. We're just so beautiful there, you know, from Noodle onto Robbie. But it was about as good as it got within the round, and they keep letting BDS back at them, and you just feel now like BDS, they know that blood's in the water. They can smell it, and they're coming for the kill.
Absolutely. All right. Like I say, one round. It's the same story as what we had for VP and G2 earlier, right? BDS have got to be right once. Wolves have to be right every single time. You cannot make any mistakes, or this is going to be a little bit dire. Tim, he's been banned away. Celebrate, roll out the banners. It's happened.
Well, it was inevitable. The more that we see him played, the more that people are going to look and go, maybe there's something in that. Yeah, we should get rid of it. Get rid of the Tachanka. As it is, BDS got some value out of it. We did see him using those Shumika launchers, to slow down pushers. They were doing it really, really well. So they come in and they decide, you know what? We don't want to have to go through that Shumika fire. We're going to take away the Lord himself. Tachanka will be banned. Honestly, you're going to see more of those Tachanka bans. Like we've said, like I've discussed, in a perfect conditions, Utopian Siege, Tachanka can deny a very small area for 140 seconds. That is an awful lot of time. But even if you expand that by going with 2 canisters at once to give a broader area, still talking 70 seconds. Imagine playing ranked at home and at 1 minute 10, you can just start denying. You just start denying and you close out the rest of the round. From a minute 10 remaining, you can just completely take away a plant spot. It is huge. It's just that you've got to invest a lot around him to allow him to do that, because he can't be guns up. He's got to be in his launcher for 63 of those 70 seconds. He's got to hit 20 perfect shots. You've got to have all of his angles covered for him. You've got to have him protected. Usually you need some ADSs or something to stop a God 6 tick in his shield, or flashes stopping him being able to see. There's so many things that have to go right to get that maximum benefit from him. But BDS, they don't want to play with that. They're going to get rid of him.
One to watch out for in this round for me for BDS is how well they play as a unit. And it sounds really simple as a thing to say, but that's where Wolves have fallen down. They had the occasional moment of team play, but more often than not, they lost players and they were trying to do things by themselves, completely out of sync with everyone else. They were sat on drones or getting themselves ready to start a push, and then one player's inside a site. Oh, he's dead. Okay, that happens. You've been 2v1'd. When it's repeatedly happening, it's why you're dropping rounds. So for me, I'm looking at the drone work. I'm looking at how they're pushing forward as a group, how they're sharing utility between each other. Say sharing, more like how they're using it in synergy with each other. That's the big part of it. And there's 3 of them sat out towards Ops right now. Virtue, the one on the Blackbeard, looking to be that tip of the spear on that push on forward. They've got to force these players down first, and let's not forget as well. We're now about 75 seconds in. Time to get a bit of a wiggle on and get them gone.
Yeah, that's it. BDS just stalling a little bit here, I think. Not sure how to deal with that mirror. They do have another Ash charge left available to them. There goes in, but we see some explosives returned. It's a bit of an exchange, but no HP will change hands in that. Both come away full health. As we can see, we've got Tuberau just preventing that mirror window being taken down for the time being. Robbie knows that its days are numbered.
They look a little bit stuck here, to be honest. BDS has been so slow, incredibly cautious. It's how it'd be in real life. They look cautious and very afraid to lose their lives on the push on forward, which I completely understand. But you can't spend 2.5 minutes clearing top 4 and then expect to make it all work with 30 seconds to go. They'll drop away. They've still got a steep wall to play behind, for example. There's still a lot of things that can sting you in this lineup, Tim. Into our last 60. Let's get a wiggle on. Let's go.
I think, in all honesty, I think BDS might not be too worried about, for example, a site like this where you've got a lot of work to do. They don't want to give anyone. That's a beautiful kill from Leader. He's got absolutely no business picking that up. He's going to go for a second as well after hitting that first shot. You won't count him away from it, but he's going to be forced back by that nade. Wolves still have this top floor control. Lasmu manages to pick up Creed. 4 versus 4, 30 seconds left to go. Lasmu does have diffuser in hand, but Wolves have the vertical, and I think they're going to hold on to round 7.
And there's that 2 halves to a game of Siege, Tim. They're winning all their gunfights here. BDS looking very slow, very lethargic, dare I say. Lasmo's inside the site. It's good to be here, buddy, but there's no one here to be able to support you, I'm afraid. This round looks pretty cooked. You're going to find yourself getting gunned down here. We'll have to step ourselves into round out 8 to see if BDS can close things out. Where I will be interested to see how things goes if we play on the top floor, because there'll be far less of BDS to have to clear out, and it doesn't matter so much if they're slow at that point.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same. I think saying, BDS, they'll have loved to have won it there. Who doesn't want a 7-0? But I think that they won't really mind too much, because, like you say, it's always going to be a tough site. Even though it's a third choice site, there's a lot to do. You've got to get that top floor clearance. You've got to get access to the site, get some control there, clear utility. There's absolutely tons of work to do. I think BDS will just be biding their time here, thinking, just give us one where we can go direct to site, and it is going to be that top floor. As soon as they can do that, get mask wall, get ops, push into site aggressively, get a few kills, put a diffuser down, I think we see BDS really kind of hit the accelerator at that point. I don't think we're going to see problems with them like stalling out forever. I think it's just, look, there's a lot ahead of us to do here. A little bit of indecision creeping in. Now, there's going to be a lot less indecision because there's a lot fewer decisions to make.
Absolutely. All right, then. Again, only going to be right once, BDS, and the 3 points are theirs. Wolves, probably a little bit emboldened by that first round, I imagine. Breeze probably still needing to find his form a little bit in this game. A quiet start for him. Bit of a rough one as well, as I mentioned a couple of times, pushing forward way ahead of the team. His death inside of Rocket when he was trying to push onto Freck was pretty bad. Saw him go walking in towards site, and the Nut completely out of sync with the rest of his team previously, so I want to see him more on the same page as the rest of his team. But the same applies to BDS. As mentioned, they were quite slow last round, Tim, and that's where I think Wolves can find opportunities. If the other side is being slow, you can just make your own plays happen. You can flank and be aggressive. They're not moving particularly fast or looking to close you down. Go for it. So it's still, the possibility is there. I just find it hard at this point to still think they can do 5 rounds in a row.
I completely agree with you. I think it's not just about attackers versus defenders, defenders versus attackers, and who's on what half of the map and everything else. BDS have been the superior team. They've been winning the gunfights. They've been on top of the strategy, on top of the utility, and I just think they're ticking too many boxes tonight, like you say, to give up 6 rounds in a row to Wolves. And I don't think, you know, I don't know, maybe it'll be a cast of curse. I don't think it will be. I think, you know, as long as BDS stay patient and just play the game they've been playing, I think they'll be absolutely fine, to be honest with you. For the time being, the Demos is going to be just lurking around underneath. Does get spotted out by that default cam. Just create himself a little makeshift rotate there so he can be nice and mobile underneath. And he's just going to, I think, wait for a little bit of intel to come in before he starts picking up who those scans will be focusing on.
That was the pressure to come around ops there from the army, now forced back. I thought he might come onto the Bandit as well, because surely you want to be underneath here making use of that Vendetta to clear away those Bandit batteries that are currently sat on the wall. You've also got the IQ to help out with that, but yet they still stand. So a bit of a focus and eye on Lasmo here really for what starts to get opened up. It's going to be the full plant spot coming in here as well. Seen this one before back in the early half. This way Robbie managed to get himself in a pretty interesting position and completely shut everything down. And very, very small opening. I was going to say surely he wants some above it as well. This comes in a little bit late, but that will get opened up, which probably means that mass wall is going to stay fully closed to him.
Yeah, very possibly. It's not actually the end of the world if they've got access into this corner here. 1 minute to go and we see the first Toxic Babe canister come out, so that's going to take us down to 50 seconds. So about the best they can hope for is maybe wasting down to about 30 seconds. So still definitely an opportunity for the plant to go down. But how about this? Tyrant drops the hatch. There's fights to be had underneath. Is he going to find them? One is on a drone off to his left. It should have been a freebie, but no, he just overlooked it. And P4 gets the kill, 4 versus 3. And BDS, the match is in their hands at the minute. Final Toxic Babe goes out. 30 seconds onwards, it's game on.
Late night for Tyrant, certainly not up to the reaction speeds that we're used to seeing out in there. It took a minute to process what the hell was going on. Yeah, the BDS, they've got that advantage, but it's the time, Tim. Last 20 seconds to play with here. Pre-fire coming on through towards Noodle. Isn't quite taken out. An impact to try and put one down. Doesn't get away with it. Flash, not connected, but just goes for the next impact. He pays the price. 1 left standing. Leader with it all to do as Diffuser is going down. It's a 1 versus 3. They'll play having him sit here and play the patience game. Won't be able to stop his man. Oh, that's a great shot onto Robbie. A 1v2, unless Lasmo can get recovered, and I don't think he will, Tim. Looking for that long range, almost gets rid of Virtue. I'm sure he's feeling himself, Tim, but he's got to go absolutely massive here. 1 up close, finishes 1 off, almost gets Virtue too. 20 seconds still to play, and Nade forces him away into the waiting arms of Virtue. BDS, a 7-1 win over Wolves is certainly one way to get yourself moving up that table.
Yeah, in the context of that match, I think BDS were different gravy tonight, Des. They were just giving it that extra 20-30%, and Wolves could not keep up with them. BDS looking super solid on layer. I'm not sure they're going to be allowed to play there again in a rush.
Certainly not on the defensive side, Tim, that is for sure. But that's our game's done. We'll go to a break. When we come back, our Des will wrap up the show for you and end it with an interview. See you soon.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to an angry Englishman and a very confused Frenchman at the end of this. Regardless, BDS are victorious and a hell of a performance.
Yeah, it really was.
It was good. They put us back on schedule. You can catch your train, Jack. Oh.
Maybe. No, I think I've still missed my train. I thought BDS were... They got the game plan spot on. We were a little bit worried about Wolves and taking Wolves to a map that one of the maps that Wolves are able to win. But BDS had the game plan spot on. They were playing for Wolves in the late round, in the execution. They were playing behind so much utility and then just punishing them every single time. Wolves put in another one of those performances that really looked off in terms of tempo, in terms of coordination, in terms of chemistry. And when teams do that, you need to be there with utility, with Clash Shields, with Fenrir Mines, with Azami, with Keeper Barriers, with whatever you can to punish them. And BDS did that. It was flawless in their defenses.
Well, I will say this, it was closer than the scoreline actually shows. Like, how many rounds were 3-3s to BDS? Yeah. How many rounds were winnable for Wolves? The main deciding factor is the fact that BDS were always closing out the rounds in defense, playing right either around the objective, either around the timing. Yes, they had the advantage in those situations in the defense, but they really exploited it the right way.
Yeah.
And it was an incredible 6-0 split in defense, of course, but Wolves had it in their hands in most of the rounds, and actually most of the time literally butchered it or actually lost a man advantage situation.
The scoreline was dominant, but the rounds themselves were close. I think Wolves will come away from that thinking we should have put a few more rounds on the board there.
And I can see the mental effect snowball. I don't know how it was in the team, but you know, after 1, 2, 3 rounds that you should have won that you lose, it starts adding up. And clearly, I think at some point, the nerves just started hitting in the most critical moments of the late round. And once again, it's a complete counter-strat from BDS, going into a map that they know very much their opponent will take, and arriving with a proper counter-strat. It was a little bit close in the round itself, but then in the scoreline, it was perfectly executed.
Yeah, it played up really well for BDS in this. And on Wolves' side, you could see it, the disappointment in the cameras as they actually went down with it. However, we will not be seeing disappointment on our post-game interview camera because it's the man himself, Freck, who is joining us.
In the dark.
Yeah,
in the
it's
shadows.
a little bit late, so it's getting dark.
Yeah, we've had a pretty long day, but I think the end of it is a clear... Ik ben niet teleurgesteld. I'm not disappointed. To really put it out there. I've been learning.
How many languages?
Was that Dutch?
Yes.
Oh.
Teleurgesteld is
How many languages do you speak?
How was the pronunciation, Freck, on 1 to 10?
Teleurgesteld? How is it?
I mean, it took me a couple seconds to realize like what the fuck he was saying, but after I was like,
Okay,
that's
so
actually,
all
it's not
right.
bad.
So that's less than a 5. That's less than a 5, but that's fine. That's
no,
fine.
because he's not expecting Dutch in the conversation.
He tried.
And you know what?
It's all right. It's all right.
You guys were trying very hard today. Now, comparing today to last week, like opening week, there's a lot of things that still need to come together. There's warming up, getting into swing of things. Today, do you feel that communication and teamwork was cleaner, clearer between all of you in this match?
I feel like today we played some poetry sheets. We played some Shakespeare today. We had a plan, and I feel like we just executed it perfectly every single round. We know their executes aren't the best, so we just waste time, and then the rounds are pretty free.
You're playing Shakespeare Siege. Who are the two that kiss and die at the end of this story?
I think Robbie was kissing everyone today. He's on fire.
Fair enough.
Actually, that's a perfect segue into my question, because last stage, most of the fragging power came from your side. You were in the spotlight, but we all knew that there was potentially in Lasmo, potential in Robbie as well to step up alongside you. I'm wondering now, because I want to focus on Robbie. I think this beginning of the stage is really stepped up compared to the last one. I'm wondering, what did you guys change in the offseason for him to get more comfortable? Did you adjust some roles? Is he getting to just gel better with the team in general?
I think it's just confidence. I think he feels as well that the org and the team believes in him, because we've seen him do so good in scrims. Same with Lasmo. Like those two, like I've said it so many times, but the potential of them is actually crazy, and I'm very happy that they're showing it.
Can you just explain for us and mainly for the viewers how the roles differentiate between the support staff in your team? Because you've got quite a few, right? You know, with Laurie, with Eden, with Helby as well.
Ask me tough questions here. I think everyone does everything. I feel Aiden does a lot more of the background work, like the statistics and stuff. Helby and Laurie just always watch the scrims. They're the main coaches, you know. They're just doing this. It's Helby doing the side coaching, you know, when Laurie's not there or when someone needs to get added, and then Laurie's just the head coach, the main voice.
Do you ever play them off against each other? You know, you make a stupid play in scrims, but Helby's on side, so you get off with it.
Oh, I feel like we had a scrim yesterday and they weren't very good. So we kind of started trolling and Helby was there and Laurie wasn't, so otherwise it wouldn't have been allowed.
No, it seems like Lilun definitely runs a very tight ship. No matter the squad, and of course she did coach, you know, the old Wolves into BDS now. Today, regardless, today you played really well. The score reflects it, even though some of the rounds had some shaky moments in them, but still huge 3 points. Tomorrow, you have the opportunity to compound that interest and take it over Machiko for another 3 points. What do you expect out of that game?
I mean, they're not doing very well right now, so we just hope to just put them more in the dirt than they already are.
All right, burying them.
We will bury them. That's a reference for all my Command & Conquer people who have back. Anyways, I'm old. In case you're young, Freck, you have a whole life to look forward to, and you have a big match to look forward to tomorrow. Final words then for Machiko other than burying them?
I have a few words for Wolves. Apparently, we're not very much a scrim team, so...
Oh, did they think you're a scrim team?
I've heard a couple things. So.
Oh. Well, there you go. That's a way to mic drop the end. Frick, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations again on the win. We will see you tomorrow as game number 2 of the day, taking on Machiko.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night, guys. Bye-bye.
Gentlemen, immediately from the interview, let's take a look at the results of today. Any big shockers for you?
I think Fnatic upsetting Secret, Wild upsetting Falcons. For sure are 2 big ones. And I guess the end match should have been a little bit closer, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But the biggest one, probably. Wild winning against Falcons. That's a big one.
That is a huge one.
Jack's brain has exploded.
Well, I was just thinking about this. Technically, Wild have never lost to Falcons.
Yeah, they also did the same last stage.
Yeah, Falcons, you know, they'll compete for every international event, but they can't beat Wild.
100% win rate.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't do well in the last one, unofficial or not. But yes, this is what we end up with. I'm sorry, Jack. Fnatic are not at the top.
That's not why it's crazy.
I am glad I did not do a power ranking this stage.
That's not why it's crazy. It's crazy because we fully expect, and correct me if I'm wrong, Leo, but I fully still expect that VP and Secret will make playoffs and will come good towards the back end of the stage. Yet they've not won a game yet. And they will come storming up the league. So for teams like Wolves, for teams like Wild, for teams like BDS, for teams like Gen G that are currently sitting in those 4th to 7th spots, they're the spots that are under threat from the VPs and Secrets of this world. Yeah, that's going to be the back end of the stage is going to be really good because these teams are going to have to play near perfect siege. Because remember, this is to get into the playoffs for the Munich Major as well, and potentially for us all.
You talk about the back end being the party, but I'm going to tell you, the front is heavy as hell because we got Falcons G2 tomorrow as our highlight game, our middle of the day, game number 3. There's no 2 ways around it. This is the match that everybody's going to look forward to in the entire stage, and the fact that it's coming at day 4 out of 9 in the regular stage days, this could set things up for who holds on to the top 2 because right now, Fnatic are in the runner and other teams as well, gents.
Agreed. I think G2's track record of taking teams to maps that they're good on means we're setting ourselves up for a banger. Normally when it's like a top 2 team, it can kind of fizzle away in terms of how good the game is, but I expect that one to be good. Quick note, Gen G Secret is one that I'm really looking forward to because if Gen G can carry on that form, and Nako especially carries on that form, Secret are there to be taken, but for Secret it's a real inflection point.
Long note. Fnatic Wild.
Yeah.
Obviously.
That looks sick.
Accidental banger. That one will be crazy. Both teams are on upwards trajectory.
I'm trademarking that.
both teams are going absolutely crazy right now, upsetting everyone they're facing.
Yeah.
Fnatic Wild would be a banger. The first game tomorrow.
Gentlemen, it just seems that tomorrow we're going to have a lot of fun. And I guarantee you that no matter the way the wind blows, we'll have a lot of fun. What does that say?
Yes.
Yes. Tomorrow will be a banging day. Thank you very much, though, Fresh and Alpha Maverick production team. We thank you so much for having joined us on this Playday number 3. We're going to take a nap and then get up and soak in all that siege for Playday number 4. We'll see you tomorrow, same starting time as always. Till then, take care. We love you. Good night.
It's another 1v1, the close end.